Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku and Uraraka Were Couples and Were Slowly Turning Towards Evil Part 4. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 47, A Great Reunion. Which of the two are you? And so the week began for the Midoriya family. Every morning was an awakening. A balanced breakfast prepared by the green-haired boy, and his training began. His mother trained her telekinesis by throwing objects at Deku, who in turn used one for all at 100%, trying to control it since his pressure was too much, and in the afternoons he had solo training. Mastering 100% did not cost much, and his happiness increased when he saw on the news that Dr. Tsubasa had been arrested and tried after discovering his multiple crimes and the forced disappearance of his grandson. Deku knew that no one else would go through what maybe happened to him. No one else would have his quirk stolen. Although not everything looked good for the green-haired boy, since in his evening training Deku noticed that people did not look at him in the face. Over time he understood that feeling in people was fear. People feared him because despite the fact that he saved them, they recognized him as the crazy boy who hurt himself even in his first school festival. They also never forgot the way he won the third festival. That brutal and violent way, the words he used, and his gaze produced some fear in them, and although he was the one who defeated the Momo, the civilians knew that he did not arrest him but killed him. A hero was believed not to kill. Also the way he spoke to the monster or gave his blows made people debate if they were in the presence of the next Almight, someone who would make them feel calm, or the next Endeavor, someone who did not care how much violence he used to win. But those doubts would soon be clarified for everyone, and it would be the green-haired man who would give them the answer. His morning training with his mother was over, his rest too. He just watched the news waiting for his solo training to begin. News anchor, and in other news, ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement to make. The rumors of a romantic relationship between the heroine MT Lady and Kamui Woods appeared to be true. In a photo we obtained, we can capture the young couple sharing a tender moment together. Although either of them has given an official statement, we wish them luck. Now, in other news. The freckled boy didn't want to see any more. He was happy for the heroes, but that was it. Seeing that it was almost time, he decided to adjust his shoelaces and his sports uniform, take a small backpack with his weights, and go out the door. Deku, I'm leaving now, Mom. Inko, yes, Suzuku, take good care of yourself. Deku, I promise not to be too late. Inko, I know, catch. The older green-haired girl, using her already improved telekinetic abilities, threw him some fruit, which the freckled boy had no trouble catching. He even used one for all and spun around in the air to grab an apple. Inko, you've improved a lot with one for all, son. It's true, keeping his promise of no more lies, Izuku had no qualms about telling his mother about the origin of his quirk, its history, and the importance of keeping it a secret. Izuku thought his mother would scold him or force him to pass the great quirk on to someone else, but the truth was very different. Flashback. Inko, so all that is true? Deku, yes, Mom, sorry for lying to you for so long. Inko, if you did it, it was for a reason, right, son? Deku, yes, but lying to you wasn't right. Inko, you promised it to the symbol of peace, son. Even if we don't like it, it's also a very important secret. I don't want to imagine what would happen if a villain found out about this, or worse yet, the people. For them, someone like you or All Might must be a born hero. Deku, sorry for lying to you for so long. I felt like I had to tell you no matter what. Inko, and I appreciate the trust. Now that I know this, I can adapt to your training and even help you train it. Deku, yes. Thanks, Mom. Inko, my little Izuku. Flashback end. Deku, this is 15%, but I can now use 100% without any discomfort. Inko, I'm very happy for you, son, also very proud, and I'm sure your father is too. Deku, I know, well, I'm going, Mom, until later. The green-haired boy made a gesture with his hand and flew out of his house. His routine had changed to a more rigorous one when he trained alone, this in order to control one for all. Unchanged since it was a much more powerful version, he already knew the risks of using it incorrectly, and these went beyond a broken bone. The boy arrived at the park where he used to train, which as always was full of children along with parents who, when they saw the freckled man, they began to move aside. They called their children to stay away from the freckled man, this with fear of his reaction, since they did not know what would happen if they interrupted him. Deku wanted to say that he was as normal as them, that they had no reason to be afraid of him, but he decided not to make comments. He would earn their respect when he becomes a professional. Although it hurt him that they feared him, he had to face it. The freckled man began his routine. People avoided him. He tried to play without being bothered, although that could not prevent a child who had just arrived at the park from seeing the hero and going after him. People tried to stop him, but they couldn't do anything. The boy clung to Deku's back, who stayed still for a few seconds. People were already expecting the worst and were about to run out of the park, although what happened a few seconds later they didn't expect, and it was that Deku turned to look at the boy with a warm smile which grew bigger when he recognized the little one. If people were astonished now, they were stunned because the green-haired boy knelt down to be at the height of the little brown-haired boy. Deku, hey, I know you. Child, yes? Deku, of course, you're the brave little one who helped me in my fight. Child, but no, I didn't help you. In fact, I hindered your fight. Depressed. Deku, how do you say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found the strength to fight anywhere. In fact, I have to thank you. You were the one who motivated me to go beyond my limits. Child, really? Deku, but of course it's serious. You were my reason to keep fighting, you and the people. I couldn't stay with my arms crossed or on the ground, hee. You were my little hero, thank you. The little one clung closer to the hero, but to Izuku's dismay, he began to cry. Deku, hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Child, sir, do you think you can be a hero? Deku, a hero? Even if I don't have a quirk, do you think I can be a hero as great as you? Deku, what's the point of that question? Child, at school they say that my quirk is useless for combat, and that I won't be able to be a hero. Deku, what quirk do you have? Child, on my mother's side I can make my body become something like a mass of rocks. I am somewhat slow, but I have a shield, and on my father's side I can make my body like rubber. I can stretch it. I am very flexible. Deku, are you kidding? Wow, kids don't know how to offend anymore. You have an incredible quirk. Imagine, with proper training you could combine both quirks. Imagine doing an elastic stone punch? That's great. The way the green-haired boy started talking about the boy's quirk surprised him at first, but then he started to get excited. He hadn't thought about the possibility of using both quirks together. Child, is that possible? Deku, of course, it's called simultaneous activation of quirks. Kid, before answering your main question, I want to ask you another one for you. What is a hero? Child, I don't understand. Deku, what does it mean to you to be a hero? Child, well, because he is someone who takes care of us, saves us, risks his life for us, teaches us values. Deku, exactly. Now tell me, what does a teacher do? Child, he teaches us, he educates us. Deku, a firefighter? A policeman? Child, they risk their lives for us. Deku, and a doctor? Child, he saves us. Deku, exactly, son, you don't need a hero license to practice the profession. We are all heroes. Obviously not everyone wears a suit, some wear a robe or a uniform. Since the child asked the main question, everyone started recording. They wanted to know the answer the freckled boy would give. With the first one, they were surprised. When he explained that he was a hero, they were amazed. So they continued recording. Deku, even our families are heroes. They are the ones who live with us more than anyone. They educate us, they feed us, they care for us, they teach us to be better. Child, that's true, my sister always cares a lot about me. Deku, and she's also a nurse. She's not just your hero, she's a hero of many people. Child, so me too, I can be a hero too? Deku, what's your name? Child, Aburame Kazuki. Deku, spreading his arms as the sunset set. Aburame, you can be a great hero. Aburame, thank you. Deku, train hard kid, make 10 months equal 10 years, train harder than everyone else, push yourself beyond your limits, and if you encounter a challenge then overcome it. If you come across a closed door then create your own. if there's a dead end. Aburaim, I'll create my own. Deku, smiling exactly. The little brown-haired boy hugged Deku again, who gently ruffled his hair and slowly separated him from him. Deku, okay little one, lots of inspiration, I'll continue with my training. Aburaim, can I train with you? Deku, are you sure? It could be something strong. Aburaim, you said it, I have to try harder than everyone else if I want to be the best. Deku, then let's do something. I'll train you but we'll stop until I get back to school, okay? I still have a few days off. I'll make a specific routine for you and your quirk, okay? Aburaim, yes. Deku, okay, then for today go play. We'll see each other tomorrow at this time. So the boy nodded and went to continue playing. All the people saw this and knew he was not Endeavor or All Might, even the comparison was silly. The boy would make his own way. The next day after morning training with his mother, Deku took a bath, ate something light and got ready to go out. Inko, but it's not time for your training yet. Deku, I know, I'll go see Itsuka mom, I haven't seen her in a while. Finish off Izuku or he'll kill us all. Deku, I just want to see that she's okay. Inko, well, if that's the reason, I have no objection. You'll go train later, right? I see you have your workout clothes on. Deku, yes, I did that boy's routine and today I will start his training. Inko, don't be too hard on him. Deku, no, in fact I structured it so that it can advance as I advance. Well, I don't want to take long, see you later. Inko, yes, take care of yourself, son. Deku, always. The freckled man went out and at breakneck speed headed to his girlfriend's house, but before knocking on the door he heard voices on the other side. Kendo, I already told you I'm fine. You worried me in that fight. When I saw you lying on the ground I was scared. I know and I'm sorry, but look at me, I'm better than before. Okay, well I guess I'm going. Kendo, ha ha ha, don't be dramatic, Mr. Masculinity. I was afraid to try it. We'll see each other at Kendo's school. Kendo, yes, be very careful on the way home, Tetsu. The silver-haired boy opened the door only to find a Deku with a sour look which made the boy of steel tremble. Tetsu. Oh, hello Midoriya. Old man, you look very good. Deku, Tetsu, you look fine too. How are your injuries? Tetsu, much better now, he nervous. Deku, I was glad. Kendo, approaching the door, Tetsu, are you still here? Who are you talking to? Surprised Izuku. Deku, hello Kendo. Tetsu, but well, I think I'd better go. It was very nice to see you again, Midoriya. Then the boy started running as fast as he could while Deku followed him with his eyes. Kendo, Izuku is not what you think. He comes to see me since I'm in the hospital. He got worried and well, you told him to take care of me, right? Deku, yes, that's what I did. How are you doing? Kendo, well, and you? Deku, well, I was surprised that you didn't come visit me. I understand that you left earlier. I mean, it's not mandatory, but even my classmates visited me. Kendo, well, yes, I. Deku, well, it doesn't matter. I just came to see if you were okay. I'm leaving. Kendo, Izuku, wait. Deku, I have to train. Now I have a disciple. Sorry if I didn't say it before, you were busy. The green-haired boy walked away from the orange-haired girl's house, who was about to burst into tears. There went her boyfriend, the green-haired boy who possessed a destructive force. The girl wanted to tell him that she was wrong, but she would be half wrong. Deku was right. She never visited her even though he helped her before she started fighting. Even when she found out that he had already been discharged and had his home address, the girl loved Izuku. She really liked him, but every time she tried to love him, a silver hair prevented it. Tetsu, and she had argued a long time ago. Which is why they had distanced themselves, but seeing him again next to his hospital stretcher the first time he woke up made that fight go to hell. She knew it just as she imagined it. It seemed that she only used Deku to forget the Iron Quirk boy. Nothing could be further from the truth. She truly loved the freckled boy. She liked his sense of justice, his determination, everything that Deku was, but even if she wanted to, she simply couldn't love Izuku, and now she had to suffer the consequences. They hurt him once, now she hurt him again, even though he promised that he was different from Uraraka. Kendo, right Uraraka? The girl remembered the brunette and began to quickly dial her phone. Although before she did not get along with Uraraka, now she could say that although they are not friends, they try to get along. Although the initiative was Uraraka's, who after the fight and her recovery thought that the best way to fix things with Deku was to be his friend again, but when she found out that he had not yet left the hospital, much less woken up, she decided that getting closer to his new partner would be a good start. Both girls had already gone out on a couple of occasions, even Class A and B had done the same. If Kendo was right, Uraraka would be the only one capable of fixing everything. Kendo, dialing, come on, answer Uraraka please. Attempt after attempt, the girl just didn't answer. Kendo left her messages but they didn't seem to get a reply either. Suddenly the sound of a notification made her hopeful, thinking that either Uraraka or her boyfriend had sent her a message. Tetsu. Hey Itsuka, is everything okay? I saw Midoriya leave shortly after I left. I know it wasn't very manly of me to run, but I didn't want to cause any misunderstandings between you. Kendo. I was a fool. The girl put away her phone and locked herself in her room. She called the freckled boy but he never answered or called her back. Kendo thought everything was ruined. For his part, Deku was walking in no specific direction. He was having a mix of emotions. He was sad without a doubt. He did not expect that from Kendo in any way, although he was also happy because he knew that the girl and Tetsu had had a fight not long ago at the academy, although he also felt fluctuated because he knew that before there was an orange and silver taste. Deku did not know what to do. He loved the girl a lot. He liked that energetic way of being of her, but he did not want to come between her and Tetsu. The boy arrived at the park and decided to get all that out of his mind while he trained. After a short time that he used to warm up, he decided it was time for his training, so he began. It did not take long when at the agreed time the little Abiram arrived ready with sports clothes and his older sister, who was not wearing her hospital clothes but something else casual. Deku, hello little one, I'm glad you came. Abiram, thank you for agreeing to train me, sorry for bringing my sister. Deku, it's nothing, I already know her and I think I know why she came. Nurse, we didn't formally introduce ourselves at the hospital. My name is Takagi. Deku, nice to meet you Takagi, I'm sure you remember mine. Takagi, of course I remember, if it's not a bother. Abiram told me that you would train him, and after seeing the video with everything you told him, I would like to. Deku, see the training plan? Takagi, if it's not a bother. Deku, none. Here the boy gave him the plan. I told your brother that he had to try harder than the others, but as you can see it's only a little more than what could be considered normal for someone his age, although the plan is made so he can evolve as he improves. The girl was astonished. The green-haired man wasn't lying. She couldn't complain about anything. He had adequate breaks. The exercises weren't overly demanding and they let him sleep at his corresponding hours. Not to mention that he also had schedules for him to train alone and a possible diet so that Abiram could be perfectly balanced. Takagi, this is a little more than I expected. Deku, well, I like to think about everything. I'm a bit of a geek. Takagi, well, I guess I can feel calmer. Deku, even if you need to see it with your own eyes, you are welcome anytime. Takagi, well, you know I'm a nurse so I couldn't come every day, but when I can you'll see me here. Deku, okay. Okay Abiram, it's time for your... Deku couldn't say anything else because someone started pulling his clothes. When he turned around he could see a little girl with red hair. Deku, what's wrong, little one? Are you lost? Girl, no, or it's just I wanted to ask you a favor. Deku, sure, what do you need? Girl, my name is Chizun Sir Hiro, could you train us? Deku, of course, wait, did you say us? Takagi signaled Deku to look at all possible angles. Now he was surrounded by children both Abiram's age and Eri's age and some almost his age. Deku looked at all of them to give a smile. Deku, of course. I need you to give me a paper explaining what your quirk is. Boy, why? Deku, to give you the most suitable training for you. It is not the same someone who can swim 15,000 meters underwater than someone who has an increase in strength like me, although yes, no training will lack at least one martial art. Boy, why? Deku, we shouldn't be so confident in our quirks. They are strong, but we have to polish our own skills. At that moment, a red-haired boy twice as tall as Deku stood in front of him. Boy, my quirk is more than just a strength boost. I don't need martial arts. Deku, are you sure? Boy, so sure I can challenge you and beat you. Deku, if that's what you want, it'll just be a demonstration. It won't be a fight to the death, understood? Boy, okay, dwarf. Then it started. It didn't last long. The boy was strong and fast, but Deku was faster. He could occupy 100% without problems, and he did it just to move, because his movements weren't a chair of random blows. It was a demonstration of martial arts at its maximum splendor: karate, kung fu, taekwondo, even a little jiu-jitsu. Nobody knew what was happening, but they were amazed at the incredible movements of Deku, who finished his rival with some boxing punches. A double down hook was enough to make the big guy lose his air. Deku let him recover, and then gave him a big right hook. The rival wanted to use his little knowledge, but with each blow he tried to give, Deku retreated and released a powerful right hook, a left hook. He used what he hates. There was an advantage that your rival did not know how to box, and Deku would use it to his advantage. A blow with the left to his midsection, then with the right. Now a mix with both sides, a right hook with strength. The green-haired man seemed to know a lot about boxing. His punches, an aggressive combination of cross, hook, a jab. There was everything, and at the last moment he gave him a powerful and explosive uppercut which knocked down the poor boy, who fell to the ground with no chance of anything. Deku helped the boy sit down, who sat on a bench totally defeated. Deku, that's what I mean, we can't always rely on our quirks. You see, during my time as a student I took classes from several professional heroes. One of them is the hero Eraserhead, someone dangerous who can erase quirks. It's possible that there are villains with a similar quirk, and if we face someone like that we must be cautious. Be heroes of more than one trick. Aburame, understood. Deku, okay, you and I will start training. I want everyone to tell me their quirks, and tomorrow I will see you here with your routine, understood? Oh, yes, sir. Thus began a new stage of Deku. Now as a coach, he trained alone, of course. After all, he no longer saw Kendo and knew nothing about Uraraka or the others. Now he used almost all his time to train, help his mother, cook, shop or clean. After all, Aizawa's punishment had served some purpose. But something that bothered him was Kendo. He couldn't forget the orange-haired girl. He didn't know if they were still a couple after what happened. Izuku truly loved her, but he also knew about the girl's past with Tetsu. He didn't want to interrupt. Just like with Uraraka, he just wanted her to feel good. Izuku definitely couldn't find the answer. He couldn't force her to love him, but then the light came to him. Deku, I know what I have to do, something sad. The freckled man took out his phone and immediately called the girl. Kendo, Izuku? Is it really you? Deku, he of course, who else? Kendo, honey, I wanted to tell you that. Deku, hey, do you think we can go out? Kendo, go out? I'm sure, yes. Just tell me when. Deku, if you want, I'll pick you up tomorrow. 1 o'clock is okay? Kendo, yes. I'll tell Tetsu not to come so as not to upset you. Deku, very funny. Kendo, understanding that he ruined it. No. I don't mean. Deku, see you tomorrow, Kendo. Kendo, yeah, Izuku, see you tomorrow. I love you, darling. The freckled man just hung up. It really hurt him. The call and what he would do tomorrow would be painful for him. Uraraka, you expect me to thank you? Deku, no, I did it because you have a dream to fulfill, and if you hadn't been with me from the beginning, none of this would have happened. I'm just useless. But I hope this makes up for my mistakes. Deku, well, I've been through this once. So the next day arrived. Deku had given everyone a day off. He only trained with his mother, took a bath, and it was Kendo who made an attempt to grab onto her boyfriend's arm, but Deku, anticipating that, was able to dodge him without raising suspicions, so they began to walk calmly. They talked about many things, although it was obvious that Kendo avoided touching the subject of Tetsu, but if she wouldn't do the green-haired boy, yes. Kendo, and then you told me that you are now a coach? Deku, yes, I'm using the knowledge I have in some martial arts and the training I do to give you something benefit. Kendo, that's great, I'd like to see it someday. Deku, of course, let's see what day. Kendo, nervous eye Izuku? Deku, and how is everything going with Tetsu? Kendo, Tetsu? The one that has to do with it? Deku, watching the sunset. Come on, Kendo. I know you stopped pretending. I know very well that you fixed everything with him. I just want you to be honest with me. The girl knew what was about to happen. She would lose the one who loved her, who supported her, who made her improve. Itsuka. Kendo began to tremble. Deku, come on, Kendo, don't tell me anything that will make you cry. Take a deep breath, stop shaking, I'll bear it. There's no reason to think badly. After all, I have no reason to complain. He. Kendo refused. She didn't want to lose the freckled boy, but at the same time she couldn't forget the silver-haired boy. Without realizing it, and still hugging each other, she started to walk when Deku went up to her and stopped her. Deku, hey, what's up? Come on, take it easy. Don't cross your arms and stop walking. So just look me in the eyes. Come on, Carrot. Stop avoiding me. How about you drink some coffee afterward? I know you love it, that might calm you down. Kendo, no, I don't want you, I love you, crying and with his head down. Deku, don't look down, lift that forehead. I already told you to stop trembling. You have to go with him, and believe me, I understand. I know it's for the best. No, don't keep him waiting. And stop pretending. I already know that with him you'll be better off. At that moment, Deku, breaking his own shell, began to cry. He was losing a great girl, but he knew it was the right thing to do. She wasn't for him, and Deku knew it. Kendo noticed that and tried to hug the boy, but again Izuku dodged him. Deku, sorry if I'm crying. I know I told you not to do it, but crying harder, it just hurts to lose you. Yeah, you haven't left yet, but I already miss you. Now go with him, don't tell him anything about this, please. You deserve to be happy, Kendo. You both deserve it. The boy smiled once more at Kendo, who stopped shedding tears upon seeing the face of her now ex-boyfriend. Deku wiped the rest of the girl's tears with his thumb, brought his forehead to the girl's and gave her a small kiss on the forehead while taking her hands for the last time. Chapter 48. Back to the UA. And with that farewell, the day ended for young Izuku Midoriya, who returned home. Fortunately, his mother was not there, so she would not go through questions. The boy locked himself in his room and began to watch videos. On the other hand, the orange-haired girl was crying while she was heading to a cafeteria, coincidentally the same one she took Deku to when he was about to kill his father's murderer. The girl asked for a mocha. While she waited, her phone rang. When she took out the device, she could see that it was from her metallic friend. The girl answered. The silver-haired boy energetically asked her about her date. The orange-haired girl began to cry and had no qualms about telling her the truth. When she finished telling Tetsu, he was upset, but not with the freckled boy but with himself. He did not have to get involved in their relationship, although he felt worse that deep down a small feeling of joy was present. The boy tried to avoid this, but he couldn't. He loved the orange-haired girl. He started to like her since the camp, and with time that feeling became more big. When he found out that she was Deku's girlfriend, it made him upset, but he knew that if the girl was happy he would be too. But now he could take advantage of the opportunity that life was giving him, although he did not want to look like an opportunist. Besides, he knew that what his president needed at this moment was a friend, and that would be him. Without wasting time, he asked the girl for the address where she was and went to see her. Returning with the freckled man, he was eating with his mother, who had already returned from work. The freckled man, true to his promise of not lying to his mother, told her what happened to Kendo along with his reasons. Inko could not claim her son after hearing it. She did not do it with bad intentions. He saw for the happiness of the orange-haired girl before that of him. Inko, if it's your decision, son, then I have no reason to object. Deku, really? Inko, I mean it, although I don't like that you put the happiness of others before your own. That's not good, son. I did it because you have a dream to fulfill, and if you hadn't been with me from the beginning, none of this would have happened. I'm just useless. But I hope this makes up for my mistakes. Deku, I know, but I couldn't force her to stay with me, much less love me. Inko, you're quite a superhero, you know that? Deku, well, you taught me well. The eldest Midoriya hugged his little one and they continued eating. That's how the rest of the days passed. Now Deku paid more attention to his training. Without a doubt the boys would be great heroes. Each one of them gave more of themselves. More than once Deku was surprised by a league blow courtesy of Abiram, who could use his quirk simultaneously, although it exhausted him. The boy was happy with the little one's progress. Among the departmental zone, Izuku was already known not only as the hero who saved everyone but for his training. He even stopped some minor villains when they tried to steal, that earned him many nicknames. All of them emphasized his heroic spirit, but the one that sounded the most was the best known, the people's hero. Deku did not boast about these titles, because he was simply being the hero he always wanted to be. And so the day arrived. After a long wait, the UA would reopen its doors. All the boys had to return to the academy to receive their last classes and graduation. Deku felt happy when he found out. He hugged his mother and waited patiently for the day. When it arrived, the boy got up earlier than usual, did some solitary training, trained one last time with his mother, prepared breakfast for both of them, put on his uniform, and walking to the entrance, he took a last look at his home. Inko, my son. Deku, calm down, Mom, I won't be gone forever. Inko, I know, but seeing you in uniform again reminds me of 3 years ago, and you know something? Deku, what? Inko, you still look just as cool. Deku, thanks Mom, I'll come see you more often, I promise. Inko, run son, the new day has arrived. Deku, yes. And saying this, Izuku Midoriya left home and headed to school. On the way he met several people who recognized him, asked for autographs, greeted him, etc. He even met his former classmates, those who bullied him along with Bakugo. When they recognized the green-haired boy, they lowered their heads in shame. Deku, after so much time, do I not even deserve a hello? Both boys didn't answer and kept moving forward, but Deku, never bow your heads. We can all do stupid things as children, but they will be in the past when we decide that be great heroes. Kids, I hope we see each other again. The green-haired boy continued moving forward. People greeted him and he responded kindly. After a while he arrived at the UA. The boy took out his phone and saw that there was still half an hour left until his classes started. Deku, at least I'm still the best at arriving early. Scratching the back of his head, I'd better get in. The boy took out his ID and showed it to the scanner, which allowed him entry. The boy moved forward and saw that his school was already fully repaired. He had seen in the photo that the damage was serious, so he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't long before he managed to spot Principal Niza at the entrance, who was happily greeting him with his furry paw. Deku, director, good morning, bowing. Nizu, likewise son, I see that you are the first, and by far. Deku, I was a little excited, you excuse me. Nizu, calm down boy, it's okay, in fact I appreciate you being here earlier, I have to talk to you boy. Deku, is everything okay sir? Nizu, nodding, come on, let's walk. So they both began to walk calmly. Nizu, boy, I know everything you went through. I'm sorry to say I don't know how you felt, but I realized it affected you a lot, and that's why I want to thank you. Deku, thank me? Nizu, since first it was always you, always jumping into danger, always fighting. But you didn't do it to stand out or be recognized, you did it because it was the right thing to do, in the entrance exam, with no points. With the nerves of not knowing how to use one for all and the limited time, even with all that you ran, and with a single blow you saved the young Uraraka from being crushed, and not only that, you did something that nobody had done. Nothing was left of the robot Then in the USJ you were able to devise a plan to get out of the ship with the young Tsuyu and the young Mineta. You were willing to sacrifice yourself for All Might. After that, every day you showed that admirable attitude of yours more. You didn't leave anyone behind. You gave your life for others, you helped the young Kota, the young Todoroki. You encouraged others to be better, even though he didn't ask for it. The young Bakugo was inspired by your actions and began to work more as a team. Deku, not everything is thanks to me, the others also did their part. Without them none of this would have worked. I couldn't call myself a hero if it weren't for their support. Nizu, son, you went through things I wouldn't wish on anyone, even I thought you would throw in the towel. You were within your rights after all, but once again you surprised me. Somehow you managed to overcome all of that, and you came out ready to fight, to give everything on the battlefield, even your life boy. Now I know. All Might chose the best successor. You saved everyone. As a public figure and human being I will always be grateful to you. Deku, sir, I would have to thank you for the years you allowed me to study at the best hero academy there is. But I have to admit that once again the credit is not all mine. My classmates helped dismantle the League of Villains. They helped me against that Super Nomu. If we are all here, it is because we all help to be better. Nizu, you are someone admirable. Midoriya. Okay kid, enough talking. Go to your room in the High Alliance and check that everything is in order. The rooms were built behind the school avoiding attacks, but better go check that nothing has been damaged by the shock waves. Understood? Deku, yes sir. The boy ran at full speed towards his room while the little rodent looked at him happily. Nizu, there's no doubt Almight, he will be the greatest hero of all, he will become a legend. Deku finally arrived at his room, which was somewhat messy, or rather upside down. The glass was broken, his books on the floor next to his All Might figures, his computer, and some things were also lying around, and there was some dust, although it didn't seem like the room had structural flaws, which made the freckled boy happy. He didn't want to abuse Cementos' quirk. Happy, the boy took a broom and a dustpan that he had in a corner of the room. He took off his academy uniform so as not to get it dirty and put on something lighter. Walking through his room, the boy found his guitar, put it on his bed and opened the case, checking that everything was in order. It hadn't broken or damaged. Deku breathed but knew that having it lying there was not good. The boy, using a hammer and nail, managed to hang his guitar. After that he began to sweep his room, picked up his figures and his computer, and while he was tidying he began to hear music, ignoring that if he didn't hurry he would be late for school. An hour later. We can see all the boys from class have finally gathered, except for a certain boy with green hair and another with ash blonde hair. Some still had cuts or some casts, but all were better. Yaoyorozu was the first to enter the classroom, then Ida and the others arrived. Ida, glad to see you all guys. Kirishima, same as me, hahaha. Wow, everyone seriously looks really bad, it's been a rough few days, eh? Todoroki, yeah, the hospitals weren't exactly 5-star. Deku, entering the hall, well, they look very good to me. At that moment they could see the green-haired boy, that same green-haired boy who was almost killed twice, the one who beat them up twice, that same boy who encouraged them to fight and not give up, and who after the fight they didn't know if he would survive, was there in front of them, with a tired smile. Everyone didn't know what to do. How could they react? Deku, yes, I'm back. Suddenly a girl with brown hair made her way, seeing the boy. Uraraka, hello Izuku. Deku Ochako. Everyone looked at both boys without saying anything except Kaminari, how awkward this is. At that moment Jiro used his quirk, stunning the blonde. Everyone started to laugh slightly except Uraraka and Deku, until a loud explosion was heard that made everyone move aside, letting Bakugo pass, who walked straight towards Deku, who was not impressed. Even the boy had a slight smile. Bakugo, Deku, seriously. Deku, Bakugo. The green-haired boy didn't show any sign of displeasure, keeping his smile. Suddenly, Bakugo extended his hand towards the green-haired boy, in front of everyone's surprised gaze, but they were even more surprised when the freckled boy took his friend's hand away with a light blow. Everyone thought a new fight was coming, but they saw that now the blonde was smiling. Bakugo, you finally cover your blind spots, bastard. Deku, you don't have to be a genius to figure out that your plan was to blow up my hand as soon as you could. The blonde widened his arrogant smile a little more and extended his hand again, which Deku accepted. Bakugo, I'm glad you didn't die. Deku, same here. Kaminari, hey? What do I see? Bakugo, worried about Midoriya? Bakugo, shut up, electric rat. I'm not worried about this bastard. It's just that he's the only one capable of giving me a fight out of all of you bunch of extras. Everyone started to smile at Bakugo's comments, and even more when the explosive boy made a small explosion near Kaminari, causing the blonde to hide behind Jiro, who stunned him again. But only Bakugo and Deku knew the truth. Flashback. We are located a few days after Deku and Kendo's breakup. The green-haired boy was in his room when he heard a knock on the door. Izuku was about to go down to open it when he heard his mother's voice. Inko, I'll open it, son, don't worry. The green-haired boy didn't say anything but thanked his mother. Izuku was writing his progress with One for All, Unchained, when he heard his mother's voice again. Inko, son, you have visitors. Deku visits? At that moment the freckled boy thought about Kendo and Uraraka. The boy didn't feel ready to see the brunette, and even less remembering the note she gave him, and much less did he want to see his ex-girlfriend at that moment. Trying to put those thoughts aside, Deku slowly went down only to find Bakugo. His mother knew the tension between both boys but decided that it was better for Izuku to solve it his way. Inko, okay son, I'll keep cooking. Katsuki, are you staying for lunch? Bakugo, I don't want to be a bother, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko, think about it, while I'll be in the kitchen, there's some soda if you want it. Bakugo, thank you. The older Midoriya left the room, leaving both boys alone. Bakugo, whispering, so you're okay. Deku, did you say something? Bakugo, you're alive. Deku, I guess I'm too stubborn to die. Bakugo, at least you didn't give up, damn it. Deku, what did you come for? Bakugo, I just wanted to see if you were still in one piece. That last blow was beyond your strength. Not even All Might's United States of Smash was that powerful. Deku, you saw it, now go! Bakugo, why do you have to make it so complicated? Deku, somewhat surprised, what do you mean? Bakugo, damn Izuku, I was worried about you. Now Deku was totally confused. Had he heard correctly? Bakugo, I know, it sounds stupid, maybe you won't believe me, but that fight taught me something. Throughout my life I was surrounded by people who only spoke to me out of intimidation, out of flattery, except you were the only friend I had until I entered UA. Deku, you and I weren't friends, at least not for you. Bakugo, damn, don't you understand? I'm apologizing, damn it, I shouldn't have treated you like shit, that was my mistake. The green-haired boy held a serious look, something that bothered the blonde. He apologized, and now Izuku ignored him? What did he think? The ash-blonde thought. Bakugo, forget it, damn it, I don't know what the hell I came for in the first place. The blonde was about to leave, but... Deku, I'm glad you're okay and thanks for visiting Kaken. Bakugo, whatever. Deku, wait, you're not going to tell me you're crying. Bakugo, have you even think you're cursed? Deku, hey, calm down, I'm fine, Kaken. At that moment Bakugo grabbed the door frame, his sobs could be heard. Bakugo, you're the only friend I've ever had, you're almost a bucking brother to me. Do you know what it felt like to see you being carried away, almost dead? If only I was stronger, I would have helped you, Izuku, I'm sorry for. At that moment Deku hit Bakugo with 10% of 1 for all who crashed into the wall. Bakugo, hey, that's because... Deku, what did you do with Bakugo Katsuki? Bakugo, it's me, damn it. Deku, really? The Bakugo I know wouldn't apologize. He was a huge jerk and had an ego as big as the grenades he wore on his wrists. The pale-haired boy looked up annoyed, he wanted to kill the green-haired boy. Bakugo, consider yourself dead, nerd. Deku, standing on guard, that's the Kaken I know. The blonde was going to throw himself at Deku but saw how an apple at full speed hit the green-haired boy's head. A few seconds later someone hit him in the head. When he turned around he could see Izuku's mother with a wooden shovel in hand. Inko, Izuku Midoriya, what did we say about fighting or causing fights inside the house? Deku, it's bad, it's not a hero attitude. Inko, exactly, and what did we say about using one for all so hard on the handle? Deku, I can't because I could damage the house. Inko, exactly, now fix your problems in a healthy way. Katsuki, so would you stay for dinner? The little-haired boy had been told what Izuku's mother was like when he was young, since she and his mother Mitsuki were friends since childhood, but he never believed that she had a threatening vibe. For him his mother was more intimidating, or so he thought until that day, so he didn't think much about it. Bakugo, if it's not a bother, ma'am, just let me tell my witch mother. Inko, sure, feel free to use the phone. The older Midoriya went back into the kitchen, and it was at that moment that Bakugo realized he was still on the floor. Deku noticed that, and extended his hand to his friend. Deku, do you need help? I think I hit you too hard. Bakugo just smiled and accepted his friend's help. Bakugo, you're an idiot. Deku, I didn't end up on the ground, did I? Bakugo extended his hand to the freckled man who returned the gesture. Both shook each other, and then Bakugo hugged Deku like one hugs a brother. Bakugo, hey, but you know school. Deku, you quiet Muslim. Bakugo, you're a bucking shitty nerd. Inko, guys, wash up and sit down to eat. At that shout, Both of them were startled and quickly went to wash their hands and then helped the oldest green-haired girl carry everything, who couldn't help but smile when she saw both boys become friends again. Flashback end. Both boys gave each other a smile of rivalry that went unnoticed by everyone. Deku could see Yaoyorozu among the people who also saw him from afar. The boy knew that fixing things with her was the best thing to do. After all, she was his best friend. So making his way through his friends, he went to the brunette. Deku, I lost the shield. Yaoyorozu, it was limited edition, you know? Deku, it's a good thing you're my best friend and you're not mad at me. Yaoyorozu, sure? Deku, come here, opening his arms. The girl listened to her and hugged the green-haired boy, who felt his shoulder get wet from the black-haired boy's tears. Yaoyorozu, you're a fool. Deku, but I'm the best dumb friend you have, so stop crying. I'm in one piece, you don't have to worry anymore. Yaoyorozu, I'll make that shield for you again. Deku, I'm a fist fighter. Yaoyorozu, it's your fault for destroying the previous one. The green-haired boy stroked the girl's head. He felt better about fixing everything with her. Todoroki was standing next to him. With the same serious face as always, Deku approached his friend. Deku, how are you, Todoroki? Todoroki, are you still bothering me with that? Deku, it's not my fault, Fuyumi showed me that photo. And it was true. When the freckled boy went to the Todoroki family's house, his mother Rei and his sister Fuyumi showed him photos of Shoto as a child, the funniest one being one of a little Shoto in a Totoro costume. Deku, I miss you, friend. Todoroki, now we are? Deku, not even Momo was that emotional. Todoroki, glad to see you in one piece. Deku and Todoroki shook hands. Suddenly and without warning, both Hagakure and Mina threw themselves at Deku, knocking him down. The boy was able to get up along with the girls and began to greet everyone. Kirishima gave him a manly hug, Jiro a light punch on the shoulder, and so they continued. But as soon as he was about to talk to Uraraka, a yellow caterpillar entered the room, surprising everyone. Aizawa, I'm surprised to see you brats alive. All, don't make fun of it. Aizawa, well, I just wanted to tell you that. Now go clean your rooms. I want them cleaned by tomorrow morning. Don't slack off, and if you find any structural fault, tell me so I can call Cementos. Understood? All, yes, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, I'm proud of you, although well, I trained you. It was to be expected. And so, with a tired step, the black-haired man left the room, leaving everyone confused. But after a few seconds, President Mike entered and everyone immediately covered their ears. President Mike, calm down. I'm very calm today, and I used my quirk too much in battle, so I'd rather not use it for now. Mina, what a relief. I thought I wouldn't get out of this alive. President Mike, you know you should consider yourselves lucky you've never been so close to saying thank you. All, really? President Mike, you guys are his favorites. He's proud of you, although on the other hand, if you don't do what he told you, I don't know what will happen, so inhale, run. Shouting the last thing with his quirk. At that moment, everyone came out stunned by the noise, so much so that neither Deku or Uraraka remembered that they wanted to talk and headed towards their room. Then the girl finally arrived at her room. Like everyone else, it was full of dust. Her room turned upside down, but among all the things lying around, she could see a small envelope that she didn't remember what it was. The girl picked it up and unfolded it. For Uraraka. Ochako, if you find this note, and I am well, you know, please don't spread it because it's very sad. I don't know if that's the right word, hee. Ochako, I'll go fight, I decided. I can't give up on my dream, and even less when I'm so close. Thanks for supporting me in everything. You know I hope to have a happy ending. After all, who doesn't want a happy ending? Although sometimes it's not possible, unfortunately. I hope that if you find this, it's celebrating, that the couples that have formed at UA are reunited and happy, that we have one, that we managed to recover a normal version of this if that ever existed, ha ha. God, wow, I'm nervous. I think that if 3 years ago you had told me that we would be doing this, well, I wouldn't have believed it, at least not to this magnitude. Although I suppose that is normal. After all, this is the reality in which we all live and grow. So before jumping into that war, I decided to write this in case of an untimely death, at least on my part, well, although death is not something opportune at any time. This thing about the war in which they are and I will be in a few minutes makes me reflect a little, hee hee, but well, That is the duty of a hero, isn't it? To face any situation no matter how difficult it may be, although well, I don't know why I was worried. I know that everything will turn out exactly as it should, although I have to confess something, and that is that after this war, after this fight, it doesn't matter if I die or not. The only thing I know and what I am sure of is that when I close my eyes I will think of you. Deku. The girl cried while reading the letter. The girl took out the previous note that the freckled boy gave her. Since Uraraka gave it to her, she didn't throw it away. She took good care of it, always having it with her. She tidied up her room and kept both letters in a little box where she had a picture of her with Deku when they were still boyfriend and girlfriend. The girl decided to talk to the green-haired boy, so she finished cleaning and went at full speed to the freckled boy's room. She knocked, and after a few minutes Deku opened it. What he didn't expect was the almost suffocating hug that Uraraka would subject him to, at least until she realized what she did and moved away from the boy completely red. Uraraka, boo, sorry, no, I shouldn't have. Deku, it's okay, I mean no, well, you're happy and all that, hee. Uraraka, it's just that if Kendo finds out he'll kill me, hee. At that moment the green-haired boy lowered his gaze. It still hurt. Talking to Uraraka comforted him, but the orange-haired girl was someone important to him. Uraraka noticed this and worried about her friend. Uraraka, Deku, is everything okay? Deku, yeah, well, Kendo and we're not together anymore. The news fell like a bucket of water to the girl, who did not expect that response. She did not know the reasons why they had broken up, but in her mind came the memory of the time she broke up with him. The girl clenched her fists. She was somewhat upset with the president of Class B. Uraraka had accepted their relationship, and now they come to her with that. The girl was about to go talk to the orange-haired girl, but Deku stopped her. Uraraka, no. Don't stop me, I have to talk to. Deku, I finished it, Uraraka. The girl froze again. Had she heard correctly? Her green-haired man seemed happy with the girl. What would make him change his mind? Uraraka, what did you say? Deku, I was the one who broke up with her. Uraraka, boo, but why? You looked happy after. Deku, because she deserves to be happy and her reason has returned. I can't force her to stay. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, a hero protects everyone's smile, no matter the sacrifices they make. Izuku could not continue as he received a strong slap from Uraraka that knocked him down. The surprised boy caressed his cheek while he looked at Uraraka, who had a face of clear anger, but the tears did not stop coming out. The brunette lifted the green-haired boy by the uniform shirt until he was at her height. Uraraka, crying, stop talking nonsense. Don't you think about yourself? Do you think that because you're a hero you have to sacrifice everything? You deserve to be happy too, Deku, understand? Deku, I lost her, Uraraka. I had to let her go like I lost you. Uraraka, you haven't lost me, Deku. I was an idiot. I should never have called you monster. You're not. You're my best friend, the person who supported me the most during these 3 years. The girl decided to avoid mentioning her feelings, not to avoid them. She still loved her green-haired boy, but decided that the best thing she could do now was to be friends again. Help him overcome, and if the opportunity arose, be boyfriend and girlfriend again. Deku, no, Uraraka, after all, who could love someone as destructive and stupid as me? The girl couldn't stand hearing that from the person she loved, the person who always smiled and never gave up. She wanted to tell him that he was wrong, that she still loved him, but she decided that it wasn't time yet. The best thing she could do was be with him and support him. Maybe that way they could be together again. Uraraka, you're not stupid. Yes, maybe you have a destructive power, but that was what saved us, Deku. You saved us. You are a hero. The green-haired boy looked up and was surprised, but he was even more surprised when he felt the brunette hug him tightly. Deku, Uraraka. Uraraka, so listen carefully, hero. You're not stupid and you've never lost me. I'll always be with you, understand? The boy began to shed more tears as he hugged Uraraka tightly, who after so long smiled again like before. Deku, you don't hate me? Uraraka, how could I hate my hero? The girl ignored him, but it was with that hug that Deku was able to calm down and think things through. If Kendo was happy with the person he loved, then why wasn't he? He would fight to win his brunette's love once more. Deku, you know, Uraraka, you're my hero too, thank you. So with that revelation, the best friends at the UA reconciled. Now it's just a matter of time before they become a team again, a family, and who knows, maybe even recover what they lost. Chapter 49, On the Way to Graduation, Let's Become a Family. All the boys from Class A finished tidying up their rooms. Tired, they went to eat something, but when they got to the recreation room they were greeted by a delicious smell coming from the kitchen. When they got to the dining room they could see Deku coming out of the kitchen with the Philippine that Yaoyorozu had created for him. "Deku, finally you deigned to come. I thought I would have to eat alone." "Mina, what is all this?" "Deku, well, I think food, ha ha ha." "Kirishima, but why?" "Deku, consider it a gift from me for fighting and winning." "Mineta, for us?" With exaggerated tears. "Kaminari, are you rewarding us?" "Just like Mineta." "Deku, just don't try to kill me again, lol." At the boy's comment everyone lowered their heads, but when they heard him laugh they understood that he was just playing. He didn't hold a grudge against them. After all, that was who Izuku was. Without thinking twice everyone washed their hands and went to sit down. Yaoyorozu helped Deku carry the dishes. Deku was still in the kitchen finishing the water when he heard someone open the kitchen door. The boy thought about the brunette, or the violet-haired girl, but when he turned around he could see Uraraka, who was totally red. "Deku, Uraraka, are you okay?" "Uraraka, I still feel bad. I behaved like an idiot. I ruined everything with you, Deku. I don't deserve your..." "Deku, what are you saying?" "Uraraka, you're my best friend. Besides, I was an idiot too. How are your parents?" "With everything that happened, I feel bad for you, no. Besides, I scared you and..." "Uraraka, do you want to eat with us?" "Deku, hey? What?" "Uraraka, I talked to my parents. I told them who you are and they felt bad about what happened, and they told me that they want to meet you, you and your mother. Your father was a great support." "Deku, do you think it's okay?" "Uraraka, the only way to know is to go, don't you think?" "Deku, I guess I think I'll talk to my mom about it. I don't think I can make this decision randomly, okay?" "Uraraka, of course, smiling boo, but you and I..." "Deku, you and I, what, Uraraka?" "Uraraka, I messed up, we can still..." "Deku, you'll never stop being my friend. Someone too important to me." Deku wanted to say that he still loved her, but he was too fast, and now he would do things right. He would get back the woman he loves the right way. "Deku, what do you think if you help me carry what I need?" "Uraraka, may I?" Deku, haha, sure, let's go. "Uraraka, yes." So both boys finished bringing everything to the table. Some were waiting for them, making jokes. Finally everyone was seated. Yaoyorozu elegantly touched her glass, getting everyone's attention. "Yaoyorozu, I think we can all agree that we should thank Deku for such a great banquet." "Deku, no, it's not any necessary, guys." "Mina, that's a great idea, Yamamoto. We have to thank Midori for this." "Hagakure, yes." Waving her visible bracelets. "Deku, I gave it, I mean it. Friends, you don't have to, you earned this with your effort." Yaoyorozu was about to continue arguing when they could hear someone chewing food. When they turned their eyes they could see Bakugo, who was already on the second plate. Yaoyorozu, Mina and Gaku reproached him with their eyes, but the explosive blonde couldn't care less. "Bakugo, why do you think I'm such a shitty extra?" He said he didn't want to be thanked, and besides, I'm damn hungry. Everyone laughed at the blonde's comments. The three resigned girls sat down to eat, while Deku discreetly thanked the blonde with sign language, who just raised his middle finger saying that nothing was wrong. Everyone continued eating as if nothing had happened. They made jokes and told their anecdotes about what happened on their mini vacation. Suddenly Yaoyorozu stood up and turned on the television, surprising everyone with the black-haired girl's gesture. But they were more surprised to see that they were showing a report of their fight. "Reporter, I am here at the scene where, after a few days and the collaboration between civilians, rescue personnel, the new company in charge of reconstruction and heroes, all the damages were recovered, although unfortunately the lives of both heroes and civilians cannot be recovered. Although fortunately, and despite what may have seemed like a merciless fight, I have to report that the loss remained at very low numbers. Even in Almight's fights there were more fallen. But this battle remained orderly, and all for a single boy who managed to unite everyone to fight for one thing: justice. At that time they put in fight scenes, but they started with Deku arriving at the battlefield and uniting all the heroes and prospective heroes. Deku, those who have a speed quirk establish a perimeter. I don't want any civilians or villains to approach or leave the perimeter. There are civilians trapped in the rubble. Help them and get them out of here. Also, we must not hinder the medical services. We must move them away and allow them to help the wounded. Zoom or tracking quirks help with the lost. Let's avoid casualties as much as possible. Let's work like heroes. Deku, new plan. Listen, we will stay here. Ryukyu, Abawami, Gang Orca, Best Genus command a search and rescue group. We will make sure that the fight is concentrated here so as not to harm more civilians in the crossfire. Hussy Cats lead another. We need all sectors to be well covered and the pro are the best to lead. Ryukyu, we can't leave them alone, boy. Deku, I wouldn't want either. But the situation is critical. There are still villains and some scattered nomas. I said I want to avoid casualties. I trust they are fast. Help when they are finished. Reporter, as you can see, a single boy was able to make this happen together with all the heroes. During these days of repairs, we were able to contact many civilians who were helped not only by the boy but by all the heroes who participated. We do not say pro heroes since we are referring to the students who, even without having their definitive license, have already earned the title of hero for many of us. At that moment they began to pass all the people they interviewed. Children, adults and elderly people spoke of the young heroes who saved them from certain death. Child, I was close to dying, many villains cornered us, my family was terrified, I couldn't move and then, the hero, the one with the sandy-colored hair, his hands exploded. Reporter, Lord Explosion? Child, yes. He saved me and my parents. He had a sinister smile, but he finished off the villains quickly. He is my hero. Reporter, what can you tell us about the great battle that took place a few days ago? Girl, I was too scared. There were monsters or villains everywhere. One of them saw me and started chasing me. He smiled in a strange way. The young reporter understood what he meant with that smile but said nothing out of respect for the little girl, although what she didn't expect was for the young girl's eyes to start to light up. Nah, then she arrived, my heroine, a girl with long black hair. From her stomach she took out 2 swords and attacked the villain. More villains arrived, but then she took out more weapons and defended herself. Her movements were very elegant although lethal. Reporter, Kriati is her name. Girl, she gave me hope. I hope she's okay. And so they went through several interviews with different people, not just children. All of them had thanks, names like Pinky, Froppy, Red Riot, Shoto, Sun Eater, Nijire-chan, and other names began to sound. Finally they interviewed a boy with brown hair whom Deku recognized perfectly. Reporter, little one, what's your name? Aburaim, my name is Aburaim, miss. Reporter, I understand that you were face to face with that Noma. Aburaim, yes. Takagi, I was in the ambulances providing medical service but I couldn't get through to him. I was terrified. Reporter, but someone came to your aid, right? Aburaim, yes. He's my hero. Deku went to help me despite everything. He saved my life. Takagi, the future is safe if more heroes like him are being trained right now. Reporter, do you believe that? Takagi, he saved my brother's life. I don't know where he is now, but if he's hearing this, I just want to say thank you. Aburaim, and I hope you're okay, please. Deku thinking Brad he. Bakugo, just for that shit you turned on the stupid TV? Todoroki, what did you say? Bakugo, we already know that we all helped, why see it again? Yaoyorozu, I didn't know that program was on. Deku, control yourself Kaken, at least you have a fan now despite your attitude. Bakugo, what did you say nerd, do you want to die damn it? Deku, but look, we were all known, we did what a hero would do and now we are not alone, people trust us, we just have to try hard, okay? Everyone Bakugo and Todoroki, yes. I already know that shit. Deku turned off the television and continued eating until he heard the elevator open its doors. The green-haired boy became alert, something that all his classmates noticed. The boy stood up and walked towards the recreation room with Yaoyorozu and Ida. The others stayed behind waiting. If it was an attack they would respond with force. But after a few minutes they didn't hear anything. Mina and Hagakure stood up and walked towards the recreation room, followed by the others who couldn't hold back the desire to see what was happening. In the recreation room moments before. Deku, I don't want any surprises now. Ida, what villain is so stupid as to come attack a school full of heroes? Yoyorozu, we'll find out. Deku, calm down, not everything has to be villains. At that moment the metal doors opened, completely revealing that the visitors were part of class B headed by Kendo with Tetsu at his side, Pony, Monoma, Ibara, Shishida, Tokage and Owaze, but for some reason Owaze and Tetsu had a face of few friends thing that, although noticed by the others, did not make them flinch. Momo, knowing what happened between Deku and Kendo, wanted to get ahead of the green-haired boy, but he simply pushed her aside with a simple movement and advanced next to Ida. Deku, what brings you here? Tetsu, we just wanted to see if they were alive. Deku, well, it wasn't that difficult to survive, at least they gave me time to recover. The silver-haired man understood perfectly when he spoke of giving him time. He was about to complain, but Monoma got in front of him. Monoma, I'm glad you're all grown up. Did you get my gift? Shaking his hand with his quirk active. Deku, giving the blonde a squeeze. Gift? No, I'm sorry, what was it? Monoma, trying to copy one for all but without success this. Kendo wanted to prevent this using his quirk, but it was too late. The blonde threw a punch that did land, although what they didn't expect is that the fist was stopped without any effort. Izuku had one for all activated. The green rays barely came out with almost no intensity. The freckled man was only occupying 5% and was squeezing Monoma's fist, who was smiling even though he felt a slight pain. Deku, great gift, although it lacked power. Maybe if it had gone like that. The boy charged 10% and clenched his fist. Kendo tried to stop this, but the blow wasn't directed towards the blonde, but towards an open window. The air pressure was so great that it even moved the girl's hair. At that moment, the rest of Class A and B entered the recreation room. Monoma looked at his hand with some fear because he had his quirk active and couldn't copy the boy's power. Monoma, it used to work. Deku, well, technical problems are quite common. Monoma, clown. Deku, you're not the only one with tricks, smiling, glad to see you in one piece, old man. Monoma, I say the same, how is hospital food? Deku, you never get used to it, you know? Yaoyorozu, what did Kendo come for? Kendo, as Tetsu said, we just came to see if everyone was there, and to start the last few days off well. Aways, Todoroki. Todoroki, I don't even know who you are. Deku, well, we're fine, still a little sore but far from fine. Usually I would invite you to dinner, but I assume Monoma cooks better, right? Monoma, I couldn't. Kendo, well, that makes me happy, you're right, we're leaving for now, see you guys tomorrow. Ida, of course, hee. Deku, hey Tetsu. Tetsu, what's wrong? Deku, remember what you told me before the battle? The silver-haired man nodded, he already knew what he would refine. Deku, do it and I'll make you feel a lot of pain. Uraraka, Deku? Tetsu, is it a threat? Deku, a promise. The silver-haired boy just turned his back and started walking. The boy wanted to look threatening in front of the freckled boy. He wanted him to feel that he would be the one who would protect the green-eyed girl now, but he failed. That smash in the air that Deku gave reminded him that the freckled boy was on another level. Yaoyorozu, I thought you would act tougher. Jiro-o's sad. Deku, why? Jiro, because he's retarded. Deku, Momo, did you tell him? Jiro, are you forgetting this pair? Raising his jacks. Deku, so you're spying on me? Jiro, shut up, idiot. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Deku, yes, just a little tired. Using my quirk is somewhat tiring when I don't use it. Ida, let's keep eating. Deku, yes. The boys went back to continue with their dinner, watched a few movies and went to sleep. Thus began the last days of all the third-year classes, training, theoretical classes. Everyone gave their best. Even Yaoyorozu was overwhelmed on some occasions. All the classes were the same. Hatsum managed to adjust her babies without them exploding. The UA couples had even returned promising secrecy to their teachers except one. Deku and Uraraka still did not know how to take the next step. They wanted to but simply did not dare. On the other hand, in Class B there was a new one, after outings. Consolation and the occasional fight, Kendo and Tetsu formalized their relationship in front of their friends, and in a meeting where all the classes were, that was when Class A also found out. Deku saw the couple. Kendo looked happy. That made the green-haired boy smile quietly. He had taken charge with Sato of the food and desserts. Seeing that no one was missing anything, he decided to go out for a while. All this was observed by a brunette who only saw him leave and decided to follow him. Deku, at least he looks happy, I feel better now. Uraraka, is that true? Deku, surprised you, Uraraka, since when? Uraraka, I saw you leave looking at the sky curiously, the night is very starry, hee. The green-haired man looked up, and indeed, there was nothing to prevent him from seeing the sky in all its splendor. Uraraka, I haven't seen the sky in a while. Deku, me too. Uraraka, are you really happy for Kendo? Deku, what do you mean? Uraraka, you already know Deku. Deku, yeah, if I'm honest, yes I am. I couldn't be happy with myself, but with him I could, so it's okay, right? Uraraka, and what about your own happiness? Deku, thinking, he left when you left my side, I guess. I don't know, someone once told me that happiness is always there. You just have to know how to look for it, but I don't know where to start. Uraraka, well, do you want me to help you? It'll be easier with two of us. Deku, ha, I think. Uraraka, well, I guess I have to get back to the party. The girl turned around, but before she could move further, Deku grabbed her wrist. The girl looked at him in surprise. Deku, do you want to go out with me? Uraraka, what? Deku, you heard me, do you want to go out with me? I know after what happened between us it would be awkward, but… Uraraka, I would love to say I mean yes, when? Deku, what do you think about this weekend? I promise there won't be any crashers. Uraraka, no makeshift outfits? Deku, you read my mind, so you accept? Uraraka, of course. Deku, do you have any plans? Deku, I could treat you to breakfast tonight. Uraraka, yeah. Deku, or you want me to, I don't know, Uraraka, I want what? Deku, I don't know, just, I don't know, maybe we could, or else, we can do something else, or we can if you want. Uraraka, yeah. Deku, yes? Uraraka, yes, one of those. Deku, really? Are you sure? Uraraka, Deku, I'm very sure. Deku, excellent. I mean it's good. It sounds good, Uraraka, what do you say we go inside? It's a little chilly out here, and I don't want you to run out of food. Deku, let's go, smiling. The brunette was about to move forward but felt something being placed on her shoulders. When she turned around, she could see the jacket that Deku was wearing. Uraraka, this is not necessary, Deku, I can't let you freeze, now let's go. The brunette nodded and they both entered. Throughout the party, Deku avoided any contact with Kendo or Tetsu, failing with the latter because Kirishima wanted his rematch in arm wrestling. Deku accepted and once again managed to defeat the red-haired boy, although this time he didn't use his quirk so it wouldn't seem like he cheated. But after that, Tetsu arrived. Tetsu, I came for my revenge. Deku, I'm not a store, turning his back to start walking. Tetsu, come on, man, are you afraid of losing? The comment itself wouldn't be a problem. I can handle worse insults from Bakugo. But the tone he used, that silly tone of arrogance, of mockery, made the green-haired boy stop. Uraraka immediately went to see the freckled boy, but he just smiled and turned to look at the silver-haired boy. Deku, okay, you asked for it. Tetsu, activating his quirk will be more even this way, don't you think? Deku, whatever. Tetsu, you're not going to use yours? Are you calling me weak? Deku, I don't want to hurt you. Kendo, guys, I don't think this is a good idea. Deku, it won't hurt, Vice President, I promise. Tetsu, speak for yourself. Kirishima, okay, I'll get it on 3. Tetsu understood. Kirishima, Deku bro? Deku understood Kirishima. Kirishima, okay, 1. The silver-haired boy squeezed Deku's hand tightly, but he didn't make any sign of complaint. He remained cold, serene, with a serious look but with a slight, almost imperceptible smile. Kirishima, 2. They both settled down as best they could. They were ready, staring at each other. Bakugo, 3. Bumping his fist into his palm, creating a small explosion. That's how it began. The silver-haired man exerted monumental strength, even starting to leave a small dent in the table. But the green-haired man's hand simply didn't move. It didn't even seem like he was trying. His face remained firm, but his smile was now increasingly visible to everyone, making Bakugo smile too. Bakugo, head, you're a bastard, you just play with him. Deku, excuse me, have you already started? Tetsu, damn it, take me seriously. Deku, I repeat, let it be known that you asked for it. The green-haired boy squeezed his rival's hand and began to use more force. Tetsu watched in amazement as his hand began to shake. He expected Deku's characteristic lightning to come out, but nothing. The freckled boy wasn't using his quirk. Soon Tetsu began to feel Deku's strength. The pressure with which his hand was pushed was great. He began to grit his teeth, trying to prevent his hand from giving way, but it was useless. Slowly his arm gave way. The boy of steel was about to lose, but then he felt his hand gain confidence. He opened his eyes to see how he was now the one who was pulling the balance in his favor. He was defeating the green-haired boy. Tetsu smiled confidently. Apparently Izuku was not invincible. The green-haired boy did not change his face, but soon his smile grew bigger. Only Bakunin understood why this. Uraraka only needed to see the boy's arm to understand. Deku, I hope you enjoyed it. Tetsu, what? Deku, now. The boy put all his strength. The silver-haired boy tried. With all his might he tried to counter the explosion of strength that Deku gave him, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye the freckled boy obtained a crushing victory. The blow that Tetsu's hand gave when it hit the table was loud, but more impressive was seeing how there were some slight cracks around the small hole that this collision had created. Deku, moving his arm, that was difficult but a great challenge. Keep doing your best. Tetsu just looked at his hand helplessly but smiled. Tetsu, someday I will defeat you. Deku, train more first, I told you, didn't I? It's a promise. The green-haired boy advanced towards the food table ready to eat something, but on his way he was stopped by his companions. Some of them asked him to compete against them, but he refused. Deku, I don't think luck will protect me twice, hehe, maybe later you'll like it? So the boy was able to have a normal evening. He talked with Todoroki, Ida or Yaoyorozu, although the one he talked with the most was Uraraka. After a while the party ended and everyone went to their rooms. Deku, well, it could have turned out worse. Uraraka, are you talking about that defeat? Deku, scared, stop appearing like that, will you? Uraraka, I have to polish this technique. Deku, but don't practice with me. Uraraka, understood, boss. Deku, I'm not sleepy and there are some leftover chips. Do you want to watch a movie in the arcade? Uraraka, you read my mind, come on. And so between movies and laughs they continued being the best, even winning several times as teammates. The fact that Uraraka could increase or decrease gravity was good, but now with her technique of hiding her presence made everything better. Deku hit hard, trying not to use one for all. Unchained, since he learned the hard way that using it with his teammates was getting into big trouble. Flashback. Aizawa, they have to entangle the rival, rescue mission. If they have to fight, you know how it will be. All yes. Midnight. Those who lose will take an extraordinary exam that will summarize the entire year. All shaking, why yes. Aizawa, Team A go, Midoriya, Uraraka, you will be heroes. Midnight, G-Team, Bakugo, Kirishima, already know. Kirishima, villains, I don't feel comfortable. Bakugo, shut up, fire hairs, will kill you. Kirishima, I can't say it's manly, but let's do what's necessary. And so it began. Deku for his part sent Uraraka to the roof. They would split in two. She would fight against Kirishima and he against Bakugo. The boy entered through a window and sharpened his hearing as much as he could. Deku, Jiro's quirk would be useful right now, but if I could at least hear him, I'd know the distance and do a. A slight explosion was heard in the distance. Deku, I have you 20 number 15 meters approximately. I hope so. I'm still new to this. Across the room. Jiro, is he trying to emulate my quirk? Midnight takes advantage of everyone's abilities, knows how to use their quirks because he sees how they use them. With that information, he can make a plan and try to deal with it even with his limitations. Aizawa, he has made a lot of progress. Back on the exercise. Bakugo, I already found you, you piece of shit. Deku, or maybe I found you, Kaken. Bakugo, your strength is coming out of your mouth, damn it. The blonde threw a left hook, but Deku, using Aizawa's technique, entangled his friend's fist, and using one for all in one jump, he was behind Bakugo, who saw this confused. Deku pulled the bandage hard, causing Bakugo to hit himself. Bakugo, idiot, you think you're so funny. Deku admitted, it was funny starting to run. Bakugo, don't run away, damn it. And so began a new hand-to-hand combat between both rivals. Bakugo had finally adopted a new fighting style, although Deku had a more extensive repertoire. Bakugo, damn it, come down now. Deku, no, and even less so in front of you. The blonde was fast, too fast in a few words, but still, Deku was much faster. Bakugo alternated between his AP shots and his punches. Deku, come on, Kaken, you're not going to tell me you've already given up. Bakugo, I admit it, you made me sweat. Deku, that was the oh no. Bakugo, psychopathic smile, oh yes. The ash-haired boy began to use his hero suit, which collected his sweat and stored it. Bakugo, you should have finished me off when you had the chance. Deku, don't do it. Aizawa, Bakugo, you know what will happen if you blow that up. Bakugo, I'm not stupid, sensei. I know they remodeled this place. Deku, yes, but your explosion is stronger. Bakugo, damn, it's true. The boy couldn't deflect his attack or stop it. The explosion was imminent. Aizawa was about to give the order to Deku to retreat with Kirishima and Uraraka, but the green-haired boy was faster. He advanced directly towards the explosion. Deku, let's use this and do it right for the sake of everyone, one for all. Unchained Uraraka, hold onto a pillar now. Bakugo, damn it. Deku, thunder smash. The blow was not going upwards but rather straight towards the explosion, causing the air shock to generate a force field which, when exploding, caused the energy of the explosion to be directed everywhere, distributing it, preventing the explosion from damaging the structure further, but also causing the force of the blow to slam Bakugo against the wall, embedding him in it. Deku, wow, he's stronger than I thought. I guess I'll apologize to Kaken later. Uraraka, how is everything over there? Uraraka, wait a few seconds. Deku, why? Aizawa, the heroes win. Uraraka, taking advantage of the tremor caused by the explosion, distracted Kirishima, and using her quirk increased Kirishima's gravity to the point that it was impossible for him to get up. Both boys clashed hands, but shortly after Aizawa scolded Deku because the blow had destroyed the blonde's equipment, and even with all the protection that his suit provided him, the blow was so strong that it broke some of his ribs. Even the explosion served as a buffer. Since if it had been a direct hit, the damage would have been greater. After that, Deku got a good scolding also from Recovery Girl. Flashback end. Days passed and finally the weekend arrived. The green-haired boy was getting ready quietly. He wasn't dressed formally, but he tried not to look so bad. The freckled boy was trying to brush his hair so it wouldn't get so bad. Since he was in the hospital, his hair grew, but since it didn't bother him, he didn't cut it, and after a while he ended up getting used to it. The only problem he saw was that it was hard to brush it. At least it was only so that it would go back. It wasn't excessively long, but it was at his shoulders, although the front part still looked exactly the same as before. After a few minutes he managed to get ready and went out to the sports room. Military green pants with a black t-shirt with the Almight print next to the jacket that his father had given him, and his unforgettable red tennis shoes were his outfit. When he arrived he could see Uraraka and couldn't help but blush. The girl was wearing white tennis shoes with light pink lines, black shorts. A pink blouse cake and a light jacket was what she was wearing. The girl also saw the green-haired boy and blushed a little, but they both hid it. Uraraka, you look very good, Deku. Deku, you too, Uraraka, you look very pretty. Uraraka, I'm still surprised you let your hair grow. Deku, same as me, hee, but I got used to it. Uraraka, okay, let's go. Deku, hee, yeah. Both boys went out and began to talk about various topics, until they arrived at a square. The day was sunny, warm, perfect for an outing without problems. The boy bought a drink while Uraraka a cotton candy. Both talked quietly until they saw some swings, and as if they were small children they ran towards them. They rocked slightly until Uraraka turned to look at the sky and her face changed to something between seriousness and what seemed melancholy. Deku understood that perfectly and decided to talk. Deku, is everything okay, Uraraka? Uraraka, I think so, I just feel confused. Deku, confused? Why? Uraraka, what will become of us in the future? Deku, I guess heroes, right? Uraraka, I mean, how will we face it? Our graduation is just days away and I don't know how we could handle it. In fact, we don't know what will happen to us after we graduate. We will be professional heroes, but what is the next step? Deku then became thoughtful. It was true, they had been trained to be heroes. They had been taught techniques, how to handle themselves in different scenarios, to work as a team, but nothing more. They did not know what would become of them when they got out. Deku, well, I guess you still have to find an agency, right? Uraraka, well, yes, but at least you already have Sir Night Eye, and I remember when we chose our hero names, Kyuka said that many heroes are nothing more than simple helpers, and I'm scared. I'm afraid that will. The brunette began to tremble. She hugged her legs. Tears threatened to come out, but they stopped when she felt Deku's arms surround her in a hug and the green-haired man's chin rested on her head. Deku, you have the Ryukyu agency, remember? You and Tsuyu already have a position secured there, and if you can't come with me, maybe Night Eye's agency won't take me all the time. Mirio might kick me out to see how I do. Uraraka, I don't think that will happen, he likes you. Deku, yes, but it is an option. Also, if that happens, it will be difficult for me, but I think that maybe I could follow in All Might's footsteps and found my own agency. Uraraka, do you always have to think about everything? Deku, that's what I do, but anyway, if I ever found my own agency, do you want to come with me? Together we could do a better job. Uraraka, yes. Deku, the future seems uncertain for now, but you know, I once heard a phrase from someone and I think it suits us well. Uraraka, what phrase? Deku, yesterday is history, the future is a mystery, but today is a gift, that's why it's called the present. I say yes, many things can happen in the future, but what do you think about enjoying these days together while they happen? Uraraka, tell me that phrase wasn't on a fortune cookie. Deku, I'll leave you with the mystery, now come on. A new movie is coming out today and I want to see it. Uraraka, are we thinking about the same movie? Deku, I think so, let's go. Uraraka, jumping off the swing, let's go. Both boys started running until they got into a square where there was a movie theater. Quickly, Deku bought the tickets and Uraraka the food. They met and entered the room. Shortly after, they came out making jokes or comments about the movie until they heard a woman start screaming. Woman, help, that man is stealing my son. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, stay here, I promise not to be long. Uraraka, but it can be dangerous. Deku, I'm a hero, I won't just stand by and watch. The chestnut took a while but knew that time was of the essence. Uraraka, go. Deku, I won't let you down. Uraraka, you've never done it. The green-haired man was covered by his characteristic rays. Deku, 100%. The girl stopped looking at the green-haired boy. He moved at a speed impossible to see with the naked eye. Only a green blur could be seen. The boy headed towards the villain, pushing off the ceiling and landing using a lesser amount of force and one for all so as not to get seriously hurt. Deku, give me the child and you won't get hurt. Villain, you're not a hero, you can't stop me. Deku, let it be known that I warned you. The boy lunged at full speed, hitting the villain in the stomach, throwing him a few meters back. Deku took the child before hitting so the little one was safe. Izuku handed the little one to the mother who thanked the young hero. After a few seconds, Uraraka met with the Deku, did I do it right? Uraraka, it's not me you should ask. Deku, do you want to go back to the academy? Uraraka, I don't want Aizawa to scold us, hee. Deku, either do I. Both boys started walking back to the academy, both laughing openly and talking without much problem. Uraraka, so you were a coach? Deku, the boy asked me for training. I couldn't ignore his request. Uraraka, at this rate you'll become a UA professor. Deku, with difficulty I taught a small group. I won't be able to control 20. Uraraka, it was just a joke. Finally they arrived at the dorms where the rest of the night nothing much happened. Some fights between Mineta and Bakugo where the poor dwarf had no chance and flew out of a window, or a light breakdance showed that Mina taught her friends. After that everyone went to sleep. The next day classes continued normally within what was possible for a school of heroes. Training and studies were the only thing that occupied their day, so a few weeks passed, even with other small dates between brunette and green-haired, until Aizawa made the big announcement. Aizawa, listen, we have already solved the structural, educational and social problems, so we have covered the curriculum. We only have one more thing to do with you. Mina, yes. Finally, I'd been waiting for this for days. Aizawa, I can still fail you, so shut up and sit down. Mina, scared, yes sir. Aizawa, as I was saying before being childishly interrupted, I'm happy to confirm it, guys, your graduation will be soon. At that moment Class 3A burst into screams, except for 3 people, Deku, Todoroki and Bakugo. The class celebrated happily but was silenced by Aizawa. Aizawa, I wouldn't celebrate much if I were you. Here comes my favorite part of the day with a grim smile. Mineta, curse. Kaminari, that doesn't mean anything good. Aizawa, these are their last days, but that also means that while everyone is planning their graduation I have to grade them, check if they are eligible to graduate, and guess what that will be like. Bakugo, oh please don't buck with me. Aizawa, I will review your knowledge. It will be 2 weeks where I will give you written and physical exams that will contain everything you have already seen during these 3 years at UA. Todoroki, you must be joking. Aizawa, have I ever done it? I'll push you to the limits of your abilities. Please don't die. Sato, how can you ask us that? Aizawa, because I trust you, because I've seen you grow for 3 years here and you've never disappointed me, because you are my students, my offspring, and now it's time for you to show what you're made of, understand? Oh yes, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, show who you are. Oh yes, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, and guys, you've always been my favorites. A few simple words, but coming from someone like him, filled everyone with energy. They wouldn't fail for anything in the world. So after that announcement, everyone started studying like crazy, taking out their old books, notes, everything they could use to reinforce their knowledge. The noisy class now seemed busier studying than anything, but one night before their exam week began, a doubt arose. Mineta, what if we fail? Bakugo, shut up, you little shit. Todoroki, have you not studied enough, or do you doubt your abilities? Mineta, it's not that, it's just that so much has happened. This exam will define our careers, don't you feel the pressure? Wrong words at the wrong time. With just that everyone's spirits went down. The dwarf was somewhat right. There was an enormous pressure. A single mistake and everything would fail. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling the pressure and disappointment, but then a smile lit up the dark room, accompanied by a tray full of snacks and water. The sound of ice hitting the glass made everyone look up. Deku was standing there smiling like only he knew how. Mina, Midori, are you okay? Hagakure, normally you'd be the one dying of nerves. Deku, yes, but not today, and do you know why? Todoroki, time for another motivational speech? Deku, something like that. Guys, I know you. I've spent 3 years with you. I've fought alongside you and against you, and I know what you're capable of for you to give up now. Kaminari, but Mineta is right. One mistake and we could fail. Deku, and why think about mistakes? Kaminari, because that's what many of us have. Deku, yes, but nobody is perfect. We are humans. We have the right to fail. You know something, when our fight was I felt horrible, because I had made a huge mistake, fighting against you, hurting my friends, my family. But then I understood, or rather I learned, that sometimes the only way to heal wounds is to make peace with the demons that caused it. There are things that we cannot understand, and you know what we have to do. Well, there is no choice but to accept them and learn from them, make our weaknesses our strengths, because yes, moments are approaching where we will be under enormous pressure. We can call them dark moments maybe, but those moments of darkness and gas may well be of faith, moments where either we all unite as a family or we fall apart. Graduation is approaching, and leaving UA, each one of us will play an important role in the heroic society, both as a professional hero or assistant. I know we all want to be pro-heroes, but then the only thing we have to do is ask ourselves a question. What role do we want to have after this? Everyone stared at the freckled man, who looked at everyone with a serene face and a slight smile. Then Yaoyorozu, along with Mina and Hagakure, stood up energetically. Yaoyorozu, it's true guys, we have to make an effort, we have to give our best. Aizawa trusts us and we have to respect that. Let's give our best. Mina, don't give up, we will only fail if we give up. Hagakure, it's just an exam, we had several throughout this time, we have to show that none of it was in vain. Deku, show that nothing and no one is going to stop us, understood? All yes. And so with their spirits up again, the boys continued studying. They even helped each other. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Deku, Bakugo and Tsuyu supported everyone who had doubts. The boys stayed up late, but when they decided to stop was when they felt ready. Class A would overcome the challenges that came ahead together, as a team, as a family. Chapter 50. We did it! UA graduation party. And after an intense study session, the whole class was ready, so ready to endure everything they went to sleep. The next morning everyone waited patiently for their teacher, who upon entering was a little surprised to see the look of determination of his students. He thought that at least they would be a little trembling, but nothing. The kids waited for their exams calmly. Aizawa, I'm glad you're not nervous, especially you Mineta. I thought you'd be trembling with fear. Mineta, that's a great offense. Aizawa, but well, we're all here now, so it's time to. Mina, interrupting Aizawa-sensei talking with some of my classmates, I thought that maybe. Aizawa, do you want to have your own farewell party? Mina, how did you know? Aizawa, easy, it was you who got up to ask permission. I know you, Mina. The pink-haired girl didn't say anything because the black-haired boy was right. Mina, so he will give us permission? Aizawa, you think you can organize everything? I told you, didn't I? These tests will be exhaustive. Hagakure, with all due respect, sensei, we could not call ourselves heroes or your students without overcoming this challenge. Mina, plus we study a lot, this will be a piece of cake. Kaminari, also, we will all cooperate, we are a very united team. Aizawa, surprised, are you sure? At that moment, a large part of Class A began to support the pink-haired girl's proposal, who smiled triumphantly. Aizawa, okay, silence. Activating his quirk, fine, you have permission to do so, although. Kaminari, not again. Aizawa, it will have to be Saturday in 2 weeks. Mina, in 2 weeks? Hagakure, that's 1 day before our graduation. Aizawa, exactly, didn't they say a hero can do anything? Prove it. Mina, I accept the challenge. Aizawa, not just you, everyone accepts? All yes. Aizawa, don't die then, smiling grimly. And with that challenge imposed, Class A began their week of exams, each one more difficult than the last, but even so they asked to accommodate to organize their party. They knew that Deku would cook. They also asked permission to use the gym. Yaoyorozu helped with the decorations. The music would be in charge of Jiro, but there was a problem. Jiro, Tokoemi, are you seriously not going to play? Tokoemi, sorry, you're all very bright, but my darkness is so great, you'll be swept away by it. And Kaminari, you just want to spend time with Tsuyu, right? The dark boy looked at the blonde with a serious face. Tokoemi, wretch, yes, I promised him we would be together at the party. Jiro, incredible, this is magnificent, I guess there's no other option. Tokoemi, thank you for understanding. And saying this, the bird boy left the place. Jiro could do nothing but fall on the stage, completely discouraged. Kaminari knew what he had to do and sat next to her. Kaminari, taking his hand. Hey, calm down, you'll solve this. Jiro, and how do you want me to do it, genius? No one in the group knows how to play an instrument, and it would take time to teach them, time that we certainly don't have. Kaminari, seeing it this way, we have everything against us, but… Jiro, but what? We just can't do anything else, we're ruined. I don't even know why I agreed to do this. Kaminari, hey, you're being very harsh. Jiro, shut up. Kaminari, come on, at least let me finish what? Jiro, shut up. Don't you hear it? Kaminari, hear what? Your complaints? Jiro, no, you big idiot music. Kaminari, I don't have your… Jiro, follow me. The violet-haired girl pulled her boyfriend and they started walking. Jiro had a very wide hearing range. He could guide himself by that. Soon Kaminari also heard it. The sound came from the bedrooms. Without making any noise, they located the place where it came from. Deku's room. Jiro facepalmed himself. Jiro, how could I be so forgetful? He knows how to play the guitar. Kaminari, it's true, at the festival, problem solved. Just tell him to touch. Jiro, shut up or he'll hear us. Kaminari, well, it's worth it if you tell him. Jiro, no, I'll tell him tomorrow. According to him, there's no one in the dorms, that's why he's rehearsing. Inside the freckled boy's room, he was playing Europa by Carlos Santana. The boy had his headphones on listening to a guitarless track of the song while he practiced. Deku, thinking, great, I thought I had already forgotten her. The couple decided to leave the boy alone. They already knew who to ask to play with them. The next day was the physical exam. They had to go around without using their quirk and with weights on their legs. Aizawa, well, this exam is to check how well you develop your movements. Remember that not all your life will depend on your quirks, so run. The boys started running at full speed. The weights slowed them down, but they all had a good pace. They were strong and were not going to let simple weights defeat them. On the boys' side, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima and Ito were in the lead, while among the women the fastest were Mina, Tsuyu, Jiro and Uraraka, but without a doubt the one who surpassed them by far was Deku, who, despite the weights they gave him for the exam, he was wearing his sportswear that Hatsum had made and modified for him. The boy still managed to surpass everyone, including Ida, who looked at his partner in amazement like everyone else, while Bakugo just smiled. Bakugo, show off. Deku, passing by Ida on your left. Ida, what? The freckled boy ran away from his partner, who was watching him. The blue-haired man knew that if he used his quirk he could overcome him quickly, but that meant that Izuku would also use it, and the situation would become more complicated for the speedster. But Deku turned around again, and was passing by his friend. Deku, on your left. Ida, I understand, on your left, how funny, Midoriya. The freckled boy smiled and without losing his rhythm continued with his exam. It was already the last lap. The boy quickly surpassed his companions and was dangerously close to Ida, who upon seeing Deku began to run faster without using his quirk, but Deku was catching up with him. Ida, no, don't even think about saying it. Deku, with a smile, on your left, walking away. Ida, it's wait. Aizawa, the exam is over, rest. The defeated and exhausted blue-haired boy went to sit on a tree. Deku, should I call recovery girl? Ida, the good thing is that I don't need new lungs yet. Deku, come on, get up, friend. Ida, that's crazy, you traveled I don't know how many kilometers and you don't look that tired. Deku, yes, and that's why I arrived late. Ida, late? That's a disgrace to you. Now you have to take another turn. Have you already taken it? Surely you've already taken it. Uraraka, Deku, that was amazing. How did you manage to beat everyone? Mina, tell the truth, Midori, you were cheating, right? Deku, what cheat? He also had weights like you. Well, he had more weight than you. Hagakure, what do you mean? Ida, don't tell me that. The freckled boy took off the exam weights and slowly took off his sports shirt and then let it fall on the floor. The garment made a loud noise as it fell and raised a light curtain of dust. The boy took off his wristbands and also let them fall. The weight did the same as with the shirt. The same thing happened with the tennis shoes when he took them off. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Siro, what is that? Kirishima, That's not clothes. Deku, ha ha ha, of course it is. Mineta tried to lift the shirt, but it seemed to be an incredible effort. He managed to lift it a little, and then gave up letting it fall. Mineta, this is definitely not clothes. Deku, haha, yes it is. It's a training outfit that Hatsum made for me. It looks like normal fabric, but both the shirt and the wristbands and tennis shoes have a weight. They are designed to increase when I can move more freely. I suppose they should be updated soon. Kirishima and Kaminari lifted the wristbands, which did have their weight. The boys' faces denoted the effort they were making. They moved them a little in their hands and then dropped them. Kirishima, man, you're crazy. Kaminari, look, carrying all that, I would already be dead. Deku, haha, you get used to it over time drinking water. Aizawa, if you've rested enough, go to the classroom, time for the second exam. All yes. Deku, well, Ida, that was fun, thanks for the race if you call that a race. Ida, oh, is that how it is? Deku, yes, that's how they are, ha ha ha. Ida, when you want a real race. Deku, someday after this. That's how the exams of that day passed, each one more difficult than the last, although a certain violet-haired girl was just waiting to talk to the boy. Finally, after waiting, she was finally able to intercept him on the way to her room. Jiro, hey Midoriya. Deku, what? Who? It's you, Jiro, what's wrong? Jiro, where are you going? Deku, to my room, I guess, hee hee, why? Jiro, are you going to practice? Deku, what? You how? Jiro, raising his jacks. Deku, I understand, well yes, I'll play this, you know, to de-stress, then I'll start training and then I'll think about what to cook for the party. Jiro, that's right, you'll cook. Deku, together with Sato, he will make the desserts. Jiro, yes. Deku, Jiro, is everything okay? You seem strange. Jiro, do you miss me? And not at all. Deku, did Kaminari do something to you? Jiro, what? No, he hasn't done anything to me. In fact, I wanted to talk to you. Jiro, I. Deku, what's wrong? Are you sure it's not Kaminari? Jiro, will you play with us at the party? Deku tried to understand what his partner was saying. At first he thought she was making fun of him, but after seeing how her gaze remained fixed he knew she was honest. Deku, are you serious? Jiro, seriously, what are you saying, big guy? Deku, no. And saying this the boy went into his room, closing the door, leaving a surprised Jiro, but a smile formed on her face. Jiro, we'll see. The freckled man practiced for a while with his guitar while thinking about the violet-haired girl's proposal. Deku, no, I'm not that crazy, it was just a one-time thing. The boy practiced for a while longer and then started practicing as he said. Finally he started looking at cooking recipes. Deku, should I cook something for everyone or should I prepare different dishes for each taste? Uraraka, what do you think so much, Deku? Deku, Uraraka, hello, I'm thinking about what to do for the party. Uraraka, right, do you have any plans? Deku, I'm working on it, but... Uraraka, but what? The girl turned to see Deku, who was looking at the bar, the small window that overlooks the dining room, and found Jiro, who had his base and a small cardboard box that said, "Play with us." Uraraka, what is that? Deku, it's going to be a long week. And so it was. Every day was the same for the boy. He woke up and listened to Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, among other great bands at full volume, Black Knight, Whole Lotta Love, Paranoid, Black Dog. He cooked to the rhythm of all those songs. He couldn't help but dance while cooking or train to the rhythm of TNT. He swept the kitchen while recreating the solo Welcome to the Jungle, although every time he went out he found Jiro with a triumphant smile. Jiro, nice music, don't you think? Deku, I won't do it. Jiro, you'd be a great musician for a day. Deku, I have too many things to think about. The boy had no problems in his exams or when he spoke with Uraraka, but Jiro's constant attempts paid off. The boy practiced like crazy in his room without caring if they heard him. On several occasions he had to endure multiple threats from Bakugo. Bakugo, will you shut up, you piece of shit? On weekends he was chased by Kaminari and Jiro, who brought a tape recorder playing Thunderstruck, Iron Man among other songs at full volume. Jiro, you can't avoid it forever. Deku, as this week passes, of course. Jiro, let's go Midoriya. Deku, don't insist because I won't do it. But everything has a weak point. Deku couldn't stand it, and faced the violet-haired girl who smiled triumphantly. Deku, why do you insist so much? Jiro, because you're the only one who plays the guitar and I wouldn't have to teach him constantly, it would just be a few rehearsals. Deku, you have your full band. Jiro, playing with his jacks, not really. Deku, what do you mean? Jiro, Tokoyami abandoned us. He said he would be spending the holiday with Tsuyu, which I think is noble, and since Kaminari and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, we wouldn't have to separate. Bakugo has Kami, but she won't be there, and well, you. Deku, me what? Raising his eyebrow. Jiro, you are the only single one who wouldn't put up any objections. Deku, I'll put one, I have to bring the food. Jiro, everyone will help you with that. Deku, I have to. Jiro, come on, I know you don't have to do anything. Deku, that was cruel. Jiro, one of my best qualities, thanks. Deku, and what do I win? Jiro, my gratitude, that of the people, and perhaps that of Uraraka. Deku, don't even say it. Jiro, please, you know this would benefit you a lot, it's your chance to get back with her. Deku, I don't even know if she. Jiro, you must be either very blind or very stupid not to realize it, and you know sometimes I think it's the second one. Deku, you make another joke like that and I'm leaving. Jiro, okay, sorry, but I'm right. This could be your chance to fix everything with her. Deku, sigh, after this you won't ask me again, understood? Jiro, clear as water. Deku, gather your team, I'll go with you, you better hope it's not a waste of time. Jiro, you sound like Bakugo. The violet-haired girl was happy and excited, but she managed to hide it perfectly. She took out her phone and called the blonde, informing him to bring Bakugo. When she arrived at the gym, she found all the instruments ready as well as the missing members. Bakugo, I can't believe they convinced you. Deku, it's not nice that they insist, even though he begged me a lot. Kaminari, consider yourself lucky, don't even beg me. Jiro, it's usually you who begs me. Deku, okay, what do you want us to play? Jiro, I have a list that is both busy and quiet at the same time. Bakugo, I don't know how that's possible. Deku, what songs do you have in mind? Jiro, we could start with a treat, how about We Will Rock You? Deku, a good choice. Jiro, but it will be the Queen on Air version. Deku, who told you? Jiro, I know how much I wanted to touch her. Deku, okay, which one else? Jiro, Every Breath You Take. Deku, it's not so bad, we could alternate the songs and leave that one for them to dance to. Jiro, it's a good option, we won't be on stage all the time but it's appreciated. Bakugo, I thought you didn't care about this crap. Deku, who says I can't have an opinion? Kaminari, we were also thinking about playing Come On Eileen. Deku, if you sing it I'll leave. Jiro, do you have an option we can include? Deku, you want something exciting? Helter Skelter. Jiro, that's a good idea. Kaminari, may I make a suggestion? Deku, you're the boyfriend, not me. Kaminari, I was thinking maybe we could play Take On Me. Jiro, I was in charge of the vocals in some choirs, except for Queen's. Deku, it's okay. Jiro, do you have something in mind? Deku, who, me? Jiro, no, the pointing behind the green-haired man. The boy turned around just like Kaminari and Bakugo, but behind him there was nothing. Jiro, oh, it can't be, yes, you Midoriya, what do you have in mind? Deku, I'm at 0. Bakugo, I don't want to miss a thing. Jiro, did you say something? Bakugo, don't make me repeat it, damn bored. Deku, I thought you had already forgotten her. Jiro, do you know her? Deku, and who doesn't but Bakugo, tell me what Kami? Kaminari, Kami? Bakugo, Act damn, I invited her, okay? Stop bucking around. Deku, who would have thought, the evil Muslim got sentimental on us. Kaminari started laughing uncontrollably while Bakugo's forehead vein popped out, but… Jiro, you don't have to get angry, Bakugo. It was good that you invited her, it seems that you two are happy. The blonde was surprised by the comment but accepted that Jiro was right, so he relaxed. Bakugo, do you have any ideas, nerd? We've all already given options. Deku, I have too. Bakugo, don't be demanding either, damn it. Jiro, understood, leave it, a deal is a deal, what are they? Deku, they are and… Bakugo, damn, I get it, okay, I guess I can help you this time. Kaminari, I got lost. Jiro, it's not unusual for you giving him a quick kiss, let's go rehearse. Deku, okay, that was weird. Bakugo, get a hotel, will you? Jiro, shut up, idiot, your place is already there. So they started rehearsing. Now the green-haired boy's afternoons were too busy, but with Uraraka's help he was able to find a way to cook for everyone, taking into account their tastes. Now he had to wait less. The boy rehearsed with Jiro's small band and practiced his cooking with Uraraka and sometimes with Yaoyorozu. The exams were complicated but nothing they couldn't answer if they paid attention. Logical questions, some tricky or with traps. But even Mineta, Sato, Mina and Kaminari were able to answer them. So the exam time passed. Finally Friday arrived. The boys were finishing their last test of the day. Aizawa, well, you did a great job, believe me when I tell you that you surprised me. Tsuyu, are you okay, sensei? Siro, he looks more tired than usual. Aoyama, it's not as shiny anymore. Aizawa, yeah, it's just that I'm exhausted, I'm reviewing their exams daily. Kirishima, that's for men though. Uraraka, are you sure you can? Ida, you are our head teacher and you are the one who will accompany us at graduation. Aizawa, believe me when I say that I will be fine and ready for that day. Now I just have to tell you one thing. Mina, congratulations on being the best group and getting through this week of torture? Is everyone getting 10? Aizawa, very funny but no, I'll see you here tomorrow first thing in the morning. Mina, AA first hour? Hagakure, why? Aizawa, I decided that before I let them go to their party, I'll give them one last test. Bakugo, last exam? Don't buck with me. Todoroki, Professor, with all due respect, we're done this week, at least tell us what it's about. Aizawa, I'll just tell you this, just one question, there is no wrong answer, just one that comes from the heart. Deku, that doesn't have. Mineta, it doesn't make any sense. Aizawa, you'll see it tomorrow, it will only be one question, as you answer you can leave, understood? No one in the classroom responded, they simply did not trust their teacher's words. Aizawa, understood? Activating his quirk. All yes, Aizawa-sensei. And so the whole class A left the classroom in a hurry while the black-haired boy began to grade their tests with a slight smile. Aizawa, they really are amazing. Time for a penultimate rehearsal, to start preparing what takes the longest to cook, to plan well how they would decorate, to think about where they would put the sound equipment and the instruments as well as the tables and chairs. The whole Class A worked as a team until not too late they finished everything. Each one went to their room after the dinner that Deku prepared for them. In the end only the green-haired boy stayed cleaning the table, but he heard a noise coming from the recreation room. When he looked out he found Uraraka watching television. Deku, wow, you surprised me, Uraraka, what are you doing here? Uraraka, Deku? Sorry, they were showing a movie and I stayed here, I thought you had already gone to sleep. Deku, no, I stayed cleaning the dining room. Uraraka, do you need help? Deku, and your movie? Uraraka, I'm done even though part 2 is coming up. I want to watch it but I know we have an exam. Deku, you have to see it, which one is it? Uraraka, The Night of the Demon, Chapter 2. Deku, sounds interesting, I've finished the dining room, should I bring something to drink and snacks? Uraraka, it would be great but let me help you. Deku, sure? Uraraka, yes, 2 of us are faster. Deku, if you say so. At that moment, Deku put his hand on the girl's hair and began to ruffle it, messing it up, and then ran away. Uraraka, come here, Izuku Midoriya. Deku, you won't catch me alive. The girl chased the green-haired man into the kitchen where she cornered him, and she also messed up his hair after subduing him with a key. Deku, hey, I have longer hair, that's unfair. Uraraka, and we're even. Now let me help you up. The girl helped the green-haired boy, but he slipped, pushing Uraraka, but before she fell, Deku managed to grab her by the waist and head, but this made both of them very close to each other. Both boys looked straight into each other's eyes while a blush was slightly present on their faces. Deku, Okakeo. Uraraka, Izuku. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka, I think so, how about you? Deku, well, my heart is beating like crazy, but I'm sure it's because of the race though. Their faces were getting closer and closer. The boys felt each other's breathing until the sound of the screamer coming from the movie made them get scared and jump a little, although this made them both end up falling on the ground. Deku, I definitely felt that. Uraraka, me too, hehe. Deku, are we going to see the movie? Uraraka, I follow you. The boys brought their things and started watching the movie, both snuggled up next to each other. Uraraka, you know, according to Mina, watching horror movies is romantic. Deku, what would be romantic about that? Uraraka, I asked him the same thing and he told me it was romantic because he imagined her watching a movie with Kirishima, hugging, she knew he would protect her. Deku, okay, but who protects him? Ha! The brunette laughed a little at the green-haired boy's joke. The movie ended and they both went to their rooms. Deku outside the girls' room, well, Uraraka, it was fun, see you tomorrow. Uraraka, if you're right, see you tomorrow, Izuku, and good luck. Deku, we all tried hard, I don't think we'll fail at the last moment. The girl was unaware of what she was doing in her sleep, so she attracted the green-haired boy and kissed him on the cheek. Uraraka, consider it good luck. Deku also couldn't think clearly. He approached the brunette and kissed her on the forehead. Deku, I know you'll get it. The boy walked away from the brunette's room, who closed the door. The next day, everyone was in their classroom, totally nervous, but finally Aizawa came out to greet them. Aizawa, well, it's time for your last challenge, brats. Time to go inside. Tozos, yes. They entered, sat down, and their teacher handed them a sheet of paper, gave the order, and when they turned the sheet over, they only found exactly one question. Why do they want to be heroes? Everyone saw the question and then their teacher, who just looked at them calmly. Aizawa, I told you it would only be one, do it and deliver it. It seemed easy, but the boys thought of an answer. It wasn't as simple as saying, because I want to, because I was doing a good job. Each of them had their own motivation. Suddenly images began to play between them, what had marked them for 3 years. Tsuyu and Uraraka thought about their internship with Ryukyu, but also about their confrontation against the Yakuzas, against the League of Villains. Each one was soon filled with the necessary determination and began to write. Soon they began to hand in their exams except Deku, who was still thinking about what to write until. All heroes have stories from their youth, and there's something they all have in common. Their bodies moved before they could realize it. That's exactly what happened to you, right? You can be a hero. You continue. I'm so proud of you, son. Come home, Izuku, you're my hero. You are the best of us. Izuku couldn't think anymore. He had the answer in front of him, and now he would write it down. A hero is someone who doesn't seek glory. He's someone who knows what's wrong and fights against it. He's someone who, if he sees an injustice, he'll fight to fix it, and I want to be the one who fights for justice. I want to be the one who helps people and shows them that they can live in this world smiling. I want to be the beacon that lights up this dark world, the one who guides people towards a better future. The boy smiled and went to his teacher, giving him the test. Aizawa, ready, kid, you can go. Deku, thanks teacher, see you on Sunday. The green-haired boy went to his room, but before he could get there he felt something wrap around his wrists and pull him. Deku, if you want me to play, I need my guitar. Jiro, I know, now come. The green-haired boy was dragged to the arcade where he found Uraraka. Deku, Uraraka, help me. Uraraka, sorry Deku. The girl touched the boy, removing his gravity. Jiro tied him to the leg like a balloon and Mina put a blindfold on him. Deku, guys, this isn't funny anymore. It's 9 and the party starts at 4. We don't have much time. Jiro, we have enough now, stop complaining. Mina, ha ha ha, Midori, you look like a balloon. Deku, put me down. Jiro, okay, Uraraka, put it down. The girl deactivated her quirk and poor Deku fell hard on the ground. Deku, I didn't mean that exactly, but thanks. The boy stood up and removed the blindfold only to see in front of him the case of a new guitar. Jiro, you said you wanted your guitar, right? Well, there you have it. Deku, but this isn't mine, guys, it's new. Jiro, yes, and it's yours. Deku, it's wait, what? No, obviously I can't accept it. Jiro, if you don't, you'll break Yamamo's heart. Deku, but no, come on guys, I just can't, it's AA. The boy was excited, but he couldn't just accept it and take it, he felt it wasn't right. Deku, it's an Apian Epiphone. Jiro, it's a new Epiphone Casino. Deku, but I can't, this costs too much and I. Yaoyorozu, look, I don't know much about musical instruments, but I can say that you deserve it. Deku, no, I just can't, friends. Uraraka, Deku, actually, it wasn't just Yaoyorozu who bought it, some of us cooperated. Deku, Uraraka, you? Uraraka, hee, yeah, I hope you don't mind. Yaoyorozu, me too. Jiro and me. Todoroki, training at the gym, me too. Bakugo, either you accept it or I'll make sure it dawns on you at lunch tomorrow, understood? Deku Kaken. Jiro, it means he also put in his own money. Uraraka, please accept. Deku, I guess there's no other choice, right? Feigning disinterest. Jiro, stop pretending, I know you're excited. Deku, it's true. Taking the guitar now, everyone out except those who are going to play. Uraraka, wait, what? We've never heard your rehearsals, I want to hear. Deku, no, I want it to be a surprise. Yaoyorozu, oh come on please. Bakugo, get out. Making explosions. Jiro, please Yamamo. Kaminari, running in, I'm here. Wait, have they already given you the guitar? I wanted to be there. Bakugo, and I thought Deku was stupid, go get your damn instrument, or I'll blow your head off. Uraraka, I really can't hear them? Deku, it's a surprise, but I swear it will be worth it. Uraraka, I trust you then. Everyone left the gym but Todoroki, entering by surprise, hey, what do you think will take a long time? Deku, only makes me love Todoroki. Todoroki, I didn't know you liked that song. Deku, sigh, it won't take long, just half an hour, I still have to finish preparing. Todoroki, it's okay, I know you'll make it, friend. After that small interruption they continued rehearsing, everyone did their best to finish on time and they did. Deku in support of Sato, Shoji Kashima, Todoroki and Bakugo brought the food and what was missing, the decorations were already in place and the guests were already arriving, Class B, General Courses, Support Course. Everyone was happy and comfortable, everything worked perfectly, there were no fights or anything that would ruin things, it was a time when even couples could be together without anyone bothering them, we could see Hatsum and Ida dancing happily, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu sitting eating some snacks. Jiro and Kaminari talking while listening to music, Tsuyu and Tokoemi walked hand in hand, Kendo and Tetsu were also talking at one of the tables with all their friends. Suddenly a smoke grenade caught their attention. Kendo, what is this? Yaoyorozu, thank you all for coming. We've been through a lot these past 3 years and… Mina, snatching the microphone from Yaoyorozu, let the show begin. Tonight we'll rock out to the beat of good music. Some people started to make some noises of jubilation, some applause was heard. Mina, now it's time to introduce our great band, the winner of the Primero Cultural Festival, Jiro and his band. The violet-haired girl walked seriously to the microphone, although a certain nervousness was noticeable in her. Jiro, thanks for that, Mina. Well, I hope you're ready for this. We didn't prepare it in vain, believe me. Explosions in the drums courtesy of Bakugo alerted everyone. Bakugo, I really love playing the drums. Jiro, and we have a surprise for everyone, on the guitar and as a new member at least for today, Izuku Midoriya. The light shone on the green-haired man who proudly used his epiphone. Jiro, and now let the fun begin. Deku started to play a strum that no one recognized. Soon after, Bakugo seconded him with some strong hits. Jiro, I hope you help us with the choirs. Deku, buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise. Playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place, singing. We will rock you. We will rock you. Everyone helped in that powerful chorus. The green-haired man's powerful voice was present throughout the song. Everyone was unaware of this facet in which Deku could sing in a rude way. The song after a few minutes came to an end and everyone began to applaud. Deku, taking a breath, well that could have turned out worse, ha ha ha. People started to cheer for another song. The boys didn't make themselves beg, and after a few jokes a little riff was heard that everyone recognized perfectly. Deku, finished with my woman cause she couldn't help me with my mind. People think I'm insane because I am frowning all the time. All day long I think of things but nothing seems to satisfy. Think I'll lose my mind if I don't find something to pacify. Can you help me, occupy my brain? Paranoid by Black Sabbath at full volume. Either Yaoyorozu nor Todoroki were great connoisseurs of the genre, but in the case of the black-haired girl, being Jiro's best friend made her become a little adept at the style of music, while the bicolors simply enjoyed it. In Class B almost everyone was turned on by the great musical class they had in front of them except Ibra, who was not a big fan but still enjoyed it. On the other hand, Kendo and Tetsu did enjoy the power of the song with all their being, although the orange-haired girl still hurt to see her ex knew how to control herself. Soon the song came to an end and it was all applause for the band, who was already beginning to get tired but did not give up on their attempt to achieve that even if it was cold they would manage to warm up the atmosphere with good music. Jiro, let's start the mess. The crowd began to follow with shouts and applause. Deku already knew what was coming, so he started. The crowd began to move to the rhythm of Helter Skelter, and then continued with Black Dog, TNT and the Pretender to close. Then came Bakugo with a facet that nobody knew, with Jiro on the piano and Deku on the guitar. Bakugo, I could stay awake just to hear you breathing. Watch you smile while you are sleeping. While you're far away dreaming. I could spend my life in this sweet surrender. I could stay lost in this moment forever. Every moment spent with you is a moment I treasure. Don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep. 'Cause I miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. And if the blonde was about to lose hope that Cammy would arrive, it would be Cammy herself who would give it back to him, because it was at the beginning of the chorus when the girl ran into the gym and was surprised to see her boyfriend sing a song that meant a lot to both of them. The girl couldn't help but shed a tear of happiness. Deku helped his friend a little by doing a bit of second voice with Jiro. At the end of the song the girl didn't avoid it. Gathering her strength she ran until she reached the blonde, who, although she didn't want to, received her with open arms, although the strength that the Shiketsu girl had made them both fall to the ground. Bakugo, damn Cammy, that hurt. Cammy, you didn't say that anywhere else. The red slowly took over the blonde, who stood up at full speed next to his girlfriend. All the classes saw this and did not believe it. Simply for them it was impossible, but after carefully lowering the girl the blonde turned to see the people who were still in shock. Bakugo, what the hell do you see me as, damn extras? Deku, but well, let's get on with this. The next song is a classic Rolling Stones song, and we hope you like it. Jiro on his trusty bass, Bakugo swapped the drums for some bongos, Kaminari took care of a small maraca, and as a surprise Yaoyorozu took over the piano. Deku, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I'd been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul to waste. And I was round when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain. Made damn sure that Pilate washed his hands and sealed his fate. Everyone was speechless. It was definitely a new facet of the green-haired boy, although a certain girl with long green and thorny hair was not entirely comfortable with the song. Deku loved playing the guitar, and it was perfectly demonstrated when he performed the solo of the song without any complications. Jiro and Yaoyorozu did some background choruses since Bakugo and Kaminari did not dare out of shame, although the shame in the green-haired boy seemed not to exist when he performed the song perfectly. The boy finished and everyone applauded. Deku, that cost more than I thought, ha ha ha, but hey, this little musical space is not only mine. Time to listen to such a great voice that can be romantic and aggressive without losing the rhythm, and if you don't believe me, ask his. The violet-haired girl silenced the boy with her jacks. Deku, okay, I'll shut up now, hee. Here's Yue's number 1 rocker Kyuka Jiro. Jiro, dumb, well, thank you all for coming. I hope this little topic is to your liking. Grab your partner and hit the dance floor. This is for dancing. Now the girl performed Come On Eileen magnificently. No one had any objections, everyone danced happily with their partners. The song ended and others followed to dance. After that they took a short break, the boys went down and ate, socialized and drank something. People saw the green-haired boy. They still found it hard to assimilate, but they did not doubt his talent. Ida, great show Midoriya. Deku, haha, it's not that bad. Hatsum, of course it is, give yourself some credit, hitting him on the shoulder. Todoroki, you sounded really rude up there. Deku, well, I don't think it's that big a deal, some ideas were discarded. Kirishima, your guitar is great, very manly bro. Deku, ha ha ha, thanks Kirishima. Uraraka, you were great up there Deku. Excited. Deku, I don't think it was that bad Uraraka, but thanks hee. Uraraka, and you don't want to dance? Deku, ba dance? Uraraka, yes hee, they are not difficult. Deku, boo, but I don't. Uraraka, come on. Deku, wait Uraraka. The girl pulled the green-haired boy, who also didn't put up much resistance. The boys danced happily despite the lack of experience of both. The boys spent time together, ate, talked and played with the rest of their classmates. The green-haired boy met Shinso, who greeted him cordially. Both boys got along very well despite their first meeting in first year. After a while the band returned to the stage ready for the last and slow part of the party. Deku, and well, here we are again, ha ha ha. Monoma, please tell me they didn't dance YMCA. Bakugo, I'm just one stupid thing away from coming down and blowing up your damn mirror copy. Jiro, hee no, actually this is the last part of this little show, the slow and romantic songs that will make you get up and dance like crazy, so don't say that you screwed up your knees. Deku, these songs were carefully chosen, so I hope you like them. Thus began the slow part with a calm and beautiful interpretation of Take On Me. Then, and as a certain blonde wanted, the boys played Every Breath You Take. The couples that were already there did not hesitate to dance, even some new ones were formed. Soon the small improvised dance floor was already full of people who had no choice but to show their affection, except a certain brunette who was sitting watching how that boy with green hair and tender freckles sang with talent. Deku noticed this and decided it was time. He turned to see Jiro, who nodded, as did Bakugo and Kaminari. Deku, well, I hope you like this. It's a small topic, but it's very special to me. I don't know if I should say it has a dedication. Jiro and Midoriya? Deku, I know, haha, well, whatever, I hope you like it. The green-haired man gave the signal and... Deku, don't let it end. Don't let it end. Don't ever let it end. Well, I got 2 tickets to the game. It would be great if I could take you to this someday. Well, I'll walk you home when the whole things are done. If you're there, I don't even care which team won. We could stop at the coffee shop and make fun of the cops in the parking lot. We could laugh as we both pretend that we're not in love and that we're just good friends. Well, I'm tired of pretending, but I'm terrified of it ending. I know if not for you there's nothing I could do to ever let it end. And I know you feel the same way, because you told me drunk on your birthday. And as you pulled me near, whispered in my ear, don't ever let it end. Uraraka opened her eyes in surprise because she knew the song, she knew what it said and what it meant. She couldn't help but shed a few tears that were noticed by a certain little frog who approached her best friend. Tsuyu, Ochako, are you okay? Uraraka, too much Tsuyu, I feel very happy. Jiro helped in making choirs. Bakugo knew what was at stake, so he tried not to make mistakes. He would help his best friend this time. Deku, okay, thanks for not laughing. I hope you like this song. With this one we'll leave. We accept tips, checks, 2,000 to 300 yen. Whatever you have as change, haha. People laughed at the little joke. Jiro, I thought you didn't like this. Deku, and who said it was for you? The explosive blonde played the drumsticks, and the song began with a small arpeggio. Deku, you call to me, and I fall at your feet. How could anyone ask for more? And our time apart, like knives in my heart. How could anyone ask for more? But if there's a pill to help me forget, God knows I haven't found it yet. But I'm dying to, God, I'm trying to. 'Cause trying not to love you only goes so far. Trying not to need you is tearing me apart. Can't see the silver lining from down here on the floor. And I just keep on trying, but I don't know what for. 'Cause trying not to love you only makes me love you more. The boy sang loudly. He knew who the song was directed to, and he knew they were listening to him. He kept singing until the song ended. His guitar played loudly until the last chord. The boy sweated, but he didn't care, and neither did the people. Everyone applauded. The boys in the purest Beatles style made a small bow except Bakugo, and they got off the stage. At that moment Mina put on Can't Take My Eyes Off You on her radio, and the slow songs continued. Deku joined the brunette, and they decided to spend time with each other, although they still didn't say their feelings. They could know that they both felt the same thing yet. Chapter 51, 3A Graduation. The party came to an end. Everyone was finally in their rooms, each thinking about the day that would come, the day that would mark their destinies. The day arrived. Slowly the rays of the sun were peeking in the distance, but in the courtyard of the UA High Alliance a shadow moved quickly, kicking and punching right and left. The rays of the sun illuminated this strange figure, dressed in a sports uniform, green hair and freckles on his face. Deku was finishing his training routine until the first rays of the sun illuminated his face. This was an indication that he should already prepare breakfast. Deku, the day has come. The green-haired boy, using his speed, jumped into his room, got ready and locked himself in the kitchen where, putting on Starway to Heaven, he started to cook. After a while he heard footsteps approaching. The boy thought about the black-haired girl, but when he left he noticed a light-colored hair. The girl, when she turned around, could find Deku, who was surprised to see his best friend's girlfriend, Kami Utsumishi. The girl had changed her clothes. It was seen that she wanted to go out without anyone noticing, so she was surprised to see Deku. Kami, good morning? Deku, do you want to have breakfast? Kami, sure, but I'm running late and… Deku, I won't say anything, come, I just turned on the stove, it might take a while. The girl just smiled and accepted. She knew it would be the opportunity to meet her boyfriend's rival. During the small breakfast nothing remarkable happened. They talked for a while. Deku told some details about Bakugo to the girl, who was surprised by how little she was discovering about her boyfriend. After a little while they heard a door open, so Kami, alarmed, stood up immediately and went to the elevator. Kami, thanks for breakfast, Izuku? Can I call you like that? Deku, I owe him the nickname Kaken, call me Deku. The girl smiled, waved goodbye, and ran to the elevator. A few seconds later, Yaoyorozu came out. She looked happy, and even though they went to bed late last night, she seemed refreshed. Yaoyorozu, good morning, Deku. Deku, Yamamo, good morning, how did you wake up? Yaoyorozu, excited, hee, how are you? Delu, well, I'm happy, nervous, and I think I'll throw up what I cook, so I think it's normal, ha ha ha. Yaoyorozu, and what is today's specialty? Deku, it's something new, special katsudon. Yaoyorozu, what's so special about it? Deku, it's the last one I'll prepare for you, ha ha ha. I'm also making batter for okonomiyakis. I have some kushiags frying, the takoyakis are almost ready, and a seafood udon. Yaoyorozu, sounds delicious, what can I start ordering? Deku, ha ha ha, it's not a restaurant, but I already have the katsudon ready. Yaoyorozu, then a plate of katsudon. Deku, at your service, do you want some tea or kalpis? Yaoyorozu, a glass of kalpis wouldn't taste bad. The green-haired man began to serve. and soon everyone else began to arrive. They sat down and began to eat, all serious but excited. You could breathe a calm air that gave off a certain hint of emotion. Mina, will they take us in limousines? Mineta, it has to be, we are professional heroes after all. Hagakure. Or maybe they'll make us parade through the streets using our quirks. Excited although I couldn't stand out. Aizawa, that's a bit lacking in wit, don't you think? Everyone had ignored the presence of their professor until that moment. Deku, surprised sensei, could you stop doing that? Mina, one day I'll have a heart attack because of you. Aizawa, if you've finished breakfast, it's time to go. Siro, but what about our families? Aizawa, they were notified a week ago, the invitation was sent to them and they should already be there. Ida, just what I expected from you, eh? Well, you heard, if you're done eating, leave your plate in the kitchen and go change. I'll see you here and… Aizawa, I'll see you right downstairs, Ida, at the UA entrance. I already have your transportation ready. At that moment, everyone started running, ready to do what their teacher told them, except for Deku, who remained standing when he saw how the black-haired boy made a discreet sign for him to stay alone. The boy took his time so as not to look suspicious until they were both alone. Aizawa, sorry to interrupt Midoriya, but I have something to ask you. Deku heard it. Finally everyone was at the entrance. They could see how a line of buses were waiting to take them to each one's enclosure. Monoma, are we going to different places? Vlad King, each venue is made specifically for each class. You could say they will have their own graduation venue. Monoma, hey! Did you hear that, Class A? We'll have our own graduation venue. We're better than you guys. Bakugo, approaching the blonde, it's not that they're better, it's that they want to prevent me from humiliating you. Monoma, how arrogant you are. The explosive blonde smiled and squeezed Monoma's shoulder. Bakugo, congratulations to you and your group of idiots, you proved that you are not so useless. Monoma just smiled and turned around only for Bakugo to use his quirk and send him flying with an explosion. Ida, was that okay? Yayorozu, I think they get along well. Monoma, getting on the bus with his class idiot, luckily I ordered the reinforced suit. Pony, he doesn't look that bad, although I thought you didn't like Bakugo. Monoma, it's not one of my favorites, but believe me, the suit is a small price to pay. On the 3A bus, Bakugo entered last only to be thrown to the back by a kick from Deku. The blonde got furious and tried to go against the green-haired boy. Bakugo, damn nerd, I'll kill you! Deku, it's not my fault you have a sign that says, kick me, stuck on your back. Bakugo, a what? Tsuyu removed the sign from the blonde with her tongue and showed it to him. Bakugo gritted his teeth while showing an annoying smile. Bakugo, that damn. Deku just smiled and sat back down next to the brunette, who only scolded him a little but also smiled next to the boy. Aizawa, it will be a relatively long trip, but that doesn't mean I want you to make a mess, is that clear? When you arrive at the venue, you will go to the locker room to change. You won't be wearing your hero suits, if that's what you're thinking. All your suitcases have your formal clothes. Everyone nodded except the green-haired man, who looked somewhat tense. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Deku, what? I mean, yes, he just a little nervous. Uraraka, I understand you, I am too, it's exciting. Deku, are you not afraid of tomorrow anymore? Uraraka, yes, but I decided to leave those fears for tomorrow, I'll enjoy my present. Deku, don't leave for tomorrow what you can do the day after tomorrow, I guess. Uraraka, exactly, smiling tenderly. The freckled boy relaxed a little. That smile was enough to reassure him. On the bus were present Mike driving, Midnight as co-pilot, and Aizawa was simply asleep, or so they thought, until after half an hour the noisy blonde woke up his tired friend, who knew what he meant, so he sent a message to Deku, who wasted no time, and without looking suspicious raised his hand. Deku, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, what's going on? Deku, do you think I could go to the bathroom? I drank too much calpis because I was nervous. Aizawa, I don't know, do you think you can? Deku, it doesn't have to be sarcastic, it was just a question. Aizawa, go, but make it quick. The boy nodded and went into the cubicle where he found a suitcase hidden in a false drawer on the ceiling that had his hero's suit. So without wasting time he put it on. The boy was adjusting his belt when he heard a disaster outside. He knew he had arrived. Meanwhile, everyone could see how a multitude of villains faced heroes. Uraraka, they're villains. But weren't they all already arrested? Aizawa, not all of them were. And there will always be idiots who will try to follow in the footsteps of the League or staying. Kirishima, we have to help the heroes. Aizawa, no! They don't have their hero suits and besides, they're my responsibility. We have a schedule to follow. Kaminari, but sensei. Aizawa, right now you are my priority. After today you will no longer be more than professional heroes, so pay attention. They all nodded because they knew their superior was right. Aizawa, Mike, speed up to get us out of here, this is going to get rough. Uraraka, Deku, not yet. Deku, I'm sorry sensei but I differ with you today. Aizawa, Midoriya, what are you doing? Midnight, is that your hero's suit? Deku, I'll go out to fight, it's the right thing to do, you guys get to the venue. Kirishima, hey, but none of us were wearing our hero outfits because you. Bakugo, idiot, you already knew this was happening. Ida, the radio in the suit, that's how you found out. No. You can't go, it's crazy. Deku, yes, and so is letting those villains get away with it. Aizawa, Midoriya, I forbid you from going out, now put your normal clothes back on. Deku, I'll have to refuse that order, sensei, understand me. I'm sorry, but if I see that a situation is getting out of control, I can't ignore it. The green-haired man put on his mask, but when he turned around he could see that Uraraka stood in front of him, blocking his way. Deku, sit down, Uraraka. Uraraka, but you can't. Deku, I'm doing this alone, pushing her aside. Uraraka, and me? I see you working from here? I don't think so. Deku, I ask you to stay on the bus. Uraraka, and I answer that I won't. We are a team and I'm going with you, through thick and thin. Deku, I have to do this alone. Uraraka, what do you think this is? Are you going to play? Deku, no. Uraraka, are you going to show off there? Deku, no. But you don't have a suit. Uraraka, and did that ever stop you? You wore a jacket as a suit. Deku, that was different. Uraraka, so you want everyone to see how amazing you are? Deku, no, not that, that's it. Uraraka, so? Deku, don't. Uraraka, no what? Deku, I don't feel strong. Uraraka, strong of course, and that's going to make you strong? Deku, yes, no. Uraraka, so that's it? It's part of your training? Deku, taking her by the shoulders, I don't want to lose you. The girl opened her eyes along with everyone else, including Aizawa. Midnight just looked excited and Present Solo was smiling. Deku, I don't want to know, I wouldn't resist again, I'm not that strong. The girl wanted to kiss him. She knew that this was her Deku, the tender and brave boy who stole her heart, but there were important things now and he was right. Without a suit there were many risks. Uraraka accepted it but gave the freckled boy a strong hug. Uraraka, we're working together, aren't we? You don't have to be too strong. Deku, I don't know what's going on. Uraraka, okay, go there and defeat the bad guys, see you at graduation. Deku, really? Uraraka, I'll wait for you, but you better not be late, understand? Deku, you know how I am. The girl put the mask back on and adjusted the face shield. The green-haired man sat at the emergency exit of the bus and opened it to then see the brunette once more. Uraraka, smile and catch them, tiger. The green-haired boy nodded and in one leap he got out of the bus right in the middle of the mess as he watched the bus speed away. Aizawa, I didn't even tell him if he could go. Tsuyu, catch them, tiger? Uraraka, it just occurred to me, hee. Tsuyu, congratulations, Ochako. The bus continued its journey while Deku maintained a fierce fight that he was able to fight without much problem, but he could see how a group of villains was approaching him at full speed. Deku, stop it, gentlemen, we need to talk. None of the villains paid attention and continued running towards him, so he used his palm to release a burst of compressed air from his fingers mixed with one for all, which knocked down all the villains. Deku, what a good talk. Villain, no it wasn't. The freckled man laughed a little but was hit by a giant hammer. After that, rocks were thrown at him, and he received blows at full speed. The freckled man protected himself, thinking of the right moment to counterattack, but he stopped feeling blows. He looked up only to see a person standing covering him. Come on, boy, sleeping here is not very comfortable. The green-haired man stood up and could see that the stranger had a shield in one hand which protected him. In the other hand there was a cannon which he fired with force. Deku, who are you? A hero who wants to do the right thing. Deku looked closely at the stranger. He had a military-style combat suit but a darker green, black boots covered like his, and a black mask. He had red goggles and seemed to have a type of black backpack. Deku, are you a soldier? I'm a hero, but I like the look. Now fight. The boy nodded. It was not time for questions. Deku, you're right, it's time to fight. The stranger lowered the shield and it transformed into a scythe with which he launched himself to fight just like Deku. On the other side, the boys had already arrived at the venue. It was a huge place. The boys entered through the parking lot. They could see that the room where everything would take place was already full. Everyone's parents were gathered. Even Tsuyu's had arrived with everything and her brothers. The floating clothes were indicative that Hagakure's parents had also arrived. Jiro's father tried to adjust his tie before Jiro's laughter, who knew that his father was not one to dress formally. Although the biggest surprise came to Todoroki when he saw his parents and brothers gathered and without any sign of discomfort. Even his mother hugged Endeavor by the shoulder, who had a serene face showing even a slight smile. But even in front of them in the front row was the oldest green-haired girl, Inko Midoriya, who was talking amicably with Mitsuki Bakugo. Both proud of how far their children had come, unaware that next to them equally proud, although somewhat tense, since they recognized the green hair, and that face because it was the same face that Hisashi had in the wallet. The boys settled in the locker room, boys and girls, although a certain brunette was worried about Izuku, who continued fighting. His partner had gone after other villains, leaving him alone. Deku, this is perfect punch. I'm late for graduation, dodges a punch, and this new hero abandons me with a bunch of idiots. Back in the room, everyone listened attentively to the words of the person on the microphone speaking seriously, the one who educated them and guided them to be better heroes for today and tomorrow. Aizawa, once again, thank you all very much for coming. Today is an important day for you, for the Heroic Society, and although it's hard to believe for me too, today these children will become a pillar for the peace of tomorrow, and you all did excellently, and well, you already know it. I think words are unnecessary for them, right? On the other hand, in the same place, a group of well-groomed girls were forming up under the orders of a tall woman with black hair and beautiful features who, just for that day, left her suit behind. For one day, the +18 heroine Midnight would love every second of being Namuri Kiyama. Midnight, come on girls, time is running out, and you know that lazy eraser doesn't like to wait. The girls formed quickly, although some were trembling slightly, although Uraraka was afraid of the green-haired boy since there was still no news of him, but Tsuyu, being a good friend, took her by the shoulder. Tsuyu, he is someone strong, he is somewhat stubborn, yes, but he is the strongest person I know, he will return well. Uraraka, thanks, Tsu, smiling. The doors opened and all the girls left in an orderly fashion, followed by the woman who was secretly shedding tears. The brunette looked ahead at the man leading the ceremony, who looked back at her, giving her a slight smile and bowing his head in thanks. In the boys' locker room, a few minutes before the women left, they were also led by a tall, thin, and energetic man whose hair defied the laws of gravity. Present Mike, or as they wanted to be called at that moment, Hisashi Yamada. Present, come on guys, we don't have all day, your big moment has arrived, and if you don't hurry you'll ruin it, so hurry, hurry. Ida was writing a text message as fast as his hands could go. He looked worried. Ida, come on, please answer. Please answer. Midoriya wouldn't miss this, not even if he was crazy, without receiving an answer. Why aren't you answering? Bakugo, that damn Deku has more important things right now. Put those crappy glasses down. The arrogant blonde responded rudely to the poor boy with glasses, who put away his phone and, adjusting his suit, stood in front of all the other boys to leave in an orderly manner to the applause of those gathered there. Meanwhile, in another place far from the venue, a phone rang alerting of a message. The freckled owner of the device quickly took it out, so that after reading it, he sighed tiredly. Deku, damn, I have to hurry or I'll be late. Insert Dakara Hitori Janai from Little Glee Monster. The flashes of the phone or video cameras illuminated the faces of the girls and boys who, despite being dazzled, walked without losing the rhythm with a smile on their faces along the aisle that was formed in the middle of the chairs for them. Finally they arrived at the stage where they were received by their sensei. Aizawa, and well, what else can I say? All of them have been the ones who kept me busy the most these 3 years, kids that some people would consider crazy for jumping into action without hesitation in order to save people. You, their parents, know them better than I do and saw them in action a few days ago. I am pleased to announce that after a week of exams in which I squeezed you to exhaustion, all of you brats passed. Congratulations, because you earned this graduation. All the families present began to applaud. Endeavor, to the shame of poor Todoroki, was the one who put the most effort into his applause, but the oldest green-haired girl was worried because she didn't see her son among the students. Aizawa, now, the president and vice president will give a few brief words. It is the turn of Tenya Ida and Momo Yayorozu to come here. Both Tensei and the rest of the Ida family, as well as the prestigious Yayorozu family and the Todoroki family, applauded in the presence of the boys who, embarrassed, came to the front. Ida, clearing his throat, I hope I don't bore you with this. The poor freckled boy on the other side continued to fight hard. He didn't have much time. He promised he would arrive on time and he was already late. The poor boy started to hit harder, causing the shock waves to knock down more villains. Deku, why did Dabi's quirk have to be so common? I'm in trouble for this stuff. Back in the compound, Ida continued speaking until it was Yayorozu's turn, who also gave a short speech, formally and seriously. Everyone listened attentively to the young woman's words until she finished. Both gave a small bow and returned to the front of their classmates. Aizawa returned to the microphone. Aizawa, now that this is over, I'll say the name along with the hero's name, and I want you here to give you your recognition and your professional hero license that from today certifies you as professionals, understood? All firmly yes, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, well, Ashido Mina. Mina, raising her hand. Aizawa, from today onwards you will be known as Pinky. Step forward and receive your documents. The pink-haired girl listened and picked up her documents before jumping. On the other side, Deku began to fight more intensely until he felt something getting tangled in his torso. The boy was about to break it until he felt it was wood. Deku Kamui Woods? Kamui, and who else? Empty lady, you don't belong here right now, kid. Deku, I offered to help you with this. Kamui, you have to be somewhere else. Deku, what will you do? Kamui, teach you our new technique. Deku could notice how many branches intertwined around him until they formed a sphere, but before closing it, the blonde heroine threw what looked like a formal suit and a suitcase at him. Kamui, thank us later. Put on that suit and pack the other one in your suitcase. Deku, thanks I guess. The freckled man could feel the wooden sphere being lifted as he heard Empty Lady's voice. Empty Lady, giant cannon, wooden bullet. The giant girl threw the sphere where Deku was. The poor boy barely had time to grab his suit and hang it on a branch while he began to take off his hero suit. Kamui Woods, great throw. Are you sure it was in that direction? Empty Lady, what? Yeah, 99% sure. Kamui Woods, you. Empty Lady, 75%. Kamui Woods, I still don't believe you. Empty Lady, 50%. The hero just raised an eyebrow. Empty Lady, okay, 30%. Kamui Woods, I hope the boy is okay. The poor freckled boy was taking off the most striking part of his suit. He decided to leave the green suit underneath his formal suit. The boy quickly took off his gloves and knee pads. Meanwhile, in the huge enclosure, Aizawa was already finishing saying the names. Although to Inko's concern, he avoided Deku's name. But when he was about to give a short speech, he could hear the air colliding with something. It was getting closer and closer, so he was on guard like the boys. After a few seconds they saw an object break the roof and land hard on the ground. Endeavor lit his flames like the boys and teachers, but they were surprised to see a wooden sphere that was opening, revealing a hair that looked very familiar to them. Deku, wow, that was dramatic. Aizawa, Midoriya? Deku, and who else? Ida, yes, you came. Deku, I promised after all. Bakugo, always showing off, damn nerd. Deku, how else would he be number one? The boy began to walk towards his mother, to whom he gave the suitcase with his gloves and some equipment of his suit, and advanced towards the stage, ignoring that his hero hood was outside his jacket. His companions began to laugh, so he stopped his walk. Deku, what? I dressed too formally? Uraraka, advancing towards him, it's not because of that. Deku, don't tell me I have Kaken's sign on my back. The girl stopped in front of the freckled man, and put her arms around his neck, grabbing his hood and lifting it up. Deku, that's it, no wonder I felt like I was forgetting something. Uraraka, hiding the hood if you came. Deku, I promised you I would. Uraraka, for a second I was scared. Deku, I will never break my promise. Uraraka, oh hey, I have something to tell you, but I don't know if it's a good time. Deku, me too, but we're at the ceremony and everyone's there. I think my mom's going to kill me, and your pa. The girl got fed up, grabbed the boy by the neck and pulled him towards her, giving him a kiss. Izuku definitely didn't expect that, but it didn't bother him either. After a few seconds he hugged the girl's waist and carried her until the lack of oxygen made them separate. Deku, that was unexpected. Uraraka, do you dislike me? Deku, why would I dislike you? After all, if I try not to love you well, that only makes me love you more. The girl wanted to shed tears at that statement, but the freckled man kissed her again. Now everyone applauded except Aizawa, who just cleared his throat, making the couple turn to look at him. Aizawa, I remind you, Midoriya, that I still have your documents, therefore you are still my student, so. The black-haired man couldn't continue because a green blur had taken away his documents, as well as his license. The pro-hero could only smile. Aizawa boy. Deku, smiling, it's not the first time I have to take something important from someone. Izuku couldn't help but remember Sir Night Eye giving a nostalgic smile. Aizawa, well, before you is Izuku Midoriya, or as the world will know him, the hero Deku. His mother applauded heartily, shedding tears for her son. Aizawa, Class A. Everyone, present Aizawa Sensei. Aizawa, step forward now. The entire class lined up facing the crowd of parents. Aizawa, from today onwards and into the future, do you promise to proudly bear the title of heroes? All yes. Aizawa, help those in need, give your life for the people and fight with all your might for a better tomorrow? All yes. Aizawa, on behalf of Nizu, director of the UA Heroes Academy, and myself, the professional hero Eraserhead, accompanied by the hero present Mike and the heroine Midnight, we have the honor of presenting this generation of graduating heroes, Class 3A, who today become professional heroes. All the parents stood up and applauded. Aizawa, Deku, Shoto, Lord Explosion, Uravity, Creati, Froppy, Red Riot, Earphone Jack, Charge Volt, Ingenium, Can't Stop Twinkling, Pinky, Invisible Girl, Tentacle, Sugarman, Anima, Tailman, Cellophane, Grape Juice on you falls the future of tomorrow starting today. All overcome your fears and adversities, go beyond plus ultra. And after that shout everyone raised their fists. Bakugo couldn't help but make an explosion, as well as Todoroki, who threw a fireball, but Deku, he used OFA at 50% and threw a stream of air while raising his fist with emotion. Aizawa, you already have your licenses, don't make me regret it. Deku, sorry Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, taking Izuku's shoulder, I'm not your sensei Midoriya anymore. Guys, in these 3 years, well, I have to admit that in first year I didn't expect much from you, and I have to say, what a great way to make me swallow my words. What you did during your school period shows your tenacity and your courage, and I have to recognize it. You exceeded all expectations. I'm very proud of all of you. The boys couldn't help but hug their sensei, who, although he didn't like that kind of displays of affection, couldn't hide a nostalgic smile. Ida, You're not the only one giving things today. This is a gift from all of us. Please accept it, Aizawa. The teacher accepted what looked like a rectangle wrapped in paper. When he opened it, his smile became more nostalgic when he saw that it was a photo where all the boys in the class were, Aizawa in the middle of them, and behind them were the other teachers, Almight, Cementos, Present Mike, Midnight, and Ectoplasm. Behind it there was a small inscription. From Class 3A to Shota Aizawa, the sensei who taught us that looking lazy and being a great hero aren't so different things. Below this was the signature of all the boys. Aizawa, well, don't think I'll post it in all my classes, it's too embarrassing. Deku, haha, we know. Aizawa, although maybe my office is in a good place. All the children applauded before their superior and then got off, and at the order of their teacher they went out to the courtyard of the premises where they met their parents who congratulated them. There were many tears and hugs. Bakugo, well, today this damn shit finally ends. It was about time, don't you think, Deku? Deku, yes, Kaken, we already knew this day would come, but look, there are a lot of male tears. Kirishima and Mina did not hide their tears like Magdalena's. Bakugo, hey, fire hairs, it's not that bad. Kirishima, I'm not crying, bro, they're just manly tears. Deku, we know, Kirishima, we know. Mitsuki, Katsuki. Bakugo, shit. Mitsuki, I'm very happy for you, son. I have to admit that I thought you would be expelled at any moment, but what a surprise you gave me, you damn brat, hugging him. Bakugo, let me go, you damn witch. Deku, ha ha ha, you can tell she's your mother, Kaken. Mitsuki, and you're not saved, Izuku. Come here, I'm very happy for you, boy. You'll definitely fulfill your dream, hugging the green-haired boy. Izuku couldn't get away. He didn't want to hurt the blonde, but she hugged him and put him between her breasts, to the jealousy of Mineta and Kaminari, who also wanted to get closer, but Bakugo intimidated them with an explosion. Mitsuki, hugging both you guys will be great heroes in the future. Deku, moo, thank you very much, ma'am. Bakugo, I already know that, old witch. Inko, Mitsuki, will you give me back my son? Mitsuki, haha, sorry Inko, here it goes. Masaru, Katsuki, today is the happiest day I've had since marrying your mother. Inko, my special boy. Deku, hee hee mom. Inko, always surprising me. I really don't know how you do it. You are someone incredible, and I'm sure you will be the greatest hero the world will see. Deku, well, you never doubted me. I couldn't fail you. Inko, I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You have no idea. No matter what happened, you always stood up and never gave up. Son, you are already a hero. Deku, well, I was just missing the license, hee hee. Both green-haired boys smiled and then hugged each other until Deku felt someone touch his shoulder. When he turned around, he could see Uraraka, and behind her his parents. Uraraka, did Deku. Deku Ochako. Uraraka, but well, I wanted, well, you know, you and I. Deku simply took her by the shoulders and kissed her again. The brunette hugged him by the neck. Deku, does that answer your question? Uraraka, yes, but Izuku, my parents are here. At that moment Deku realized where he was. He could only remain petrified, and even more so when he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. Mr. Uraraka, so you are Hisashi's son? Author's note. Sorry for only naming them like that, but I know the names of Uraraka's parents. In fact, I don't think their names are even mentioned. Deku, that's right, sir. Wait, Hisashi's son? Mr. Uraraka, yes, maybe he didn't mention it, but he never stopped talking about you. Let me tell you that the times he went to the festival, he had the three of us watching it. Mrs. Uraraka, he loved you very much, boy. He had a photo of you and your mother in his wallet. Every time he came to work, he would take it out, look at it, and say, "Wish me luck." Deku, I had no idea. Mr. Uraraka, boy, he was a great friend of mine. He saved us from bankruptcy. He practically raised this company. Sorry if we didn't go see you. Ochako told us she had a problem with you, and we thought we'd just be more of a nuisance, and we didn't want to bother you, but I think now. Deku, sorry. Bowing, I was an idiot to Ochako, and really. Uraraka, no Izuku, it was my fault. I was the one who had to reason better. Both parents watched as the boys apologized. Mr. Uraraka, boy, do you really love my daughter? Uraraka, Dad! Deku, I may have lived a short time, but if I learned anything in these years and in my near-death experience in battle, it's that I would rather die tomorrow looking Uraraka in the eyes than spending 100 years without having met her. The brunette looked at the boy with eyes full of tenderness. She was close to crying, but she threw herself at the boy and hugged him. Uraraka, have you been told you're too cheesy? Deku, I already told you that only with you. Mr. Uraraka, this is decided, let's go eat, I'm paying. Inko, hey? No, how could I let that? Mrs. Uraraka, Inko, with all due respect, let us do this for you. We really want to spend time with you, and now that our children are together, it's even better. Deku, no boo, but it's not necessary. Uraraka, I told you couldn't avoid this forever. Bakugo, entering the conversation, if I were you, I'd accept and leave, damn it. I'll do it because Raccoon Eyes took out a camera from somewhere and started taking pictures. I'd better leave. Deku, haha, don't be a coward. Mina, you three don't even think you're going to get away. Camera in hand. Deku, we better listen to Kak and Ochako pushing the girl. But it was in vain. The girl caught them and started the photo session. Photos with a nervous green-haired boy making the peace sign, Izuku and Bakugo doing some arm wrestling, each one with a challenging smile, Kirishima on top of an annoyed Bakugo's shoulders, Deku and Ida with Tensei. The girls from Class A, and so several photos passed until the girl, with the help of one of the parents, took the last photo of 3A, because after this photo they were no longer students, each one was already a professional hero. Deku, damn, Mina was really excited. Uraraka, haha, yes, but that's how she is. Didn't you see her? She was crying. Deku, well, after this we won't see each other like before, so I guess I had. The green-haired boy couldn't continue because he felt a hand on his shoulder. When he turned around he could see the imposing figure of Enji Todoroki, who had a serious face. The scar only made him look more intimidating. Deku, in an endeavor. Endeavor? Brat, you have a long way to go, you know that, right? From now on, you'll all have to make a name for yourself in this heroic society. Deku, why yes, I know. Endeavor, well, good luck with that, don't disappoint. The redhead turned around but stopped only to say a few words. Endeavor, you have the makings of a hero. If needed, you have a position available at my agency. The freckled boy opened his eyes in surprise. Was what he heard true? The boy thought for a few seconds but firmly responded. Deku, thank you very much, but I already work for an agency. I work for Sir Nightie's agency. Endeavor, Nightie? I suppose that like Almight he was your mentor. Deku, yes sir. Endeavor, you have a long road ahead of you, as well as the legacy of two great men. You better not fail, brat. Deku, believe me, I will never do it. Endeavor, luck in the future, Izuku Midoriya. And saying this, the fire hero went to his family, and a few seconds later they left the premises, leaving a surprised Uraraka and a trembling Deku. Deku, that was tense. Uraraka, you don't even need to say it, taking his hand, and now what do you want to do? Deku, I don't know, I have no ideas. Mr. Uraraka, you two aren't going anywhere. Izuku, your mother already agreed, so we'll go eat. Deku, boo, but it's not necessary, sir, really. Mr. Uraraka, haha, but for me it is, so let's go. Deku, boo, well, thank you very much. Inko, first of all, let me go to my house so this boy can get ready properly. Mrs. Uraraka, of course, do you have a car or can we drop you off? Inko, don't worry, I brought the car. Mr. Uraraka, in that case, let me give you the address, writing it down on a piece of paper now. If this is ready, go home so you can leave your hero costume, and we'll wait for you here. Uraraka gave a tender kiss to Deku, who returned it with much affection. The families separated and went in different directions. There was no one left in the class, only the boys' senseis who watched the sunset with nostalgia. Present Mike, you know they might be loud and all, but I'm going to miss them. Midnight, it was fun teaching them. Aizawa, yes, tell me about it, although you're right, I'll miss you. Midnight, it was a nice gift. Aizawa, taking the photo, I think they have been the closest thing to a family I have ever had. Present Mike, hey, and we don't count. Midnight, what would poor Emmy say if she heard you? It would break her heart. Aizawa, shut up both of you, you know I appreciate you idiots too, although Emmy thinking about the heroine of smiles, how is she doing? Present Mike, oh, it seems someone is thinking about their partner. Aizawa, with his quirk active, what did I tell you, Mike? Present Mike, okay, there's no reason to use violence, don't get upset, you know what? Let's get a drink, I'm buying. Aizawa, that would be great for me right now, are you coming to Muri? Midnight, yeah, I think a drink would be nice, but you better not overdo it. I don't want to deal with two drunken idiots. Aizawa, sometimes I wonder why they are my friends. So the trio of UA Class A alumni also left the premises. The ceremony was over, and tomorrow the boys had work to do, fulfilling their role as professional heroes. Chapter 52, A Little Glimpse into the Future. It's been 2 years since the graduation of Class 3A. In that time many things have happened. First of all, everyone made their debut as pro heroes with total acceptance from the people. Soon names like Deku, Shoto, Lord Explosion, Uravity and Froppy among others were already recognized. The hero agencies made announcements. Endeavor hired Yaoyorozu and Shoto, who shortly after made a separate agency but with an affiliation to the agency of the fire hero. Uraraka and Tsuyu were received at the agency of the great Ryukyu. Many of them left their parents' home. The first being Deku, who, although he did not want to talk to his mother, and they both came to the conclusion that it would be the best. They were difficult days for the poor freckled boy, but he finally managed to fix everything. They were also years full of surprises. The first was the happiest and darkest wedding of all, Aizawa and Ms. Joke. Nobody definitely expected this, much less his students. Everyone was invited. Present Mike as best man. The wedding was quick, the party was longer. Large tables full of food. Fat Gum was in paradise, Deku and Uraraka together. They danced and ate. Bakugo and Deku argued for a while, but their partners calmed them down. The party was happy for everyone. Even the serious Aizawa smiled as he looked at his now wife. Aizawa, a happy family. I guess I already had that once, but now there's a piece of paper involved, hehe. Emmy, what do you think, Shota? Aizawa, nothing, I was just wondering if I could still regret it. Emmy, haha, sorry, but once I put the ring on there's no turning back, showing her hand wearing the shiny ring. Now let's dance. Aizawa, yes, I don't think so. Wait, Emmy, don't pull me. The poor man was dragged onto the dance floor where he could do nothing but resign himself and start dancing. Deku, dancing, I think my skills have improved, don't you think? Uraraka, well, we learned together, darling. Both heroes kissed each other, ending their day. Unfortunately, life would not always give them happiness. A short time later, a hero fell. Gran Torino, a retired hero, died of natural causes. Deku along with his mother and Ochako went to the funeral, but curiously for the brunette, her boyfriend did not cry. On the contrary, he had a calm smile. Uraraka, Izuku, are you okay? Deku, yes, Ochako, the three of them are already together. Uraraka, all three of them? Deku, someday I'll explain it to you, Ochako. Life would give more surprises. Mirio Togata would resign from the position of boss in Sir Nitai's agency to give it to the new hero Deku, who surprised accepted the position. Bubble Girl remained in her position, but now under the command of the green-haired man. A short time later they understood why the blonde did it, because it was not long after when the news of the great wedding of Mirio Togata and Nijire Hado was given. Once again Class A gathered to celebrate the person who in his time gave them a beating. Uraraka, and you said I was going to chase you away? Deku, I still think I'm not ready. Uraraka, time will tell, darling, for now let's enjoy it, they look happy. Deku, I guess you're right. In the top of the Class A and B heroes they rose quickly, although there was always a competition between Bakugo and Deku for the first place. Although the green-haired one was the one in first, people appreciated him. The boy saved people at full speed, always with a smile. But the most incredible thing was his huge heart. The boy not only did heroic acts, many times they saw him distribute food, he even helped an old lady. The lady seemed foreign because in gratitude she bought a cho for the freckled man. He was also seen bringing down kittens from trees or helping lost children. His big heart was so big that people decided that the hero Deku was the one they should admire, but when they saw the civilian Izuku Midoriya they gave him his space. Now at 20 years old, the green-haired boy slowly woke up in his house, being hugged by the soft arms of his girlfriend. Deku, what if you stay here all day? Uraraka, sleepy, I have to work. Deku, don't go to work today, hugging her tighter. Uraraka, don't be a cheat, you have to work too. Deku, let's both go. It's been a long time for us to be like this. Uraraka, then I'll move here with you. Deku, didn't you share a house with Tsuyu? Uraraka, yes, but I prefer to live near you, can I? Deku, it's a big step, you know. Uraraka, yes, I'm aware of that. Deku, choose the day and I'll help you move. The green-haired boy stood up and went to the office, where he was greeted by the cheerful Bubble Girl, who prepared a coffee for her boss while he got ready. The boy thought it was a joke. After all, it was a big step. It was not the same seeing each other occasionally as living together. He loved Uraraka, but he did not want to feel like he was forcing her to do something. The boy decided to stop thinking about that when he adjusted his hero suit. Deku was about to leave, but his faithful assistant caught his attention. Bubble Girl, boss, don't forget that today it's your turn to take care of little Eri. Deku, that's right, thanks for the reminder. What time does school get out? Bubble Girl, 1:30. Deku, okay, send the alert to my mask visor for 1 o'clock. Bubble Girl, aren't you coming to change? Deku, no, I'll give you the Deku Express transportation service. Bubble Girl, okay, then I'll send you the alert. Today I'm going out on a mission, you know the deal with. Deku, yes, don't worry, take care of yourself, Bubble. Bubble Girl, you too, boss. Deku, always smiling. The green-haired boy began to fulfill his work as a hero. It wasn't much. After that battle the crime rate dropped a lot, but even so he would never let his guard down. He met some of his former classmates, whether from Class A or B, even the serious Shinso. Suddenly the alarm on his mask began to sound. It was already 1 o'clock. He had to go for the white-haired girl, but as he was about to run he heard someone asking for help. Without thinking twice he went towards the voice, finding a little girl who was crying. Deku, everything is okay now. With just that little phrase the little girl looked up, meeting her favorite hero Deku. Girl, it's you. Deku, the one and only, what's the small emergency? Girl, my cat is stuck in the tree. The green-haired boy looked up to see the small animal among the branches of the tree. The boy smiled and stroked the little girl's head. Deku, don't worry, I'll take care of it. The green-haired man, showing off his agility, performed a few pirouettes for the girl's amusement, and brought the feline down to return it to the little girl. DQ, ready little one. Girl, moo, thank you so much Mr. Deku. I'm a big fan of yours. Deku, really? Haha, well thanks, it's a pleasure to serve people. Girl, do you think you could give me your autograph? Deku, of course little one. The freckled boy saw how the little girl took a pen and notebook out of a backpack and handed it to him. Deku signed and returned the things to their owner. Deku, well I have to go, it's been a pleasure. Girl, my name is Miku and he is Mew lifting the cat. Deku, that's a good name. Miku, I wanted to name him Charmander so that when he was older he would be a Charmeleon, and when he was an adult he would be a Charizard, but he wouldn't let me. Diki, Mew is a good name for a kitten, but well Miku, I say goodbye waving goodbye. The boy made a great leap, disappearing from the little girl's sight. He quickly arrived at little Eri's high school, whom he found leaving. The boy made a spectacular entrance. All the children upon seeing him surrounded him happily, including the little albino. Izuku only organized a line, and when the now not-so-little Eri's turn came he kept her by his side. All her friends looked at her in disbelief that she knew the hero of the generation. Child, do you know him? Eri. Happy, yes, he saved me and never left me alone. He was my first hero. Girl, is he your dad? The albino looked up at the great hero, who was nervous about the question but managed to hide it although. Eri, a father is someone who protects you, right? Teacher, that's right, Eri, she takes care of you, watches over your happiness, and is always there for you. Eri, so yes, he is my dad. Deku almost fainted at that statement. He loved the little girl like a daughter, that was obvious, but it never crossed his mind that she would consider him that way. After the signatures and photos Deku took, he grabbed the little girl and put her on his shoulders. Deku, welcome to the Deku Express Transportation Service. Please fasten your seatbelts and stay calm. The flight will be somewhat bumpy and also keep your mouth shut. Eri, why is that last one? Deku, so you don't need to fly ha ha ha, and lastly don't get scared or scream. The girl was about to ask but she couldn't as she felt the wind hitting her face. She definitely wanted to scream but she was able to hold it back. They landed on the roof of a house. Deku, so? What did you think? Eri? Are you okay? Eri, yeah, that was exciting. I want to do it again. Deku, ha ha ha, okay, one last walk. Are you hungry? The girl was about to say no but her stomach gave her away. Deku, okay, one last walk to the office to get ready and from there we'll go for food. I know a place that makes the best katsudon after my mom's. Eri, yes. Deku, okay, go up again and... His phone started ringing, the voices of Almight and himself saying in unison, I'm here! It brought back big memories. The freckled boy took it out only to see that it was a message from Uraraka. Uraraka, I'm stopping by your house for lunch. I want to give you some news. Deku, I'm taking care of Eri. Uraraka, then I'll be there in an hour. I've already finished my shift and I want to see the little one. Eri, Mr. Deku, is everything okay? Deku, looks like there's a change of plans. We'll eat katsudon at home. Eri, why? Deku, Ochako will eat with us. Eri, excited Miss Uravatu is coming? Yes. Let's go. Deku, haha, okay, hold on tight. Eri, where from? The little girl couldn't grab onto anything but the neck of her father figure who, although he was being suffocated, didn't say anything. They both arrived at the office where they found a totally dirty bubble girl, a little beaten up but sound asleep. Eri, is she okay? Deku immediately tensed and with a firm voice sent Eri to the safe place that he had built shortly after becoming the owner of the agency. He for his part stood on guard slowly approaching the girl. Deku, Bubble? Hey, are you okay? Bubble girl, what? Eh? How? Where am I? Boss? Boss. The girl lunged at Deku who held her tight. Deku, what happened? Bubble girl, good news. Deku, what's going on? Bubble girl, shouldn't I take the girl out first? Deku, it's true, ha ha ha, I'm going for her. After taking out the girl and explaining the situation, the two sat in front of the blue-haired girl. Deku, what happened, Karakoko? Eri, Kal, what? Bubble girl, that's true, hee sorry Eri, my hero name is Bubble girl but my real name is Awada Karakoko. Eri, understood, Miss Karakoko. Military salute. Deku, thinking, reminder, don't let her get together with Ida, hee oh Eri, but well, what happened? Bubble girl, remember the unfinished business with the rest of the Yakuzas influenced by Chisaki? Deku, yes, that matter didn't end, nor did Stains. Bubble girl, well, it took a lot of work. I asked Fat Gum and Centipede for help and together we managed to finish all that. Deku, really? Bubble girl, yes. We all ended up the same, but it was worth it. Now all that's left is the Stain issue. I guess we need your help for that, boss. Eri, so you're done with everything Overhaul did? Bubble girl, yes. In fact, free stopping abruptly? Eri, what in fact? Bubble girl, in fact, we went to eat when we finished. Fat destroyed the whole restaurant, hee. Deku could notice that the girl intentionally stopped, but the blue-haired girl made him understand with signs that it was a delicate subject, so the green-haired boy didn't say anything. Eri, Mr. Fatgum could easily take over the lunch rush kitchen, haha. Deku, haha, I think so, so Karakoko, only the matter of Stain remains? Bubble girl, yes. I'm very happy but exhausted, collapsing on the desk. Deku, haha, you can see, look, take a shower and go home, I'll take care of the paperwork. Bubble girl, really, boss? That's my business. Deku, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. With my quirk it will be fast. Bubble girl, ha ha ha, you're the best. At that moment there was a knock on the office door, Eri ran to open the door only to find a brunette whom she admired a lot. Eri, Uravity. Deku Ochako? Uraraka, you weren't home and I sent Bubble Girl a message and she said you'd be here and wanted to see if she could help you with anything? Deku, in fact, you would help me a lot. Take Eri to change. You brought clothes, right, Flea? Eri, yes. Deku, then do me that favor, honey. I have some paperwork to take care of with Bubble Girl. The freckled man worsened his voice at the end, making it clear that it was a serious matter. The girl grabbed the albino and led her by the hand. Deku, okay, now tell me, Bubble, what was it? Bubble Girl, when we caught Chisaki's followers we discovered something. Deku, what? Bubble Girl, Eri wasn't the only one, well, at least not before Chisaki fell. They were experimenting on more children. That simple comment made the green-haired boy clench his fists as he took off the top of his suit along with his gloves. The boy was wearing a black shirt. Evidently annoyed, the boy took off his gloves. Deku, hitting the table, damn, I should have been there. Bubble Girl, boss, but we controlled it, in fact we even finished them off. Deku, yes, I know, but I should have prevented this from happening. All the remaining Yakuzas knew what they were doing with Eri. I can't imagine what they wanted to create, damn. Uraraka, Izuku, calm down now or you'll break the table. The boy realized that in his anger he had thrown his suit, and with the blow he had made a very obvious dent in the table. Uraraka, you'll scare Bubble Girl and Eri, so calm down. Bubble Girl, consider me very scared. Deku, I am sorry, Bubble, it's just that it's frustrating. We barely managed to rescue Eri and the trauma lingered for a long time. I don't want to imagine what those poor children endured, and I call myself the best hero. I'm pathetic. Uraraka, hugging Izuku, hey, you're the best hero there is, but that doesn't mean you can be everywhere. We couldn't help those children when they were kidnapped, but now you can. Talk to them, let them know that the world hasn't ended. Deku, I just don't know how. Uraraka, listen, Izuku, they've been through horrible things. Their world has turned dark. But you once said, I want to be a symbol of peace that lights up this dark world, a beacon of hope. Well, it's time for you to be that for those children, for them to see that the hero Deku will be there for them. The green-haired boy looked up, meeting the tender gaze of his girlfriend, that gaze that made him stand up once more. Izuku smiled and stood up. Deku, you're right, I will be the next symbol of peace. I will protect everyone no matter the cost. Uraraka, I like it that way. Now go change and pick up the mission papers so poor Bubble can rest. The freckled man gave his girlfriend a tender kiss and said goodbye to the blue-haired girl to pick up his suit and get ready. Not much happened, and now in his civilian clothes he took the documents and put them in a briefcase-style backpack. Deku, well, time for family time. You rest, Bubble. We'll see you tomorrow. Bubble Girl, yes. Hee thanks. Eri, I was already getting bored, hee. Deku, hee sorry little one, what do you think if I bought you a caramel apple? Eri, I'm not a little girl anymore. Pouting cutely. Deku, then I'll eat it myself. Eri, I said I'm not a little girl, I never said I didn't love her. Deku, ha, okay, I understand. Ochako, do you want something? Uraraka, a little mochi wouldn't hurt. Deku, mochi and a caramel apple on the way. Uraraka, don't you want something, honey? Deku, in the girl's ear, I would like to eat you, but this Eri hee. The girl at that moment turned completely red while Deku just smiled. He loved to make those jokes to the girl to see her reaction, but he did not expect that the brunette in revenge would grab his shoulder, and using her quirk would increase the gravity of the boy, who was able to stand with difficulty, and then activate the OFA, and thus be able to dissimulate. For the green-haired it was not so complicated. Part of his last training with the brunette consisted of moving even with the girl's quirk on him in order to increase his resistance and his strength, as well as to control the one for all unchained, so now he moved relatively easier. Eri, are you okay? Deku, why yes, so I'm just a little tired. Uraraka, you have to be more careful, darling. Deku, yes, I understand. The girl deactivated her quirk, allowing the green-haired man to walk normally, so the three arrived at Deku's house, who after setting the table and leaving the papers in his office went to wash his hands to prepare the small dinner, Uraraka helped her partner, while Eri did her homework in her room. A room she used since she was first taken to the freckled man's house. No one entered there without Eri and Deku's permission. The girl had already acclimated so much that there were posters, some figures of various heroes, even bands, by a certain violet-haired girl and the green-haired man himself. The girl had adopted a taste for rock. Her room was nothing extravagant, a bed, a table, her own sound system that although it was small it was quite powerful, a closet. On top of the table she had a laptop and a lamp courtesy of the freckled man. After a long time the three of them were already eating and talking about various topics. Deku, so Eri, what's up? Eri, what about what? Deku, school, you're almost out, right? At that moment the little girl's happy attitude disappeared and turned into a fake smile. Eri, yes. Uraraka, I understand you want to apply to UA, right? Deku, besides, I'm sure you wouldn't accept to enter based on a recommendation, right? Eri, but well, yes. Deku, hey, what's up, Flea? It's okay if you don't want to go to UA, there are other very good schools. This is Shiketsu, which is where Kami comes from. Uraraka, or Ketsubutsu, both are good options and there are more. Eri, no! I want to apply to UA. But my classmates say my quirk is useless, especially in combat. I wouldn't last 5 minutes on the field. The girl's voice slowly faded with each sentence. Deku could only lower his head. He knew what it was like to be told that you couldn't. It had been worse for him, but the girl depended on him, so he would give everything for her to feel better. Deku, you know, I think Eri-chan is a great name for a heroine as great as you. Eri, what? Deku, just as you heard it, your quirk is also very powerful. We still don't know all the capabilities it has. We don't even know if it has a second phase. Eri, second phase? Deku, something like Uraraka's quirk, or what happened to me in the battle, or look better later. I'll explain that to you, hehe, but maybe with good training you can become very strong. Eri, you believe that? Uraraka, of course, you're already quite skilled. Imagine if Deku or I trained you? You'd be unstoppable. Eri, would you do that for me? Deku, of course. Also, if you don't pass the practical exam, there's still the General Studies department. Remember Shinso, right? Eri, Aizawa's son? Deku, ha ha ha, he wasn't his son. Well, they looked alike, but that's not the point. At least you remember him. Eri, yes, but what does it have to do with? Deku, maybe you don't know it, but he comes from General Studies and even managed to get into the Hero department. Eri, really? Deku, but of course, he didn't want to take the course change because he was lazy? Now that I think about it, he and Aizawa are quite similar, hahaha, but yes, at school there is a program that if they see your grades, your attitudes and other things they can transfer you to the Hero department. The little albino smiled. Ever since she left Overhaul's lair she felt that she had wronged many people, but now 2 of those people were supporting her to continue her goals. Uraraka, or you could go to the support department, that's where Mei comes from. Eri, Lord Ida's girlfriend? Deku, exactly, you're very smart, just don't blow anything up, hahaha. Or you could follow in Recovery Girl's footsteps. Your quirk isn't useless. It would be a very important medical support, Dr. Eri-chan, the heroine of Heroes. Eri, doctor? Deku, no quirk is useless and not all heroes wear suits. I once said it, from a teacher to our own families. We are all heroes in our own way. The white-haired girl began to cry and hugged her hero's chest. The brunette also joined the family hug and both adults stroked the little girl's head to stop her from crying. Deku, better? Eri, smiling yes. Deku, well, keep eating or it will get cold. The albino continued eating until she decided to ask the question with the words that would make the Deku hero petrify. Eri, Dad, a while ago talking to Grandma she told me that you awakened your quirk almost my age. Why? Deku, Dad? Uraraka, grandmother? Eri, well, I consider Deku my father. He always takes care of me, protects me, and makes me smile. And Grandma Inko told me it was okay for me to call him that because she considers me a granddaughter. Was it wrong for me to call him that? Sad. Deku, boo, well no boo, but. Eri, sorry, I won't do it anymore. Uraraka, It's not that, darling, it's just that your father was surprised when you called him that, right, Izuku? Deku, yes. Haha, yes. Eri, sorry. Deku, ha ha ha, don't worry, Flea. In fact, today at school he also called me father. Uraraka, really? So what would I be? With a finger on her chin. Eri, my mom? Uraraka, that's true. Eri, are you married? Faced with that question, both choked on the water. The little girl didn't know why this was, but she tried to help her superiors. Deku, that's a big step, Eri, haha, we're busy being heroes. Uraraka, yes, hee, but what do you think if we do movie night? Eri, really? Deku, yes, when we were studying at UA we did a lot of those, right, Ochako? Uraraka, yes, hee, go to the room and choose the movie you want, we'll bring the popcorn. Eri, yes. Deku, have you finished your homework, young lady? Eri, yeah, it's been a while. Deku, I assume you didn't send the girl alone because you wanted her to choose, right? Uraraka, partly yes, but I also had another objective. Izuku, I have to talk to you. Deku, what's wrong? Taking her hand. Uraraka, well, do you remember what happened in the morning? Deku, sorry, I know you like to work. Uraraka, I mean the other thing, moving here, with you. Deku, be you well, you know that well I don't want to force you to do anything, you know that I love you, but if you don't want to, I... Uraraka, yes, I want to. Deku, huh? Uraraka, well, I talked to Tsuyu in the morning before leaving for work and accidentally Ryuko also heard. At that moment Deku turned an incandescent red color. It was very different for his best friend to know than for his superior to also find out. Deku, what happened? Uraraka, well, both of them agreed that if I wanted him then I should move in with you, if you want. Deku, well, you know that I love you very much and I would like to share this with you. You know not to be so alone at home. I love the times when you or Eri visit me, but I don't want to force you to stay. Uraraka, it's no obligation. I also love being by your side. Waking up every morning with you is the best gift life can give me, and I would like to live that every day of my life, with you by my side. The green-haired and brunette stared at each other. That same spark, that deep love they had for each other would never disappear. On the contrary, every day together they rekindled that light between them. They came closer and looked into each other's eyes like in those years at the UA. They held hands and gave each other a tender kiss, and then put their foreheads together. Deku, have you been told that you are too cheesy? Uraraka, admitted Tiger, you hit the jackpot. The green-haired boy smiled to kiss his girlfriend again. He had to admit it, wanting to forget her was the biggest stupidity he could have committed. She and he simply complemented each other perfectly. The boy separated from his girlfriend and went to the kitchen. Deku, come on, let's go all out to see the movie. Uraraka, I'm coming after you. Deku, do you really want to live here? Uraraka, of course, and it was uncomfortable when Tokoyami went ha ha ha. Deku, Tsuyu and Tokoyami will have more time alone hee. Uraraka, we're coming, darling. Your daughter will be waiting for us. Deku, don't forget that she's yours too. They both smiled and after preparing everything they joined the albino. They built a cushioned fort, they sat on the floor, Uraraka leaning on Deku's shoulder and Eri in the middle of them eating popcorn, while Uraraka made her braid. It was a warm environment, one that we could call family. After the movie was over, the little girl put on her pajamas, brushed her teeth and got ready to sleep but went to the dining room with Uraraka to get settled but Deku stopped them. Deku, where to? Eri, let's clean the table. We left everything on it, yawning. Deku, ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Go to bed, Eri. Ochako, please take her. This girl is capable of disobeying. Eri, it was only once and because she wanted a cookie, pouting. Uraraka, come on, Aizawa, yawning. Izuku, let us help you. Deku, I don't think so, hee. I'll take care of this. It's just carrying dishes. You go, I'll catch up with you. Uraraka, okay, you win. Did you hear that, Eri? Dad will be our hero. The freckled boy only blushed but laughed a little. Both women went to the albino's room. Deku didn't take long and as he promised he went to Eri's room which although with shame ended up being covered by Uraraka and Izuku who said goodbye to her. Eri, so do you think I can get into UA? Deku, I think you're even capable of defeating the 0 points. Uraraka, and that's something only Izuku could do to date. Eri, that's how you met, right? Deku, who told you that? Eri, Grandma Inko. Deku, I have to tell my mother not to tell you so much, ha ha ha, but even though it's wrong, I met Ochako that same day but a little earlier. In fact, she saved me from falling. Uraraka, at first I thought he was cute and funny, but when I saw him in action when he saved me, I could see how great he was, heroic, incredible, and handsome, he. Eri, yawning, I love you both. Deku, and so are we, flee, now to sleep, kissing her forehead and covering her. Uraraka, doing the same as Izuku, we love you so much, little one. Eri, and I to you. Both heroes left the albino's room and closed the door. Uraraka, you are definitely a hero of society, although you would also be a great father. Deku, and you? You looked so adorable combing the girl's hair. They both started laughing quietly so as not to wake the girl, but Uraraka yawned, drawing the freckled boy's attention. Deku, I think Eri isn't the only one sleepy. Go to sleep, Ochako. I still have to work on the paperwork. Uraraka, I can stay if yawning, wake up a little longer. Deku, ha ha ha, I don't think so, go to sleep, I won't be long. Uraraka, you're quite a superhero, okay, I'll go, but don't be long. Deku, he calm down. The green-haired man saw his girlfriend heading towards the room, but before she entered she shouted something at him. Uraraka, by the way, if you don't mind, I'll start moving my things here tomorrow. Deku, I'll help you, everything will be here by Friday, it'll just be a matter of arranging, okay? The brunette just nodded tiredly to go into the room. The freckled boy went to his small office where, turning on an Almight lamp, he started to do all the paperwork that, although it wasn't much, it was quite tedious in terms of guidelines. The names of the children and their quirks were what caught the boy's attention. He still felt some guilt for not being able to help, but... Listen, they've been through horrible things, their world turned dark, but you once said, I want to be the symbol of peace that lights up this dark world, a beacon of hope. Well, it's time for you to be that for those children, for them to see that the hero Deku will be there for them. Now, ready and inspired by his girlfriend's words, the freckled man took out his phone and dialed a fairly familiar number. Deku, good thing you answered, sorry I know it's late but I need a favor, okay I'll be there, yes he's with me, don't worry there will be no favoritism, look, I need you to take these people early tomorrow too. The call continued for a while. Deku was still with the paperwork. He went to the kitchen to prepare some coffee. The happiest and most motivated boy regarding that matter was able to finish earlier. The coffee had not helped much. He was exhausted, yawned hard, but when he saw that he was finished he got up, put the papers back in his backpack, did a little stretching and went to the room. He passed by Aries where he smiled. Remembering everything that had happened to the girl, he smiled, happy to have been able to save her, and went to his room where he found Uraraka totally asleep and snuggled up. The hero just smiled, happy with life. He slowly took off his clothes to put on simple pajamas and lay down with his girlfriend, whom he kissed on the forehead and hugged her. Deku, I'm definitely the luckiest guy. Chapter 53, a title, a statement, number 1 is here. The next day at the Midoriya house we could hear a slow knock on a door. Eri didn't take long to open it, dressed in her school uniform, surprised to see Deku in his hero costume. Deku, come down for breakfast, little one, or we'll be late. Eri, let's go. Below was Uraraka, who was not wearing her suit, intriguing the white-haired girl because she knew that she always put on her suit when she arrived at the agency. That morning not much happened. Deku made breakfast, but it was Uraraka who would be in charge of taking the little girl to school, which, although it did not bother Eri, it intrigued her. The girl did not ask questions. She arrived at her school where she met her friends, with whom she talked until the director arrived. Director, children, I hope you are well. We are going to the auditorium in 5 minutes, so please, President, if you can take them. Eri, yes. But what is it for? Director, it's because we're going to broadcast a very special interview. The girl was left with the same questions, but, obeying them, she took her classmates to where she was ordered. Everyone settled down. Eri sat at the front. They turned on the screen where a header was seen that would give Eri the answers. The hero Deku in an interview. Host, good afternoon everyone. Today we are excited because on this day we will have a very special guest, the hero who won everyone's hearts, a hero stronger but just as important as Almight, the idol of the people, the man of tomorrow, the hero Deku. The woman stood up as everyone watched Deku walk towards the forum with a smile. The boy had his mask on but the face piece was open, revealing a smile. Deku, all right, hands up everyone. Host, welcome Deku, it is a great honor to have you with us today. Deku, haha no, the honor is all mine. Host, well before we start I see that you brought a lot of people. Deku, yeah, I hope you don't mind. All the children who had been saved were there, in disbelief that their favorite hero was before them. Host, not at all, in fact we are all here very excited to have this interview with you, so sorry we are all gathered together. Deku, ha, it's nothing, but okay, shall we start? Host, oh, sure. Okay, please tell us about yourself. Deku, of course, you'll understand that even though many people know my identity, I can't take off my mask. Host, of course, we won't force you, but moving on to the first question, how does it feel to always be at the top of the Rising Stars chart? Many people say you're the closest to becoming the new number one. Deku, well, I'm flattered, but not everything is thanks to me. The people who support me motivate me to keep going, the civilians, all of you, the people for whom I would give my life. Host, well, we can say that you are the hero of the people, beyond society. Deku, I try to do my job well. Host, okay, next question. We know you can't take off your mask, nor can you say your name, but can you tell us something about yourself? What is the hero Deku like in his civilian life? Deku, ha, that's a curious question, quite a lot actually, Well, as you know and just mentioned, yes, I can't say my name or take off my mask, but well, I'll try to answer the best I can. My life as a civilian, it's not extravagant would be the short answer. I get up, go to the agency where I catch up on the news, and go out to work. Ending the day, what can I do? I sort out papers, get home, wash my clothes, etc. I guess, a very boring life, well, a normal life. Host, rich life? Deku, ha, not at all. Well, the government gives me a financial compensation like all heroes, but I made an agreement so that an amount would go to aid foundations. I keep the essentials to live. I don't want a life full of luxuries. I prefer to help people either directly or indirectly. Host, well, I think the children have questions. Could you answer them? Deku, of course. A little girl with brown hair raised her hand timidly. Girl, hello, my name is Marikawa, and what I wanted to ask, well, you are a very powerful hero, but is there something that could scare you, really scare you? I would be very scared if I faced those dangers. Deku, that's a very good little question. Yes, maybe I am very strong, but fear is something that is always part of the job. I fear failure, hurting innocent people, but above all I fear for myself. I have faced villains who are capable of killing me. Another little one raised his hand. Child, I am Ino, and I wanted to say, well, don't you get tired of all that? All that senseless hitting and violence, isn't there a better solution to problems than always breaking your face? Deku, believe me, sometimes I wish that violence wasn't necessary. I wish we lived in a world where peace was something tangible, but sometimes it is the price to pay for a greater benefit, and as a hero I will make sure to have that benefit for everyone. I will fight until I am tired, so that day is something we can all live, as I once said. On my soul, I swear that until my dream of a world where dignity, honor and justice is the reality we share, I will never stop fighting, never. All the children started to cry. Suddenly, and to their surprise, Deku knelt in front of them. Deku, guys, I'm really sorry I couldn't help you. You went through horrible things and I wasn't by your side. I sincerely regret it. I know that you will become great heroes. You will be a strong generation, and I want to help you grow fully, live happily. Although you have already experienced that the path of a hero is stained with blood, but it is for that same reason that I will not allow you to follow that path. I will be by your side and walk step by step with you, and I promise you that even at the cost of my own life, I will protect you. Everyone was stunned, both the children and the reporters and the spectators, because they knew that the message was not only for the children but for the world in general. Uraraka could feel the weight of the boy's words. At that moment little Ino went towards him and hugged him. Ino, Hero Deku, please don't die. We are strong and you have to be number one to protect everyone. You are my hero and always will be. The boy stood up when he felt all the children hugging him. Soon he couldn't bear the weight, and between all the children they managed to throw him down. The boy hugged the little ones and stood up. Deku, believe me, I will make this world a better place for you, really. The young driver couldn't help but cry but managed to recover. Host Deku? One last question. I think everyone here is interested in the answer. Please tell us, what is your quirk? The question took some people by surprise. David, Bakugo, Inko, Cementas, Aizawa and Nizu, but the green-haired man remained calm. Deku, ha ha ha, I knew that was a question they would ask me. Host, sorry, it's a question that was even asked to Almight, being one of the great mysteries. At first it was thought that you and he had the same quirk, but it has been shown that his is somewhat more powerful, so if you could answer us. Deku, well, before saying my quirk I have to tell a little anecdote. When I was 4 years old I was a child whose biggest dream was to be like Almight, but my quirk showed no signs of appearing. They finally took me to the doctor where they said that I had a quirk, but they didn't know what it was. Basically it was a new quirk. There was no information about it. They didn't tell me when it would manifest or anything, so throughout my school I had to endure teasing. They called me a liar, Quirkless, among other insults. I was able to endure everything. My ideals never fell. I even started training. Maybe that way my quirk would come out, but nothing. Finally I was about to give up. It just seemed like I didn't have a quirk. In the freckled boy's mind, the words of his mother begging for forgiveness began to be heard. The boy was about to burst into tears, but he could bear them. Deku, I was about to throw in the towel when he found me. Almight saved me and he told me the words I always wanted to hear: you can be a hero. If my favorite hero didn't doubt me, then I wouldn't have to give up. I kept studying, exercising. I never gave up even though my quirk didn't manifest. I registered to take my exam at UA and then I passed. Without any points in the physical test, my body moved by itself. I helped someone and for the first time my quirk made its presence felt. An enormous power flowed through me. My quirk makes all the effort of my body multiply, making it have an overwhelming and destructive power. Host, so your quirk wasn't present before because there was no effort. Deku, exactly. Although he didn't do it because he was saving the effort, somehow he began to accumulate strength. Hence the power was so destructive, although the price was high because my body, not being used to it, broke. Host, so we can say you had it tough. Deku, well, a little bit, ha ha ha, but I never gave up. I fought for my dream, to be such a great hero that no one would be afraid, a beacon of hope for everyone. The children listened attentively to the eldest. On the other side, Eri listened attentively to what her father figure was saying. If he never gave up despite the lack of quirk, then she who had one wouldn't do it either. Host, well, can I ask for one more thing? Deku, ha ha ha, of course. Host, could you say something for the people watching us? Deku, sure. Sometimes we can feel the lack of hope, but once someone very important said that hope was like keys, easy to lose, but if you look for it you can find it. Never give up, no matter how many times they tell you. If you want you can even fly. We live in a world of heroes. Nothing is impossible, either now nor ever. The only limits we set are those of ourselves. The green-haired boy stood up and all the children started to applaud. Some were crying. After everything they went through, those words from the green-haired boy filled them with hope. The transmission was cut off. All the children started to play with Deku. The adults asked him for photos and autographs. After a while Deku had to say goodbye. All the children didn't want to. Even little Marikawa clung to his leg, but he looked at them affectionately, and got back on his knees looking at all the children. Deku, I promise I won't abandon you. A hero's duty is to save people, and that includes you, so never lose hope, okay? All okay. And so the green-haired man left the place so that he immediately received a call. Uraraka, you surprised me. Deku, me too, but it was something I had to do. Uraraka, will you be in time for dinner? Deku, I say yes, I'll just increase my schedule a couple of hours today for the interview and that's it. I'll send Bubbles paperwork in the morning so I wouldn't have much to do. Uraraka, okay, I'll wait for you. I'll go through Eri. Deku, you're the best baby. Okay, I'll leave you. There's a bank robbery in progress. I love you. Uraraka, I love you too. Now kick villains. The boy cut the call. The day passed normally for everyone. Deku worked alongside Bakugo and Todoroki. He helped Ida in an evacuation. The boy arrived at the agency where he found Bubble, who was talking to Miruko. Deku, am I interrupting? Miruko, just the hero I came to find. Finding you is very difficult. Deku, official consultation hours are occasionally from 8 to 5. Miruko, this is more than a consultation. Deku, you were able to leave a message. Miruko, it's urgent. Deku, leave it with emergencies, besides I have an appointment, I won't be staying long. Miruko, you know I work at the UA? Deku, yeah? Good for you, they pay well according to Aizawa. Mirulo, Niza sent me, he wants to know if you're going to pay the favor. Deku, I should never have made deals with him, smart rat, he doesn't forget anything. Miruko, you have to go to the UA, you say when, but you know what it will be, and he also wants to propose a deal to you. Deku, I guess I have no choice. Okay, God, I'll call him when I go. Miruko, nice agency, you changed it. With Night High it was scary. Bubble girl, hey. Miruko, I had a bubble tickling machine. Bubble girl, well yes be you, but forget it. Deku, Night High was a good person. Miruko, I remind you that he was my mentor and did great things with me and Mirio. Miruko, tisk, well anyway, I already gave you the warning, I'm leaving. Deku, carefully watching her walk away. The white-haired girl finally left while they both watched her. Bubble girl, thanks, I don't like people talking badly about him. Deku, don't thank him, after all I owe a lot to him, to you and Mirio, you accepted me after all. Bubble girl, you don't have to thank me, boss. Deku, I'm still not used to the term hee, but anyway, I'll fix some documents at the Bubble office, it won't take long, when we're done we'll go, okay? Bubble girl, of course. Military salute. The green-haired boy began to do office work for a while until 5 in the afternoon, when they both left the agency heading for their homes. Upon arrival, the boy was greeted by a hug from his girlfriend, who was wearing civilian clothes but somewhat light, military green shorts, a pink tank top and her hair loose. Little Eri was watching television. Deku, is there anything to eat? Uraraka, you're in luck, I'm starting to cook, it won't take long I think. Deku, then let me get ready because these formal clothes are not my thing. The green-haired boy was changing in his room when Eri started calling him. Eri, Dad. They're talking to you. Deku, I still can't get used to him calling me like that. Eri's coming down now. Eri, it's Mr. Mirio. As soon as the green-haired boy heard who was calling him, he got off at full speed because it could be important. The boy was wearing jeans, red tennis shoes, and a black t-shirt. When he got off, he realized it was a video call. Deku, Mirio? What's up, buddy? Mirio, Deku, nice to see you again, buddy. Nijire, Deku? Is Ochako there? Eri, Miss Nijire. Nijire, hey? Eri, are you there? You're an ambitious Deku, first Uraraka and now you've even adopted Eri. Eri, boo, but he doesn't. Uraraka, come Nijire, I'll pass the call to my phone and let's talk while I finish preparing dinner. Come Eri, let's let them talk. Nijire, yes. By the way, Izuku, congratulations on today's interview and I hope you're ready. Deku, ready for what? Nijire, what do you mean, why? Well, for your appointment as Mirio, covering the blue-haired girl's mouth, go talk to Uraraka. Nijire, so you don't know? Mirio, go! The girl just smiled and went to another room. The brunette took Eri and kissed Deku before leaving too. Mirio, you already got married and you didn't invite anyone? Deku, ha ha ha, no kidding, I'm still escaping from that. Mirio, why? Deku, well, I'm a hero, we both are, I guess we're very. Mirio, Nijire is a heroine and we're married, I think you're afraid of something. Deku, well, me. Mirio, does she know? Deku, know what? Mirio, you know what I mean, she knows about One for All? Deku, no. Mirio, that's your fear, right? Deku, anyone who knows about power is in great danger, and she is very important to me. If something happened to her, I would never forgive myself. Mirio, a hero's duty is to protect. You have the power of 8 people. I'm sure you are able to protect everyone, including Eri. Deku, Eri and Uraraka are my priorities. Obviously my mother too, don't misunderstand. It's just that they, well at least Eri, live with me for now. Mirio, yeah well maybe that will change. Deku, what do you mean? Mirio, well I have 3 pieces of news for you, although one of them has to do with another. But before I tell you, tell me that you received my letter. Deku, what card? Mirio, I think it hasn't arrived. Well that's the mail. Well then I can only tell you part of the news, and that is that I will return to Japan. Deku, really? Great, what's the reason? Forget it, you can't tell me haha. Mirio, yes, well I can only say that it will make you very happy, but let's wait ha ha ha. Deku, and what is the second one? Mirio, it has to do with Eri. Deku, what did they do to him? In protective mode. Mirio, that's what I mean, Izuku, she's not a little girl anymore, she's 11 years old, you and I know what she went through, it's not fair for her to be going from house to house. Deku, yes, but what do you propose? Mirio, look, all the time she's either at your house or at Aizawa's, not with me anymore because I'm not in the city, but there's an option, and you know it, adopt her. Deku, adopt her. Mirio, she's not a little girl anymore. Going from house to house without a fixed place to sleep is not good. She already rejected all the families who wanted to adopt her. Deku, there is a solution to that. Mirio, yes, obviously. In fact, she didn't reject everyone. She went with some, but they don't accept her because Eri distrusts people. Only we have seen her smile. That's why the program was implemented, in which she spent time with each one of us so they could see who she has more attachment to. Deku, then it would be you. You saved her at the cost of losing your quirk. Mirio, Aizawa cared for her like a daughter even before he married Ms. Joke. Deku, for some reason I feel like you're debating my points. Mirio, because that's what I do. Listen, I love Eri, but even if Aizawa or I wanted to adopt her, she'd be really happy with you. Deku, with me? Mirio, you found her, you showed her your face and held her close. You were willing to give your life to protect her even without knowing what Chisaki's quirk was, even without knowing Eri. You wanted to be her hero. I took you away from her. Aizawa told you not to interfere. Even Night I told you that you would die if you went to her rescue, and yet you gave your 100% and kept her with you at all times. You rescued her despite having everything against you. She witnessed your tenacity, your determination. You became her first hero. Maybe I gave my quirk, but you would give your life for her. Don't let me go. What have they done to him? I will protect Eri no matter what. I will rescue you, Eri, and I swear that you will finally live life happily. Those words echoed in Izuku's mind. He truly adored the little white-haired girl like a daughter. He would be able to give his life for that girl who clung to not die. But he didn't feel he was ready. Being a father was a huge responsibility. He saw it with his mother. The boy thought this without knowing that, spying on them without them realizing it. Eri heard everything. She loved Mirio very much. She even felt guilty for being the cause of the blonde's loss of quirk, but he taught her that it was never her but the Yakuza who pulled the trigger. On the other hand, there was Aizawa. The girl also had an attachment to the eraser hero, but she didn't know him that well. Without a doubt, the green-haired boy was the father figure she always wanted, but seeing him there with doubts broke her heart. Deku, I have to think about it. Mirio, it's a big step. Mirio, I'm not forcing you, but if you want to think about it, that's fine. My letter will arrive tomorrow. Don't ask any questions. Deku, yes. The blonde cut the call, leaving the green-haired boy thoughtful. He adored Eri but felt that the girl needed more. Although she was no longer the scared little girl she was when she was with Chisaki, he still felt that he should give more for her. The boy lived alone, but it took him some time to get used to it. Also, his house was not very luxurious. The 3 of them fit perfectly, but he knew that Uraraka and Eri were worth more. After thinking about it, the night passed normally. The poor freckled boy was in a dilemma. It hadn't been long since he left UA and he was already the owner of an agency. He already lived alone. Now he lived with Uraraka, and now he would be a father. Definitely the future was being surprising for Izuku, who went to sleep. The next morning the green-haired boy got up early and went to wake up Eri. It was her last day with him, so he thought he would talk to her a little before Aizawa picked her up at the end of high school, but he didn't expect that after breakfast Uraraka would leave earlier, giving him a quick kiss. He wanted to talk to the two women, even though his biggest surprise was Eri, who didn't talk much to him during the way to school. Eri, done, thanks Mr. Deku said. Deku, surprised, hey, what's up? It's just for a few days, we'll see each other again and I'll take you out to play, okay? Eri, crying, sorry if I caused you too much trouble. Deku, annoyances? Not flee, annoyances are Kaken and his tantrums, ha ha ha, you are the most adorable and tender girl of all. Eri, maybe if I weren't here you'd live better. The green-haired boy was surprised, but couldn't speak because the girl ran towards school. Deku just stood there surprised. So the day passed. The green-haired boy was still thinking about the little girl's answer. After finishing his heroic day, he received a message from Uraraka. She wanted him to help her with some of her things. Deku accepted but told him to wait until she left the agency. Just at that moment a smiling bubble came in with the correspondence. There were many thank you letters. Some were from the government, missions or reports of the same, etc. Deku was about to start reading when an elegant envelope with handwriting caught his attention. The boy examined it, and realized that it was the letter that Mirio mentioned the day before. The green-haired boy opened the envelope, and took out a letter with perfect calligraphy, although something strange is that it didn't contain much. Just a time and a place. Deku guessed that it was an outdoor place, and that it is usually used in political events. For Izuku, Deku Midoriya. Through this letter we hope to count on your presence on day XXXXXX at time XXXX to discuss matters related to your work as a professional hero. With nothing more to add for the moment other than wishing you an excellent day and thanking you for your services to society, I say goodbye. Government of Japan. Without a doubt this was strange. The government had never called him more than on a few occasions, and it was related to missions. The boy decided to stop thinking about that and began to read the rest of the letters and then answer them. Finishing that, he prepared the notifications for the agencies that he considered a good option to help him finish the organization that many villains were doing, inspired by Stain and Shigaraki. The boy also saw the reports of Tenko Shimura's health, since Deku kept his promise and whenever he could he went to visit the villain, but he was reluctant to receive the boy's help. Finishing this, he went to help Uraraka with her move. A normal day in the freckled boy's life. So the days passed. This finally ended with the chestnut's move. The mission was becoming more and more with a good omen. He had even gotten an informant. The agencies had responded favorably to this union, waiting for the day the attack would be carried out, although there was something that still bothered and saddened the green-haired boy, and this was Eri, who seemed more subdued. No longer he smiled so much. Sometimes he even heard her cry. The freckled boy kept thinking about the reason for the girl's actions, even talking to her, but without receiving a clear answer. The boy was defeated, going to his mother for advice. The older Midoriya listened attentively to his son. Deku, I just don't know what to do, Mom. I feel like I'm losing her. Inko, my child, and you tell me that you have already tried to talk to her. Deku, yes, I'm already exhausted. I don't know what else I can do. Inko, and why don't you accept Mirio's option and adopt her? Deku, I want to. It would really make me very happy, but I feel like I'm not ready yet. I don't know how to take care of a girl, and I also feel like I should give her more. She suffered a lot. I want her to have a full life. Inko, hey Izuku, why don't you try to learn? You're already very analytical and you learn quickly. No one knows how to take care of children. I'm telling you, I'm your mother, your father, and I bought books until we were tired and we read them all. We ended up the same as at the beginning. Each of us had different points of view. There are simply no classes. There is no guide to being parents. Son, we will always make mistakes. Believe me, your dad. Between burning his milk or not knowing how to put on a diaper, he could teach you many things. I hurt you for a while, and even with all that you are a great hero. Deku, Mom. Inko, you want that girl, then fight like you always do. Use a smash to throw away your insecurities and adopt the little girl. Make that girl call you dad and Ochako Mom. Give that girl the home she deserves. Deku, always motivating me, you know. Inko, and tell me something, Izuku. Have you already talked to Ochako? Deku, but well, I also want to talk to you about that, Mom. Well, Ochako and I. Inko, what's wrong with her? Deku, I love her a lot, you know that. That's why I want you to know well. Inko, son, what happened? Deku, breathing okay, here it goes, I'll propose to her. And that was when the older green-haired woman was close to fainting. Was she really listening right? Would her child take that step? The woman ran to hug Izuku who, although he knew that his mother's quirk was not strength, felt how his body was being squeezed to incredible levels. Inko, you better have something well planned. Izuku Ochako is a very special person, please take good care of her. Deku, determined with my life. Inko, and maybe it's time, son, you should tell him about one for all. Deku, yeah, I was late with you, hehe. Inko, and have you already received the letter? Deku, yeah, even though it's very mysterious, it just said it had to arrive and that was it. Wait, how did you find out? Inko, you think I wouldn't get the Nam's letter? Deku, what? Inko, Ochako sent me a letter. I understand that Miss Nijire told her about the letter Mirio sent you. Deku, yeah, I see? Well, I think I'll let you rest, Mom. I left Ochako with Eri and I don't want to worry them. Inko, you'll do things right, son, I know you will. Deku, thank you. The green-haired boy left and headed home where he was greeted by little Eri. Nothing significant happened at dinner, so they wrapped the girl up and went to bed. Deku, hey Ochako. Uraraka, yes? Stopping reading. Deku, well, do you remember the call Mirio made a while ago? Uraraka, yeah? What does that have to do with it? Deku, he told me something. It's about Eri. She had a strong life. She doesn't have to go from house to house. He mentioned to me that there is a possibility that I can adopt her. Uraraka, yes, she is somewhat receptive to other people. I know where you want to go, Izuku. She has seen you as a father figure as well as her hero. Without them knowing, Eri got up, left her room and spied on her elders. Deku, I know, I'll be honest, I was close to rejecting the proposal. Ready, now Eri was close to bursting into tears. Her greatest hero and father figure was rejecting her. The girl wanted to cry and run, but she kept hearing. Uraraka, how can you say that? She adores you, Izuku, and you are. Deku, wait please, yes, I know my words don't sound good, but it's not what you think. I was about to reject it because I didn't feel ready or prepared. Uraraka, hasn't been long since we became professional heroes and I am already the owner of a recognized agency. A lot of responsibility falls on me. So many things have happened in such a short time. I adore Eri like you have no idea. I would give my life for her just like I would do with you. That's why I had doubts. How would I raise her? What kind of father can I be? I wanted her to live a full life. The white-haired girl on the other side of the door was crying. She had no idea what the hero was thinking and she just ignored him. Deku, today I went to see my mother. I told her what was happening and she gave me a simply incredible answer. Uraraka, nobody teaches us how to be parents. We will make mistakes like everyone else. But I am sure of one thing, and that is that you would be an excellent father. Deku, and you are an excellent mother. Uraraka, that means. Deku, I told you, I talked to my mother, I needed some advice, she cleared my mind. No one is ready, and yes, these 2 years have been full of surprises, but I will not let little Eri be alone again. I will not allow it. I will protect her with my life just like you. The determination was clear on the boy's face. Outside the room the girl listened and could feel the security in his words, the same one she felt when he was not willing to let Chisaki take her the first time he met her nor when she fought. The white-haired girl opened the door and suddenly entered the room crying, which alerted the freckled boy who immediately stood up next to Uraraka. Deku, alarmed, what happened, Eri? Eri, hugging the freckled one, Dad, I'm sorry. No, I had no idea how you felt. I thought that you didn't love me. Deku, how could I not love you, Flea, if you are a super adorable girl? Wait, how, Eri, were you spying on me? Eri, crying in fear of being scolded, sorry. I know it was wrong, but I heard your call with Mr. Mirio and I thought you didn't like me. The girl closed her eyes in fear. She expected a scream or a blow. The image of Chisaki came to mind. The girl was terrified until she felt someone hug her. Deku, sorry little one, it's my fault. I didn't know how to explain myself. And you misunderstood me. I didn't feel ready because I've never been a father, but I decided that it doesn't matter. I'll learn as I go if you allow me. Eri, seeing Izuku, am I not bad? Deku, no, not bad or anything like that, you are a very strong girl, you went through a lot and you are here, that shows me that you are unstoppable. Uraraka joined the hug, and together they placed the girl on the bed. Deku, before I only had one goal, to be the best hero, to surpass Almight, now I have a new one and I want to tell you. I promise both of you that I will strive to be the best hero, father and boyfriend that you deserve. Uraraka, but you already are, darling, kissing Izuku. Eri, so now I'm Eri. Deku, now you are Eri Midoriya daughter. The girl couldn't help but cry again. Her dream came true, she finally had a family. The girl hugged them both again tightly. Uraraka, who would have thought, you became a Midoriya before me, ha ha ha. Deku, not by much. Uraraka, did you say something, Izuku? Deku, ah? No, nothing, he scratching his head. Well, lots of emotions for tonight, time to sleep. Eri, yes. I'm going back to my room. The little white-haired girl came out quickly, totally excited. Uraraka, wow, she's happy. Deku, yes, Ochako, I was serious when I said that I would fight until I was exhausted so that you all would not lack anything, it is a promise. Uraraka, you don't have to carry everything alone, I'm also a professional heroine, I'll help you, after all you're also my hero and I'm the little girl's mother. Deku, tomorrow I'll talk to Mirio to start looking at the corresponding paperwork, I hate that stuff. Uraraka, I know, but we accepted this since we decided to enroll at UA. Deku, you don't know what I went through even as a cheater. Uraraka, I know, but don't forget about the government letter either. Deku, that's true, wait, why does everyone seem to know about that now? Uraraka, I also graduated from UA as a professional hero, honey, it stands to reason that I also know, don't you think? Deku, well yes, Uraraka, it's already late, let's sleep. Deku, right, I'll turn off the light. The green-haired boy turned off the light, but even with the room in darkness, Green and Brown found their gazes to share a kiss full of love. Uraraka, rest, Izuku, I love you. Deku, I love you, Ochako. Thus ended the day for the couple. The next day everything looked even better for the freckled boy, who was already attentive to his calendar because the day for which he was summoned was closer. Likewise, he had already spoken with Mirio and his ex-sensei Aizawa. The last two agreed that the freckled boy would take care of the little girl, but knowing what was coming for Izuku, they told him not to worry, that they would take care of the procedures as far as they could. The boy accepted. Even in his hero work things were for the better, even a little strange. Bubble had asked him to leave the matter of the organization in honor of staying for a while they did more investigations. The boy accepted and prepared to talk to the agencies he had asked for help, but even in the elegant Ryukyu agency they told him not to worry, that when the mission was organized everyone would be ready. The defeated boy decided to go out on patrol, but even on the street it seemed that his presence was not required. All his classmates worked tirelessly, even Bakugo, despite his bad mood. In fact, it increased when he saw his rival arrive. Nobody said anything to him, but it seemed like they were hiding something. His suspicions increased when he met Kaminari and Mineta, who were helping in an emergency evacuation. Deku, landing, did I help with anything? The green-haired man was surprised to see that all the villains had already been arrested. Mineta, damn Midoriya, always arriving spectacularly. Kaminari, thanks old man, but we have everything under control. Deku, I see that, I'm glad you guys are trying so hard. Kaminari, I'm surprised you're working, man. If I were you, I'd be a nervous wreck. Deku, haha, but I studied to be a hero. Mineta, we're not talking about that, idiot, even though I think the same as Kaminari. Well, in fact, I would hire a sea of pretty girls to calm my nerves, although if it were you I'd be making a speech so I wouldn't die of nerves. Deku's speech? What for? Mineta, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be one? You'll probably improvise the day they name you in. The poor dwarf could not continue because he received a small shock from Kaminari. Kaminari, hey bro, we better keep working, we have a full schedule. Mineta, yes, and all thanks to this fool. Pointing at Deku, someday you'll pay me back. Deku, but what did I do? The boy was left with doubt because Kaminari pulled his friend's cloak while he was shouting things. Deku, well, I guess goodbye. Deku's alarm started to ring. It was time to go for his little one. Without wasting time, he took a big leap. Deku, duty calls. So the days passed, each time drawing closer to that big event Deku knew nothing about. It was already a week away. Deku is sitting at his desk boredly staring at a bird desktop ornament, while quietly singing along to My Hero by Foo Fighters until Eri, suddenly entering the office. Dad. The poor freckled man got so excited that he threw the ornament away. Uraraka, haha Eri, calm down, your father is going to have a heart attack. Deku, ha, wow, they really surprised me, but what do I owe the visit to? Eri, have you already forgotten? Pouting. Deku, forget true family movie night. Uraraka, oh Izuku, if you want we can cancel it, you're under a lot of pressure. Deku, no, because if we cancel it then what will I do with these 3 tickets? The boy showed 3 movie tickets for the film that Eri had been waiting for so long. The little girl started to spin around the office at full speed while Izuku just watched her happily. Deku, did you really think I would forget her? The girl thanked her father. Uraraka, with sign language you really forgot, right? Deku, with sign language I bought them in the morning, but I had forgotten I had them, sorry. They had started using sign language when talking about things that Eri couldn't understand because of the gravity. Eri, what's up? Uraraka, no, nothing daughter, hee, hey, didn't you have to give something to your father? Eri, that's true. The little girl lowered her backpack and took out a photo that Deku recognized at first. It was a photo of Class 3A, specifically it was the photo of their graduation day, all dressed elegantly. Mina had organized the photo and had sent a copy to each of them, but there was something strange. After a few minutes he saw it. The freckled boy had not recognized the frame. Eri, surprise. Deku, this is. Eri, it was a school craft project. We had to make a frame where we could put our favorite things, you see. Here are kittens, caramel apples, the number 1000, a rabbit. Here on one side is Miss Nijire and Mr. Mirio. On the other side are Ms. Joke and Mr. Aizawa, and then up here are the 3 of us. It wasn't an excellent job, but it was special. Handmade were the faces of the freckled boy, the brunette, and in the middle a smiling Eri. Deku couldn't help but shed a few tears, although he couldn't help but think about how he got the photo. Deku, wiping away tears, thank you daughter, although I have something to ask, where did you get the photo? Eri, from your home office. Deku, really? You went in there looking for her? Eri, no, I just found it, hee. Deku, hee, it's okay, Flea. Anyway, I just had it lying there. It's better to have it here next to me, so everyone will know what a beautiful gift you gave me. Uraraka, by the way, speaking of the office, why haven't you prepared anything? Deku, nothing of what? Uraraka, a speech or something. Deku, I would make a speech, but I don't know what it would be about. I don't know why they called me. It could be to thank me for my services or to reprimand me. I have no idea, although 2 people have already told you that they tell me that I should prepare a speech. Do they know something that I don't? Uraraka, I was just saying that you should. It's not necessary, but you're right, darling. You don't know what it's for. It would be better not to investigate. Deku, suspicious, but oh well, whatever it is, I hope there is no bad news. Uraraka, I say no, I have a good feeling, but get ready to go home. Deku, done. The green-haired boy went to get ready for his suit. When he got home he put on normal clothes and went out with his family. He thought about making a short speech, nothing dazzling, just a few words in case they thanked him for some reason. In the following days that's what he did. The boy was nervous. He only reread the mysterious letter, analyzing it, trying to see if it had some kind of background, something that indicated that it said something else, but nothing. Finally, on Saturday before going out, the boy adjusted his tie with a certain nervousness or so. Bubble girl, everything okay, boss? Deku, this damn tie that won't let go. Bubble girl, it seems to me that he is nervous about tomorrow. Deku, nervous? Me? What's up, Bubble? It's just that this thing just won't let me ready, damn it. The elegant tie had been broken by the excessive force exerted by the freckled man. The blue-haired woman, without wasting time, took a new tie out of her drawer and went towards her boss, who looked at her confused. Deku, tell me you don't have a pack of ties with you. Bubble Girl, at first I thought he was stupid, now I'm thinking of taking Sir Nightie's advice seriously. Deku Nightie? Bubble Girl, yes, he said that no matter how strong the next symbol of peace is, he will always need a new tie. At first I thought it was a saying to refer to the person who will accompany him, whether in a loving, friendly or work-related way, but after Miss Uraraka told me about the problems you and the ties had, I thought a new one would be helpful. Deku, next symbol of peace? Bubble Girl, you already know what Deku was like, especially with his foresight. He thought the next Almight would come from here. Deku, haha, that's true. Well, thanks for the tie, Bubble, it will help a lot. Bubble Girl, okay, time to go home, boss. Tomorrow is a big day for you. Try not to break it because I won't have a spare. Deku, ha ha ha, I'll try hard, but thanks. They both left the agency and said goodbye, going their separate ways. Izuku arrived home, where he was greeted with all the love his girlfriend and daughter could give him. The smell of a delicious katsudon also opened his appetite and made him understand that this was not a normal dinner. Deku, and what is the reason for the great banquet? Uraraka, can't we? Eri helped me. I was teaching her how to cook, and we thought making dinner would be a good place to start. Deku, aha. Eri, you don't believe us? Deku, the gesture is appreciated, but it just surprised me. A dinner with the whole family together, featuring my favorite dish, cooked to perfection, just a day before my reunion. Don't you find that odd? Uraraka, well, that's fine, you caught us. Raising her hands, we prepared this to wish you good luck tomorrow. Deku, really? Ochako, you're having very good feelings. I don't know why they called me. Uraraka, it can be something good, love, not everything has to be negative. Eri, why are you negative, Dad? Deku, I'm not, I just think about everything, Eri, there's a world of possibilities, you just have to think about the most likely to come true. Uraraka, but you are an excellent hero, Izuku, I see no reason to claim you. Eri, you are number one on the top, Dad, you always save everyone, you are an excellent hero and a great human being. Deku, okay, you too, calm down or you'll make me cry. Uraraka, did you like the food? Deku, can I repeat? Eri, I think that's a yes, Mom, by the way, Dad, tomorrow they said at school that we could go in civilian clothes. Deku, in civilian clothes? That's weird, what are we celebrating? Uraraka, I don't know, but what do you think if I take her? That way you'll get there on time and have time to eat breakfast and everything. Deku, but if I had time, I get up earlier than everyone else, Uraraka, come on, let me take her to school, you always do it. Eri, please, Dad. Both women made tender eyes, defeating the freckled man whose side defeated. Deku, everyone is taking my job, at this rate I'll ask for vacation. Uraraka, exaggerated. The freckled one just smiled. Deku, can I ask for a little more? Dinner passed with laughter, a family moment, the three of them enjoying the atmosphere until it was time to sleep. The freckled boy fell asleep hugging his girlfriend, unaware of what tomorrow would be like. We can see a green-haired boy putting on his hero costume at home, something he never did, but there was an explanation. His name was Uraraka. The brunette convinced the boy to put on his hero suit at once so as not to waste time changing at the office. The two women left the house before Deku, who due to the pressure did not notice. The boy jumped out of his house, thus avoiding people seeing him. He landed in a nearby park and began to walk towards the meeting place. He had plenty of time, but he was surprised that he did not see any of his friends in the streets. He met other heroes, but they only greeted him discreetly, which surprised the freckled man a little, but he did not give it importance. People saw him and greeted him. Some asked him for autographs and photos, to which he agreed with all the kindness in the world. The boy was respected by people. Without a doubt the old and nervous Izuku had been left behind, the boy now being the tallest of all. His muscles had also increased, although without exaggerating, but you could see the fruits of his daily training. The boy kept his hair long, even some strands managed to peek out because of the mask. The green-haired boy wore his green suit, Although it was now lighter, he still had the protections on his knees and feet which were lighter but had a strong impact. An impact with enough force would be lethal. Almost the entire suit remained the same except for a cape that the boy wore just for this occasion. A red cape waved majestically. In a way it was a tribute to his partner Mirio. The boy after a little managed to see the point where several reporters were already. The closer he got he could make out many people. His mother, Bakugo, Todoroki, Aizawa, Endeavor and director Nizu were the ones who were already on top of the stage. The freckled boy was a little surprised, but arrived to be greeted by his friends. Bakugo, I thought you'd arrive later, bastard. Deku, I have a bad habit of getting up early, I left with some time. Todoroki, it's weird not seeing you nervous. Deku, I don't even know why I'm here. Bakugo just growled in annoyance while Todoroki smiled slightly. Nizu, son, you've arrived. Deku, Principal Nizu, it's a pleasure to see you again. Nizu, the pleasure is mine, boy. I hope you haven't forgotten our agreement. Deku, Miruko made it very clear, director, and she also knows that I am a man of my word. Nizu, haha, that's true, but it didn't hurt to remember it. Sukachi, boy, how nice that you're here. Deku, Commissioner Naomasa greeting politely. Sukachi, I still can't get used to it, ha ha ha. Hey, I know I'm not in a position to ask for much, but do you think you can make a dramatic entrance when you hear your name? Deku, and I'm here would destroy the place, ha ha ha, but I'll think of something. Endeavor, damn dwarf, you really did it. Deku, Mr. Todoroki extending his hand. The fire hero shook the boy's hand and turned around with a smile. Todoroki, you may not be his son, but you do look alike. Deku, what? Todoroki, you and Almight, but anyway, it's time to get ready. Bakugo, damn nerd, you're an idiot. Deku, I love you too, friend, ha ha ha. The blonde just smiled and took the green-haired boy by the shoulder. Bakugo, congratulations, friend. The blonde also left there. After a few minutes, Sukachi told Deku to leave and come in when spoken to. The boy nodded and got off the stage, going to the back. He managed to hear some familiar voices, Yayorozu, Kaminari, his own mother, Uraraka, Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki among others. Not much happened and everything started. It was somewhat boring for the freckled boy. They started talking about the first person with Quirk. After how more and more Quirks began to appear, the repercussions that there were, the casualties that the fights brought with them. After that they talked about the implementation of the hero registration as well as the schools to prepare them. Yue Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu among others. They also talked about Almight. Sukachi, and that was when a hero capable of saving 100 people in a matter of minutes came out of Yue. A hero capable of defeating enemies with just a few blows and who risked his neck several times, the No. One hero, Almight. We all believed that no one would be able to surpass that. That there would only be one Almight, and it's true, there was only one Almight, but in times of crisis, on a dark day for everyone where we believed that nothing would save us, one appeared. A hero who showed us that fighting together regardless of our origin is not a fantasy. Who showed us that it doesn't matter how many times you fall but how many times you get up, and today we are here to honor that hero. A UA graduate student known as the hero of the people. In such a short time we have seen him save people with his super strength. Take care of us all, help whoever needs him without asking for anything in return. The hero of the moment, and who being still a student faced a villain who could kill him, the hero who can achieve everything, the greatest hero of all, the hero Deku. A few minutes before the green-haired boy heard this, surprised he knew what he had to do, he started running back, and when he was at a distance that he considered appropriate he jumped upwards, and then at a certain height he kicked the air that propelled him to the place where he was. Everyone heard a loud bang in the air and looked up to see an object crossing the sky with speed. Deku stopped its trajectory with his hands and only gave a light kick to get down without making much noise. The boy seemed like he would fall on his feet with one leg stretched out, the other flexed and his arms open. When he fell, a curtain of air rose that everyone felt, and some even covered themselves. In Minetta's case he was about to fly away if it weren't for the quick reaction of Shoji, who managed to grab him by the leg. The poor dwarf waved as if it were a flag. When everyone recovered they saw Deku stand up. The mask on his mouth opened, revealing a smile. Everyone began to applaud for the incredible entrance that the hero made. Deku could see Melissa with her father, Mirio and Nijire as well as Tamaki. The rest of his classmates were also there. Even Endeavor's family, although what he liked the most was seeing his mother sitting in the front row with Uraraka, who was accompanied by her parents, and Eri, who was elegantly dressed next to her. Nizu approached the microphone with the help of a stool and began to speak. Nizu, I, as the director of the UA Hero Academy, am proud to be here today and see so many familiar faces. Everyone had their setbacks but still made it. All the heroes gathered here, thank you very much for coming. If I could say something, it is that during the 3 years that I saw you grow, I saw how you gave your maximum effort, always breaking your limits. But if I can say something specifically about Deku, is that I think he was the one who made UA during those 3 years the most fun and exciting of all, even managing to encourage his classmates to never give up. Hero Deku, I am very proud of you and congratulations. Deku was surprised by that. Each time he was getting an idea of what awaited him, but he simply did not believe it. Some politicians passed by and talked about the green-haired boy and his performance, always grateful to the boy. Finally Mirio passed by, who also spoke a little. Mirio, I should say something, I guess, hahaha. Well, there is something I have to admit, and that is that if that boy were not here, things would be very different. We all know his unstoppable and indestructible spirit motivated us to always fight. Being with him, we couldn't give up, it wasn't an option. Deku, I have to be grateful for that because you gave the word hero a new meaning. The blonde approached the green-haired man and shook his hand, to which the freckled man returned the gesture. Mirio, and that's why I'm proud to say that the Japanese government has decided to give you the title of Deku Hero, so that in addition to being the #1 hero, you can also bear the title of Symbol of Peace. Mirio's voice echoed in the young hero's head, Symbol of Peace? Had he heard correctly? Was he really witnessing this? The boy wanted to pinch himself to see if it was real, although when he realized it, he was in front of the microphone. At what moment he had arrived or had been moved to that place was something that had no explanation, but he could see that everyone was waiting for some words. The boy now really wanted to have a speech prepared, but after thinking about it for a bit, he decided to speak. Deku, this well, wow, to be honest, I didn't expect this, hehehe. Now I understand why so much mystery. The crowd laughed a little at the joke, as it was clear that his features were genuine. Deku, first of all, thank you very much for this. To be honest, I didn't expect it, and even standing here I feel unreal, hehe, and although I feel very honored, a part of me feels like I still don't deserve it. Mirio, nonsense man, you're the most qualified. Deku, hehe, thanks Mirio, although you know something? The title is appreciated, but I don't feel that that peace is an achievement. I feel that it is a responsibility. We must protect it, preserve it, fight for it. I appreciate the title, but these days I saw how everyone gave their best, their 100% even more. They worked together to achieve a society, a better world, all of you, whether heroes or civilians. We must fight together so that the peace we dream of is the reality we live. Let us strive to achieve that. Let us fight for our dreams and live day to day being honest. Let us all be heroes together. The crowd erupted in shouts of support, applause, some tears. Deku's name resonated loudly, chanted by everyone. Bakugo just smiled. Bakugo, you're a damn idiot, but you're also someone admirable. Mirio, here before you is Deku, the #1 hero and symbol of peace. The crowd cheered loudly. Eri clapped alongside Uraraka while her mother shed tears of happiness. Inko, Hasashi did it, our boy did it. Uraraka and Eri hugged the oldest green-haired girl. Uraraka, thank you Mrs. Midoriya, you raised a great human being. Inko, you never left him alone. Ochako, I have to thank you too, and you can call me Mom. Eri, Grandma, thank you for being so good to my dad. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't. Inko, don't even mention it, daughter, he saved you and he would do it again. The green-haired boy was now taking pictures with politicians and people. Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire, and obviously his former classmates could not be missed. Also Eri Uraraka, her mother, and the no longer so small Kota who arrived with Mandalay. Both children met, and although both were shy, they took pictures with their hero and father. The boy, taking advantage of his height, lifted both children who hung from his arms. Everyone laughed, and so the event came to an end. All the heroes returned to their duties, although they reminded the freckled boy that they would throw him a party to celebrate. He didn't even have to ask whose idea it was, he knew it was Mina. Hagakure and Ijaya's, the resigned boy accepted and jumped out ready to work. Bakugo, we already let you rest a lot for this stupid nerd day, now work. Deku, that's the plan Kaken, thanks for covering for me for so long. Todoroki, it must have been boring for you. Deku, yes, but well, I'll recover. So the hero returned to work. His days passed now with that weight on his shoulders. He tried hard, trained hard, and always helped. People didn't compare him to Almight, not anymore. Even Endeavor never said anything, even showing himself happy for the boy, although if something didn't improve it was Shigaraki's condition. The villain didn't look any better in his condition. The green-haired boy went to try to talk to him but never received an answer. Izuku was about to throw in the towel several times. He simply seemed like a lost case. The green-haired boy went to Director Nizu and told him the case. Deku, I don't know what to do anymore. I already investigated his family and obviously I was quite surprised, but there is simply nothing about Tenko Shimura anymore. I'm starting to think that Tamura Shigaraki killed him. Nizu, you say you investigated his family, but did you really dig deep? Deku, if you're referring to the last name, let me say that I was also surprised. I never thought that the seventh bearer of One for All and him were connected. Sometimes I think that All for One only did it to cause more emotional impact. Nizu, yes, I think so too, although I was surprised that you knew that. Deku, I just had to put the pieces together. It really wasn't difficult, although I was surprised. Nizu, I guess it was only natural. I want to give you something, kid. Promise me you'll take care of it. No, I'll give you a copy instead. It's something important to me. After all, I took the picture. Deku, what do you mean? Nizu, something that would help you, or at least I hope so. You said that Tenko Shimura was a fan of her grandmother. Deku, that seemed according to what I investigated. Nizu, then this can help you. The kind rodent gave an image to Deku, who couldn't believe it when he saw it. It was something worth trying. The boy thanked him and left the room. A day later he went to talk to Shigaraki. He didn't prepare a speech because he knew what he would talk about. When he entered, all the villains began to threaten him, but he only had to activate his quirk in its unchained mode so that with the pure pressure it exerted he would get everyone to shut up. The boy arrived at Shigaraki's cell and opened it. The guards knew that when he was there they didn't have to watch the cell. It was an order that Scotchy Naomasa had given directly. The boy sat in front of Shigaraki. Deku, hello again, Tenko. Shigaraki, my name is Shigaraki, you damn brat. Deku, we don't have to do this. Shigaraki, you guys just make messes and feel better than everyone else. You're not worthy of acclaim, the society you damned people built. Deku, I know what happened to your family and I'm sorry. Shigaraki, remembering no, shut up, you don't know anything. Deku, Tenko, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but yes, I know I'm really sorry. Shigaraki, shut up, damn it, I don't want to hear anything coming from you. Deku, you know you and I share some things. Shigaraki, I have nothing in common with you, stupid. Deku, what if I told you that Nana Shimura is linked to me? Well, at least in a non-literal way. At that moment Shigaraki opened his eyes. A small Tenko appeared before Deku, who was surprised by the change, although it was momentary because Shigaraki's face reappeared. Shigaraki, Grandma Nana, how do you know the name of that damn homeless woman? Deku, well, before answering that I want to ask, you hated All Might, right? Well, I don't know what All for One told you, but I can tell you that he and Nana were close. They were teacher and student. Shigaraki, men liar. The green-haired boy took out the photo. It was a photo that showed Nana Shimura next to a smiling Yagi Tashinori. The villain saw that photo and began to feel his eyes fill with tears. Deku, you know it's painful for me to say this, but she left not because she wanted to. She was practically forced. She didn't want to put you and your family in danger. Shigaraki, danger? What the hell are you talking about? Deku, it's a long story, but before, didn't you wonder why All for One gave himself that name? Shigaraki opened his eyes. He really didn't know that. He always referred to him as sensei. He had never investigated his motives. Deku, before we start, I want to tell you something. The reason why Nana left has to do with the fact All for One killed Nana. Shigaraki opened his eyes in surprise at that. Tenko Shimura lamented the loss of his grandmother. The boy decided that he would let him talk, so the green-haired boy knew there was an opportunity to bring Tenko into the world. He was right, it was definitely a good idea. The boy was grateful to the director because that little first talk they had marked a before and after, the reports affirmed it. It was not a total change, it was slow but positive. He no longer showed so much hatred and contempt for the heroes, he was more open to talks with the green-haired boy. Even letting him call him Tenko, Deku knew it. Inside him there was a battle for control between Tamura Shigaraki and Tenko Shimura, but the way Deku saw it, it was very likely that the boy with aspirations to be a hero could win. Because no matter how great the darkness is, that sun meant that the light would be more intense. With that finally on track, the boy could concentrate on what mattered to him, Eri and Uraraka, although the brunette was his priority because it didn't take long for him to buy the ring. The boy already had Eri's adoption papers ready, but he wanted them both to sign. Now he just needed a form. The poor boy was thinking about the agency until, after a long time. Deku, damn, what will I do, wait a minute. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Deku, I got it, Bubble. Bubble girl, what's up, boss? Deku, how long does it take you to get me something? Bubble girl, it depends on what you need because… Deku, I have a crazy idea, I'll make a call, I'll write down what I need. Deku quickly took out his phone. Deku, I'm glad you answered well, I know you're busy, that's why I'm saying it. I'm also glad to talk to you, sorry if I interrupted, I needed a favor, of course I'll pay you, okay, that's it if I'm crazy, I already know you're the only one I know who could, it's a compliment, or so I think, ha ha ha, please also, you owe me that favor from the academy, ha. I knew it, okay, I'll shut up, here's the plan. Bubble girl, real boss. Deku, ha ha ha, I know it sounds crazy. Bubble girl, actually no, it's amazing at least from my point of view, I'll get what you need, immediately. Deku, haha, thanks Bubble. Bubble girl, and by the way, good luck. So with a smile Deku was able to organize everything, he had a time limit but he could do it well, nights of rehearsal and sleeplessness, of hiding it from his girlfriend, a plan so secret that only a few people knew, not even Bakugo, Ida or Todoroki, the green-haired boy's best friends, knew about it. Time skip. We are in the agency of the powerful and elegant Ryukyu. She was in her office consulting papers. It was not just anything because in her hands was a difficult decision. After all, you would not give your agency to just anyone. Before, the powerful heroine had the idea that it would be Nijire who would take command, but after she got married and founded her own agency, the dragon's options were limited, but two rays of hope illuminated her. Froppy Uravity, her two-star girls, were the best candidates. Both had the capabilities to take command. Froppy was analytical, serious and persevering. Uravity, on the other hand, was strong, resilient, intelligent, and capable of excelling in any situation with her ingenuity. It was certainly a difficult decision. The heroine was about to give up for the day, she needed to rest. She also had Deku's agency's plan in motion to finish off the organization that Stain inspired but whose members distorted her ideals. After a sigh, Ryuko stood up, took a sip of her coffee and looked up at the sky, but something interrupted her meditation, a noise. Ryuko, wait a minute, that's it. The woman left the office so that with a simple gesture everyone in the agency would remain silent. Both Tsuyu and Uraraka obeyed the order of their superior, and soon they also heard. Tsuyu, that sounds very familiar to me, Kero. Uraraka, I recognize that voice to the window. The three striding women reached the window only to see Deku approaching in his hero costume. Deku, you're just too good to be true, I can't take my eyes off you, you'd be like heaven to touch, I wanna hold you so much, at long last love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive, you're just too good to be true, can't take my eyes off you. Everyone was stunned. Was what they saw true? The civilians didn't know how to react. It was simply unbelievable. Uraraka was so red that even in the deepest darkness it could be distinguished with great ease. Ryuko was amused as she sighed tenderly. That was a gesture that, although it could be embarrassing for some people, for her it was something tender. Not everyone would dare. Tsuyu also sighed. It was because of things like that that she had felt attracted to the boy in her first year at the academy. That tender way of being, that security that emanated, the frog girl knew that Uraraka was lucky to have the freckled boy. There was no other way to say it. She even felt sorry for Kendo because she knew that the attitude of the boy of steel made it known that she would never see an act filled with as much love as the boy's was. But the biggest surprise would follow, because when everyone thought that the show could not be more impressive, they began to hear trumpets, a drum set, a bass, cymbals. Everyone looked around, finding that their partner Kyukujiro had brought a war band. She was on her trusty bass with a smile because she simply did not believe that her green-haired friend, not long after becoming the symbol of peace, would dare to do that. Even after the call, she thought it was a joke. The rude violet-haired girl did not think of charging because the simple fact of being a participant was enough pay. Going back up, Uraraka had already controlled her blush. Now she looked at Deku with a love that was impossible to calculate or describe. She loved her boyfriend, and this act told her that he loved her just the same. Ryuko, wow Ochako, that boy really loves you. Tsuyu, has it always been like this, izuku or not Ochako? Kero. Uraraka, what? Yeah, he's special, he always has been. Deku, oh pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray, oh pretty baby, now that I've found you stay, oh pretty baby, trust in me when I say I need you baby, well won't come you my way, oh pretty baby, now that I've found you stay and let me love you, baby, let me love you. All the women shouted, applauding the boy, who after finishing his song remained smiling, looking towards the window from where his beloved saw him. The smiling girl turned her head a few times amused and began to applaud. Without a doubt Izuku was special. Deku too cheesy? Uraraka, just a little my love, but I loved it. Ryuko, can I offer you anything Deku? Deku, yes. I request permission to take my girlfriend out to dinner. Uraraka, love, you should have called me Deku, well I wanted it to be special. Ryuko, okay, Uravity is done for today. Uraraka, really? Kyuka, well, couple of lovers, I'm leaving now. Deku, right, sorry for interrupting your work Kyuka, here I'll give you the payment. Jiro, ha no Deku, calm down, I think the payoff was seeing your face at the beginning, that was really worth it. Deku, how cruel you are, but I'm serious, you helped me with this and I'm a man of my word, so have. The green-haired man handed her a wad of bills, but the violet-haired woman refused. She couldn't charge a friend. On the other side, the brunette was still lost in her love. Uraraka, Deku! Wait while I change. Deku, please Kyo-chan, sure, I'll wait here. Jiro, are you seriously making fun of me? At least I'll accept it, dwarf. Deku, I mean, if I say it, it's a joke, but if Kaminari says it, it's cute? Also, who are you calling a dwarf? Jiro, I'm going to kill Denki, okay, I accept it. I still had to pay the rent, and there's a Led Zeppelin album that caught my attention. Good luck on your date, Deku-kun, with a sweet and mocking voice at the end. The violet-haired girl turned around to leave, but Deku looked up at noises that caught his attention. Uraraka, stop! What? No! Ryuko, catch it Froppy! Uraraka, traitor! Tsuyu, someday you'll thank me, Kero. Hey Izuku, catch! The green-haired boy became alert when he saw how the girl he loved flew out the window, so activating his one for all, he took a great leap, catching his girlfriend in the air, who was still wearing her hero's suit. The boy carried her as if she were a princess. Deku, what happened? Uraraka, they didn't want to make you wait too long. Deku, that was extreme, but oh well. Uraraka, and where do you want to go? Deku, let's go through Eri first. Uraraka, Eri. That's true, but it'll be okay if we leave her alone? Deku, and who says we'll leave her alone? Uraraka, Izuku? Deku, I have everything perfectly calculated, darling, you'll see. The girl smiled. It was clear that the freckled boy had planned everything for some reason. Uraraka loved seeing her boyfriend so committed, so she just let herself go. The two arrived for the little girl, which caused the place to become a hubbub of people asking for photos and autographs of the heroes. After a while they took little Eri using the method of transportation, which was Deku's jumps, with little Eri on his back and carrying Uraraka like a princess. The small family arrived at their house, where they were greeted by Izuku's mother, who hugged each one effusively. the older Midoriya spoke very happily. Something that Uraraka noticed who, while getting ready to go out to dinner with her boyfriend, was able to get rid of her doubt. Uraraka, a good day? Inko, what's up, daughter? Uraraka, hee, don't be offended, but you look very happy, ma'am. Inko, ha, of course not, Ochako. To tell you the truth, it's a great day, and I already told you that you can call me mom. Lady makes me feel old. Uraraka, hee, it's okay, mom. Deku, Ochako, are you ready? The green-haired man was downstairs wearing a formal suit, constantly feeling his right pocket, letting out a sigh every time he did so. Uraraka, ready, honey. The green-haired boy looked and was amazed by what his eyes witnessed. The girl wore a beautiful and elegant red dress, a corset with black sides and a white middle part. A layer of thin, transparent silver fabric covered her shoulders, and her perfectly combed hair was tied loosely in the back. Deku, you look. Uraraka, strange? Hee, sorry, I thought it was cute. Deku, and it is, you are very beautiful, Uraraka. Uraraka's cheeks turned a light red. Uraraka, thanks, be well, you look very. Deku, very formal? Uraraka, elegant is the word, you look very handsome, Izuku. Inko, you both look great, I'll get the camera. Eri, come with me. Eri, yes. Deku, wait, mom, no, he's already gone. Uraraka, hee, that's your mother, Izuku, I guess it was inevitable. Deku, hee. Uraraka, Izuku, are you okay? Deku, what? Me? Okay, well. Uraraka, is something wrong? If it's because of the camera, nothing will happen. Deku, no, it's not that, it's just that I have something to tell you, it's a big secret and… Uraraka, is it that big to get like that? Deku, Ochako, it's something related to my quirk, anyone who knows this is in danger. Uraraka, Izuku, you know I'm a heroine, by your side I can fight any danger, but if you don't want to tell me I can help you, although I also understand if you want to keep it hidden. Deku, no more. Ochako, please listen to me very carefully. The brunette's eyes opened with more surprise as the story was told, the multiple battles, the blood shed, the consequences and the carriers. The whole story of One for All was listened to with great attention by Ochako Uraraka, who could not believe what her boyfriend was telling her. Uraraka, Izuku, all this you're telling me is it real? Deku, as real as you and me. Uraraka, now I understand why the secret a power like that, the consequences it would have on a heroic and social level, it's simply an enormous weight. Deku, I don't intend for you to carry this. If I'm telling you all this, it's because I trust you, because I love you, and because I don't want to lie to you. But if you decide that you don't want to know anything else, then I would understand. It's understandable. This secret is something that… Uraraka, do you love me? Deku, you may doubt many things, Ochako. Doubt that the stars are made of fire, doubt that the sun even moves, doubt that the truth is a lie, but never doubt that I love you. Uraraka, so what else? Izuku, since I met you, I knew you were someone very strong. It's silly to think that One for All is borrowed. They gave it to you and you made it yours, just like the previous carriers. You also put something of yourself into it. You even reached a phase that no one knew existed. Deku, but when the time comes I'll have to give up this power, and then I'll become a… Uraraka, when the time comes you will be the hero, Deku, the #1 hero and symbol of peace. You will have the embers left, and that is enough, and when they run out you will continue to be a hero, because no matter the quirk you matter, the person who without a single point, with time on top and without knowing how to use his quirk risked to save me. The person who saved Almight, the one who motivated me to keep going and never give up. You are more than One for All, Izuku, and I will always be by your side no matter what happens, because you are the love of my life. Deku felt his strength returning to him. There was no doubt, she was unique. Uraraka was his special girl. The green-haired boy approached the brunette and kissed her tenderly. The latter was seen by his mother, who surreptitiously took a photo. The woman couldn't be happier for her son. Inko, I don't want to interrupt children, but I want to take pictures and get them to their dinner on time. Deku, it's okay. A small photo session took place. Even Eri and her mother got into the photos. For both heroes there could not be anything better than these moments. After a while the older Midoriya took Uraraka under the excuse of a women's talk. Deku sat in the living room, professional hero, owner of his own agency. His almost promised girlfriend lived with him. He was about to adopt Eri. They named him a symbol of peace, and he was just hours away from making a decisive proposal in both of their lives. The boy was surprised. Deku shit. Eri shit? Deku was a little scared, thinking he was alone. He turned around and found his daughter, who was looking at him with a smile. The boy quickly put a finger to his mouth to keep her quiet. Deku, what are you doing here, young lady? Eri, smiling shit. Deku, no, we don't say that here. That word is Bakugo's. He invented it, and it belongs to him. Eri, why are you here? Deku, because I have a shitload of things to think about. The boy realized what he said, and even more when he saw how his daughter made a face of fake annoyance and tilted her head. Deku, have things to think about. A lot of things actually, haha. Eri, like in a popsicle? Deku, hee hee, yeah, that's extortion. Nice word. What flavor do you want? Getting up and going with the little one to the kitchen. Great minds think alike. A lollipop is just what I was thinking, remembering his childhood thinking. Father and daughter shared a popsicle until Uraraka left with her mother. Deku, I thought it would take longer, ha ha ha. Inko, all yours, son. Good luck to both of you. Uraraka, what do you mean? Deku, haha, nothing, darling. Let's be careful. Okay, Eri, Grandma is in charge, understood? Eri, yes. Military salute. Uraraka, my little one, come here. Promise me you'll go to sleep early, okay? Eri, but there are no classes tomorrow. Uraraka, even so. Eri, you guys will come back, right? Deku, ha ha ha, of course, daughter, we live here. Well, we're leaving. We'll try not to be long, Mom. Inko, calm down, son. Enjoy your evening at ease. The two of them left the house waving goodbye, Eri and Inko waving goodbye as well until they heard the door close. Then they waited a few minutes. Inko, do you want to watch a movie with ice cream? Eri, yes. The two women ran, the older one to the kitchen and the younger one to the living room, turning on the television. On the other side, the two young men were in the freckled man's car. After a few minutes they arrived at a restaurant that looked elegant, too much so even for the green-haired man. Uraraka, honey, no, don't you think it's too much? Deku, hee hee, yes, yeah, I think so. I told Yaoyorozu to get me a fancy place, but I think she went too far. Uraraka, do you want to go somewhere else? Deku, hee hee, no, we already have the reservations. It will be our first time in a place like this. Uraraka, hee hee, you're right. They both got into the luxurious place where they were led to their table. Even this was too much, in the perfect place where the moonlight illuminated them perfectly, and they had an incredible view of the city. Izuku had mentioned why he wanted the place to the jet, and although he loved the boy, he still thought that this had exaggerated a little. The dinner was delicious. The two ordered until they were satisfied. It was then that the boy swallowed and, thinking about his words, decided to do what he considered the most dangerous mission he had ever done. Deku Ochako. Uraraka, what's wrong, Izuku? Deku, didn't you wonder why I brought you here? Uraraka, well, honestly, yes, from the fact of how you came to the agency. Deku, hee hee, well, breathing this is harder than I imagined. Uraraka, is it another secret? Funny. Deku, hee hee, well, yes, me, okay, here we go. Ochako, you heard me say at home that I love you. You can doubt everything you want except that. I love you like it can't be explained with words. Uraraka, I know, Izuku, I love you the same way. Deku, well, look, I was thinking about this for a long time, and when I say a lot, believe me, it's a lot, hee hee. Honestly, I kept avoiding it because I was scared. I couldn't hide the secret from you for a long time. I was also afraid of losing you because this burden that I accepted is a constant battle, and even though all for one is no longer a threat, I feel that others will come, and being honest, I was scared, but I also realized that this fear was holding me back. It was preventing me from doing what I'm about to do. Ochako, Uraraka, I love you with all my being and more. I know I'm not perfect or anything like that. I made many mistakes like everyone else, but I feel like the worst of all has been wanting to forget you. I could never do it. Because you make me feel so many things. You give me the strength to keep fighting, you motivate me to be better, to give my best and more. When I'm around you I feel stronger and weaker at the same time. There are so many emotions that you make me feel that I couldn't say just one, but what I do know is that I would give my life just to see you smile. The girl was surprised but also confused. Uraraka, izuku is it's all very beautiful, but what's the point? Deku, please close your eyes. The girl was surprised, but she listened to her boyfriend's request. Then after a few seconds that seemed like centuries to the brunette, the green-haired boy told her to open them. Her surprise was great. The answer to everything, the girl could not believe it. Because there was her boyfriend on his knees opening a little box that contained a ring that shone like the moon itself. Deku, I thought about it a lot, and sorry for that, but I can't hide it anymore. Ochako Uraraka, would you do me the honor of marrying me? A few minutes passed where there was absolute silence. Uraraka did not move a muscle. Izuku began to worry until he saw a slight smile form on his girlfriend's lips. Deku Ochako? You have to say something, Ochako, and what do you want me to say, my love? Deku, well, an answer would be a good thing. Uraraka, helping the freckled one up, Izuku Midoriya, I would love to be your wife. And now it was the freckled man's turn to remain silent. He simply did not believe it. Uraraka, wake up, Izuku. Deku, I love you so much, my gravity girl. Uraraka, I love you more, my strong green bunny. They both smiled at each other and joined in a tender kiss under the moon as a witness to this great love, a love that went through a lot, a love that managed to endure for so long after everything they had was more than just a crush, because it was a love between heroes. Chapter 54, the closure of this. Both heroes arrived home secretly, as if they had done some mischief, both totally happy. They did not care that it was early in the morning. The boys entered, and in Deku's case he took off his jacket and threw it. He opened his shirt a little. Deku, I'll go to Ochako's room to put on something lighter. Uraraka, sure, I'll have a glass of water. Deku, can I order a coffee? Uraraka, sure, I'll just put the water on. Are they calling me at this hour? Deku, maybe it's important. Uraraka, it's just, is it the girls? What do they need at this hour? Deku, no idea, but answer them, it could be important. The girl opened her chat, the typical few messages, but it was only a matter of the others realizing that the brunette had entered and a mistake by Yayorozu for everything to get out of control. Yayorozu. Ochako, Kyuka told me what Deku did today, and since I'm asking for a reservation, I wanted to ask you, did he propose to you? At that moment everyone fell silent. Even the brunette, who wanted it not to be real or for the brunette to delete the message. Yayorozu. Please tell me you didn't read all of them. Jiro Yamamoto. Demons. What seemed like a simple girl's night of texting turned into a torment for the poor girl who controls gravity. Her phone rang nonstop. She wanted to answer a call, but another one immediately interrupted her. Finally, the girl took out the battery of her phone and went to the living room, where she made a collective call with all her friends. Mina, listen to me carefully, Ochako Uraraka. Either you tell us everything exactly or I'll melt your house to the ground. Uraraka, the house is Izuku's. If you melt it, you pay for it. Hagakure, but seriously girl, tell us what happened. The brunette just looked seriously at the brunette and the violet-haired girl, who turned around surreptitiously. Hagakure, please Ochako, we want to know. The girl just sighed in defeat, but inside she was excited to tell her friends. The girl told them everything, from how she got to the agency, going through the talk with Izuku's mother and ending with the date. The girl obviously omitted the matter of one for all. To finish, she showed her ring to the girls, who looked stupefied. Then Mina and Hagakure let out a scream of excitement so loud that the brunette had to silence the call, but even so she swore she could hear the scream. Even the partners of both girls, who, judging by the slow and somewhat clumsy way in which the girl appeared, assured that they were asleep. Hagakure, sorry Mashireo. Ojiro, do you have any idea what time it is? Hagakure, well yes, but you can't imagine. Ojiro, with all due respect, love, I imagine you're not sleepy. Hagakure, Ochako is getting married. The boy remained silent for a few minutes with his eyes half closed until after a while he realized what was happening with surprise. Ojiro, it's wait, did I hear right? Hagakure, yes. The fighter couldn't believe it, but knowing how to dissimulate, although failing greatly in the attempt, he went up the stairs to his room. With Mina Kirishima, he went down running too, but sleep played a trick on him, making him stumble. The boy woke up from the blow and activated his quirk, but as soon as he saw Brunette and the other girls on screen, he knew it was a false alarm. The redhead, without saying anything, tried to return to his room until he noticed the ring that Uraraka wore on her finger. The gem that she wore indicated that it was not fake and that he should contact a certain green-haired girl, so he went up quickly, stumbling again. Mina, I love you too. Yayorozu, it was so romantic. Ochako, sighing. Jiro, and I thought he was crazy. I have to admit he did well. Uraraka, yes, but that's how he is and that's how I love him. Mina, but hey young lady, now tell him that your afternoons will be busy. Uraraka, what? But why? Hagakure, we have to plan everything, your dress, the hall. Mina, the guests, the table decorations. Uraraka, girls? Hagakure, also if they were to get married in a church or a civil ceremony. Mina, the banquet. Tsuyu, hey you too. Mina, not now, Tsu. We have to find a good photographer. Hagakure, and music for the reception. Jiro, don't you think there? Hagakure, speaking of which, where will the reception be? Mina, and at what time? Uraraka, girls, don't you think it's too early? Mina, what would you like to eat? Hagakure, we have to organize the farewell. Mina, yes. I know a place where. Yayorozu, silence both of you. The authoritarian and firm voice of the brunette managed to silence the girls, who already had a determined face, imagining all the responsibilities that a wedding entails. Mina, what's up? Jiro, don't you think you should let poor Ochako think? Just watch her. The poor chestnut was already dizzy. Tsuyu, Ochako, are you still with us? Uraraka, what? Yes, hee, sorry, they really are energetic. Mina, hee, sorry Ochako, but you are our friend, we want you to have everything perfect. Hagakure, tomorrow we will go to your house to think about dates. Uraraka, hee, no need, girls, moving her hands. Mina, hey? What do you mean it's not necessary? Uraraka, Izuku and I talked and decided that we will spend all our afternoons planning everything, you know, the wedding venue, the reception, food, invitations, and a date. Immediately an aura of depression was seen over the two girls. Uraraka, sorry really girls. Yayorozu, it's not your fault Ochako, those are things that happen in couples. Mina, but we. Uraraka, but well, even though she needed help with the dress, I think it's a tradition or something like that, right? Yayorozu, the groom can't see the bride in her dress before the wedding, it's supposed to be bad luck. Uraraka, there it is, can you help me with that? Mina, it's true. We promise it will be something beautiful. Hagakure, yes. Uraraka, hee, thanks friends, I'll tell you when it's okay. Mina, yes, but don't forget that we also have to see your farewell. Uraraka, nervous, no, I wouldn't want anything extravagant. Hagakure, what do you mean? It's your last day as a single woman and you don't want to celebrate. Uraraka, well, yes, but I don't want anything extravagant, hee. Jiro, stop messing around, I know a place where we can have a good time. Hagakure, really? Jiro, sure, they serve good food, there's good music and the atmosphere is perfect. Uraraka, hee, well, I trust you guys. Mina, who would have thought you would be the first of us to get married? Uraraka, hee, well. On the other side with Deku. He was changing out of his formal suit, he had put on black shorts, sandals and was about to put on a t-shirt when a call on his television alerted him. Deku, who could it be at this hour? The freckled boy turned his gaze to the screen, seeing the name, Class A Heroes. He knew it was a group call, so he decided to ignore it, but immediately he started receiving messages. You better answer. You can't get out of this. We won't let you sleep. It's your damn fault they woke me up. Now answer. The faster you answer, the faster we'll be done. The green-haired boy got fed up and after a few minutes he answered the call, but while the cameras were being adjusted the first thing Deku saw were the faces of Kaminari and Mineta who, upon seeing the green-haired boy without a shirt, gave a scream of terror. Mineta, you have no damned shame? Kaminari, I won't be able to sleep. Deku, what do you two have? Todoroki, you forgot to put on your shirt, Izuku. Deku, what? Oh, that's true, haha. The boy put on an Almight t-shirt. Deku, ready? Bakugo, stupid idiot, what did you do now? Deku, good night, Kaken, let me tell you that not even I know. Ida, hey, don't you think it's too late to be calling? I had to leave the room so Mei wouldn't wake up with your screams. The boy wanted to look serious, but the fact that he was wearing white pajamas with blue stripes and a hat didn't help much. Deku, that's what I want. Wait, you live with Mei? Ida, yes, we moved in together not long ago. Deku, haha, congratulations, friend. Todoroki, I think we all already live alone or with a partner, right? Mineta, not all of them are idiots. Screaming angrily. Bakugo, will you shut up, damn goblin? I don't want you to wake Kami up. Todoroki, I don't care, I think Momo is talking to the girls. Siro, hey, don't brag, do you want to? Tokoemi, what is the reason for the meeting call? Koda, no idea, Kirishima organized it but he's not there. Shoji, then let's go to sleep. Aoyama, they ruined my beauty sleep for nothing? Sato, Kirishima organized this, but where is Ojiro? The green-haired boy was about to hang up and fall asleep when a certain redhead finally appeared. Kirishima, hey, is it good to see you guys? Bakugo, damn it, just go to the point and already fire hairs, I don't have all damn night. Kirishima, I see you're in a mood, Bakubro. Deku, Kirishima, I really want to sleep. Kirishima, stop right there, Midoriya, tell me something first. Deku, what? Kirishima, you see, I was recently asleep and I heard Mina screaming. Obviously, like every man, I went out to see what was happening. Deku, and? Kirishima, and it turns out I heard something. Tell me the truth, Midoriya, Yula. Deku, goodbye. The boy was about to hang up because he was nervous because he knew what his friend was referring to, but apparently the shark teeth were faster. Kirishima, did you propose to Uraraka? It's the girls, what do they want at this hour? I don't know, but answer them, it could be important. Deku, thinking, damn me and my big mouth. Absolute silence for a few minutes. Deku simply wanted to sleep, although he also wanted to tell them he couldn't help but feel that his tiredness was about to knock him down. But Bakugo, damn nerd, are you getting married? Kami, Katsuki, will you shut up? He heard your screams all the way here. The blonde just gritted his teeth in fury. Bakugo, damn, this is what I meant. Todoroki, looks like they finally put you on a leash. Bakugo, damn, shut up. Todoroki, hell, although I admit it, I'm surprised, is what they say Izuku true? Deku, if I say yes, would they let me sleep? Kaminari, so you're getting married? Tokoemi, that surprised even me. Todoroki, damn. Bakugo, ha, I thought so. Mineta, damn Midoriya, you always hog everything. Shoji, I'm sure they'll be very happy. Kirishima, ha! I knew it! Damn, that's for men. Deku, hey, can I go to sleep now? Aoyama, no my lord, now you have to tell us everything in great detail, and we also have to organize everything. Kirishima, that's right. Haha, Midoriya, we'll organize your farewell properly. Deku, forget it, I don't want anything, I know you. Kaminari, please old man, don't be bitter, I'm sure the girls are already organizing Uraraka's. Siro, also, tell me, I'm already curious. Deku, after. Todoroki, let him sleep, he's probably tired. Mineta, or he just wants to push us away so he can do perverted things with Uraraka. I don't blame you, Midoriya. If I were you right now, I'd be enjoying Uraraka's body and more with those assholes. Deku, finish that sentence and tomorrow you'll wake up on the Nile. The dwarf was petrified but recovered. Mineta, that's not your style with a triumphant smile. Deku, you're right it isn't but Bakugo and Todoroki's is. Bakugo, go finish it, it will be fun. Todoroki, I'm usually against violence but consider it an early gift. Mineta, petrified damn traitors. Deku, well if that's all then I'll leave you, I'm going to sleep. Kirishima, come on old man, you can't leave us without. Deku, do you want to see if? Kirishima, it's okay if you can, but don't do it. Deku, okay, tomorrow you can come eat after you finish your shift. Todoroki, I have a better idea, let's all go out to eat, there's a restaurant not far from my house, it's not that expensive. Deku, your definition of expensive and mine are very different. Todoroki, well yes but. Bakugo, get out of your damn trouble and let's go get a drink. Deku, that sounds better. Kaminari, okay, but while you're at it, tell us, were you nervous? Deku, goodbye. The green-haired man hung up and opened the door only to find Uraraka with her cup of coffee. Uraraka, I assumed this would happen after seeing Kirishima on the call. Deku, I assumed yours took longer. Uraraka, haha just a little, but here's your coffee, I thought you wouldn't come down, I hope you like it, it's the first time I've made one for someone else. Deku, taking a sip, it's delicious, honey, thank you, let's go to sleep. Uraraka, yes. The green-haired boy finished his coffee and turned off the television, while Uraraka closed the door. But before she could do anything else, Deku hugged her from behind and kissed her neck. Uraraka, he stays still champion. Deku, how did you tell me? Uraraka, your mom is at home, remember? Deku, then he won't notice. The girl turned around and started kissing her boyfriend while taking off his shirt. Deku, you come here. They both went to bed while kissing. The next day, the brunette woke up completely disheveled as well as the green-haired one. Deku, good morning, beautiful. Uraraka, good morning, handsome. Deku, we should get up, what time is it? Damn, it's late. I get dressed quickly and wake Eri up. Uraraka, I don't want to work today. Deku, haha come on, evil won't be eradicated alone. Uraraka, you're right by the way, honey, the girls are coming this afternoon, I hope you don't mind. Deku, no putting on a pair of pants, although I wanted to tell you that the boys want to go for a drink, you know they want to know what happened. Uraraka, yeah, then I'm going through Eri? Deku, you don't have a problem with that? Uraraka, no, but go wake her up or she'll be late putting on a blouse. Deku, I'm on it putting on a shirt. The green-haired boy kissed the brunette and left the room heading to Eri's and gently touched. Deku, Eri? Daughter, it's time to go to school. Eri, I'm already getting dressed, Dad. A few minutes later we can see the Midoriya family having breakfast. Inko prepared breakfast despite the complaints that her son made because the green-haired boy did not want to upset his mother. He wanted to pamper her, but the woman stood firm and Izuku gave up. But now we can see him trying to adjust his tie even though it seemed more like a war that the tie had won. Deku, damn, settle down. Uraraka, come here adjusting the tie, I can't believe your biggest enemy is a simple tie. Inko, we all have weaknesses, daughter, you are Izuku's for example. Deku, mom. Inko, and how was breakfast? Uraraka, very delicious, thank you. Deku, you still haven't lost your touch, Mom. Inko, thanks, son. Deku, by the way, I'll be back late today. The boys want to go for a drink to talk and stuff. Eri, your mother will pick you up today, okay? Eri, okay. Inko, then I'll take you to school today. Uraraka, don't forget the girls are coming today, honey. Deku, that's true. It slipped my mind. Inko, but then Izuku, is it okay for me to stay this day? Deku, ha, it's okay, you can stay as many days as you want. Eri, you're the best dad. Deku, looking at his watch, but I won't be the best at arriving on time, I'll be late, I'm leaving now, see you at night, Flea. Eri, take care of yourself, Dad. Deku, I always do it, I have a reason, Mom, thanks for everything. Inko, it's nothing, taking care of my granddaughter is cool or not, Eri? Eri, yes. Deku, hee okay, I get it. Honey, do you want me to give you a ride? Uraraka, it would be very useful to me. Deku, well then we're going, even at night. Uraraka, daughter, don't give grandma any trouble, okay? Eri, yes mom, take good care of yourself too. Both heroes left their home and got into the freckled man's car. The first to arrive at her agency was Uraraka, who upon entering felt a strange vibe. She didn't know what it was, but for some reason her body was telling her to be on guard. The girl decided to ignore this signal, although a few seconds later she would realize that this had been a bad idea because poor Uraraka was tackled by a blue-haired girl who was visiting her former teacher's agency. Nijire Ochako. Uraraka, yes Miss Nijire. Nijire, don't you think it's been too long for you to keep calling me miss? Uraraka, can we talk this through without you on top of me? I can't breathe anymore. The girl realized what she did and quickly stood up, helping the brunette. Uraraka, that was extreme even for you, hee. What do we owe your visit to? Nijire, don't act like you don't understand, young lady, you know it very well. Uraraka, honestly, I don't know. Ryuko, why didn't you tell us, Ochako? Uraraka, with all due respect, Ryuko, I don't know what you're talking about. Nijire, from your silly wedding. Uraraka, my wedding? Wait to see, did you tell them? The frog girl just sweated when she heard her name being shouted. Tsuyu, sorry Ochako, it's just something I didn't expect to happen so soon. Uraraka, I'm not angry Tsu, it's just that I wanted to tell you myself. Nijire, so you're going to get married? Uraraka, yeah, he proposed to me yesterday. Ryuko, you have to tell me, Ochako. Uraraka, I would gladly do it, but I have to work. But if you don't mind, there will be a small gathering with girls from my old class at my house. Obviously you are invited. Ryuko, I'll take advantage of the opportunity. Thank you very much, Ochako, but you're right, time to work. Nijire don't want. Nijire, Team Uravity, Froppy, and Nijire-chan are back together. Let's go, girls. Uraraka, shouldn't we change first? Nijire, it's true, he's sorry I got excited. The three girls headed to the locker room to get ready. On Deku's side, he was already on patrol. He found it a little boring, the absence of so many villains as there had been in his time as a student, but at the same time he liked it. He knew that Eri and the next heroes would be safe and he would make sure it remained that way. Finishing his shift, he was putting on the civilian suit he used to hide his identity, but when he went down he found his friends already gathered. Bakugo, damn nerd, you take so long. Deku, I know, but that's the cost of being number one Kaken. Maybe one day you'll know, or maybe not. The joke might have made the blonde throw himself at Deku and kill him in his first year. But now there was only a small grimace and then a laugh and a punch to the green-haired boy on the shoulder. Bakugo, someday cursed and we know it. Deku, but until that day comes, you're buying the first round. Bakugo, you're a very smart son of a hitch, but let's go now or I won't pay you anything. So everyone went to a bar where, after reserving something big for everyone and ordering food, Deku told them what had happened, from when he asked Kyuka for the favor until dinner. Deku, haha, but really Todoroki, I just asked Yamamo for a fancy place, and she got me something I'd never seen in my life. Todoroki, you see how she is, friend. Kirishima, so the hero's wedding is coming up, do you have any idea when it will be? Deku, ha, not so fast bro, we'll see in these everything that organizing a wedding entails, it seems that it is difficult. Mineta, and you've already thought about what? Deku, I don't want a goodbye. Kaminari, please old man, it's your last day as a single man, well, technically not because you've been together for a while now, but come on. Deku, ha, really guys, I don't want to, it's not my style. Shoji, if that's his decision, I say we should respect it. Deku, thanks old man. Bakugo, hey nerd, and she knows. Deku, yes, it was difficult, but I couldn't hide it for that long. Kaminari, who knows what? Mineta, you want to have your farewell without inviting us, damn broccoli? Bakugo, What do you care, damn gossips, do you want to die? Tokoemi, peace is ruined by your darkness. Bakugo, don't buck with me with that. Deku, okay, if you insist so much we can do something. Mineta, really? Deku, as long as they shut up, ha ha ha, then let's celebrate. Mineta, yes. Deku, no exotic dancers. Mineta, what? Why? Deku, did you forget, Doctor, that I've had a girlfriend for 3 bucking years? Mineta, there we go, guys. Bakugo, what do you think? Bakugo, you'll be a stupid dwarf corpse if you dare. Mineta, Ida? Ida, the loyalty that mate put in me is something I don't want to disappoint. Mineta, Shoji, don't let me die. Shoji, even though I don't have a partner, I would feel more comfortable having a drink with you, like now. Mineta, Oyama, he didn't ask you, Koda? Koda, well, I wouldn't want to. Ibara and I started dating a few days ago. Deku, that's new. Mineta, Sato? Sato, sorry, old man, I'll focus on other things. Mineta, Ojiro? Ojiro, you know the answer, old man. Mineta, Kaminari, don't let me die alone. Kaminari, even if I didn't want to, brother, I'm sorry, I don't want to sleep on the street. The poor dwarf asked all his friends and the answer was the same except for Ciro, who did accept, but since there were only 2 of them they wouldn't do anything, so the meeting took its time until everyone slowly began to leave. Kirishima, it was fun to get together again, but I'm leaving now. It's getting late and I don't know if Mina is home yet. Deku, say hi to her, tell her we'll have the invitations soon, I think so, haha. Kirishima, sure, bye guys. The only ones left were the destructive triad of the old Class A. Todoroki chatted for a while with his friends until after finishing his beer he decided to leave. Todoroki, well, that was fun, but I also have to go, see you guys. Bakugo, whatever. Deku, sure. So finally only the 2 friends remained who asked for one last round. Deku, uncapping his beer, ha ha ha, the great advantage of my quirk is the great resistance to alcohol. Bakugo, wait, do you have that? Deku, yes, my metabolism improved with the quirk that makes it very difficult or almost impossible to get drunk. I have never corroborated it. Bakugo, damn, that sounds good, ha ha ha. Deku, ha ha ha, don't even mention it. The blonde remained silent for a few minutes. Deku knew what was happening, so he took a sip and spoke. Deku, for you to be quiet, it's because something big must be happening. Bakugo, how did you know? Deku, I know you, Kaken, not knowing anything about you would be illogical, hee hee. Bakugo, don't be stupid, I mean why did you decide? Deku, trust Ochako with the secret? Bakugo, yeah, how did you know she was the one? Deku, it's funny, hee hee, I think I never knew, or well, maybe I can't explain myself. When I'm with her I feel happy, I feel like I'm stronger, that I can achieve anything, but at the same time I feel weak. I feel like I should train more to be able to protect her. It's actually hard to explain, but what's the point? Bakugo, Kami, sometimes I thought it was just a passing fancy. To be honest, I didn't think it would end like this, but the more time passed the more I knew her. You know perfectly well, I grew up with an ego grown by everyone, pampered and all that, I lived being feared, respected and envied, but I never had a true friend. Well, there was you, but you understand my point. What I want to get to is that when I arrived at UA I realized several things. That I am not invincible and all-powerful as I thought I was, and also that I can find great friends. Even though that infuriated me, I fought to show my strength. To increase my pride, it was a pleasure for me to hurt others just so they would respect me, but then I got here. I met Kirishima, Todoroki, I witnessed your strength, each one of them could kill me, even that idiot Kaminari. Deku, Bakugo. Bakugo, I got to know them more. And although at first I made efforts with them just to take advantage of their strength, over time I began to enjoy spending time with them. They drove me crazy sometimes, but sometimes I found them smiling at Mina or Kaminari's stupidities. When I met Kami I didn't take much importance to her. For me she was just a girl from another school, an extra. I didn't have to pay attention to her. But she had something different. She was never afraid of me, and that I spoke to her as I normally did. She treated me like one of her friends. There was no difference between the stupid Inesa and me. Deku, taking a sip, wow, I had no idea. Bakugo, she was different from everyone else. I was used to everything being done the way I wanted it, at my will, but she wasn't. When we started our relationship, it was without me realizing it, ha ha ha. It was very curious, but then sometimes we argued. I expected her to always be right, for her to give it to me, and she doesn't. She would correct me, and if I did something wrong, she would point it out. She was so, I don't know how to say it, but the more time I spent with her, the better I felt. Those moments where I truly behaved like myself with her. The green-haired man looked at his old friend in surprise. He never expected that revelation from him. Bakugo, you know, Deku, I thought that your obligation to protect everyone caused a power to be born in you, a power stronger than one for all. It motivated you. It made you continue fighting tirelessly, and maybe I'm right, maybe on a smaller scale, but now I have the same duty taking the last drink. Deku, wow, I never thought you would say all that, ha ha ha. Bakugo, well, you and I rarely get to talk apart, but hey, are you done? Biting into a hamburger, we don't have all night. I have to go get Cammy at your house. Deku, why my house? Taking the last sip and biting into a burger. Bakugo, Uraraka invited her, you know what the deal is. Deku, right, well come on, we can eat this on the way. Bakugo, that's true. The blonde saw how Deku put his hand in his pocket, so he assumed he would pay, but Bakugo stopped him. Bakugo, I'll pay this time, don't worry, taking out his wallet. Deku, I know. The green-haired man laughed a little and took his hand out of his pocket, showing his middle finger. Bakugo, stupid, keep the change. Both boys left the place and headed to the freckled man's home. When they arrived, they found Ryuko, who was heading to her car. Ryuko, you finally arrive, Izuku. Deku, haha, well, they also got me tangled up in those conversations. Ryuko, who would have thought, All Might's pupil, take good care of her boy. Deku, I promise. The green-haired boy opened the door and saw his mother and Eri taking the dirty dishes to the sink. Inko, son, you're here, how nice, Katsuki, what a miracle to see you again. Bakugo, hee sorry Mrs. Midoriya, hero work absorbs me. Inko, I know, son, but come in, the two of them are still talking. Bakugo, curse goes on for a long time. Deku, it can't take long, it's already a bit late. It was a serious mistake for the green-haired boy to say that. The explosive blonde's partner left the house already in the early hours of the morning. The green-haired boy tried to convince them to stay, but it was in vain. The couple left. After a while, Eri and Inko went to sleep, leaving the couple alone. Deku, looks like they had fun, hee. Uraraka, ha, you two, darling? Deku, yes, I haven't seen them in a while, but anyway, what do you want to do? Uraraka, are you sleepy? Deku, no. Uraraka, great, we can start planning everything at once. Deku, wait, what? And so the week began on the way to the wedding. Every day was hell for the poor freckled boy. Even in his office moments he had to think about certain aspects. At least he had Bubble Girl. The blue-haired girl was very helpful, managing the messages, the mission reports. She even gave him advice. For the reception they still didn't find a place, but he thanked heavens that she got along so well with Aoyama. The blonde was very helpful, giving tips, instructions, providing accessories and giving ideas. He even promised to be the one in charge of decorating the reception. Eri's adoption also got mixed up. The boy had let it go by so long because of her appointment as the symbol of peace, as well as the marriage proposal. But it was time. The boy sweated while he got papers. He cursed the government for asking that all the documentation be strictly new. At home things weren't very different. The couple even bought a folding table which they put in the living room. Not long had passed since they acquired it, and now it was covered with various papers. Many of them were brochures for masses, halls, banquets. Some were information they had to have. Both of their computers were on the pile of papers. Some were even on the floor. Deku was thankful they didn't have a dog, or else everything would become a pile of confetti. The brunette was excited and her attitude showed it. She saw the invitations and possible party venues at a surprising speed. Izuku, on the other hand, was also excited, but his position as boss, plus Eri's adoption and the wedding were draining his energy. At least they had already chosen a date. Uraraka had also already agreed on a date with the other girls to start looking for the dress. Deku on one of those nights received an email that he immediately printed. They were the necessary papers for the adoption. The boy came home happy. Uraraka, what's up, honey? Deku, Ochako, you know very well that I stopped Eri's adoption process for a while. Uraraka, yes, but why do you tell me? Deku, well, I did it because there were two options. I could have signed and it would have been quick, but there was another one. Uraraka, and that was the long one? Deku, yes, because they needed the signature of the father and mother. Uraraka understood what her fiancé meant. Deku, we're not married yet, but we can be together. That's why I had to prolong everything. Ochako, do you accept? Uraraka, shedding tears, but of course, my love. Both called Eri, to whom they told everything in great detail. The girl cried and hugged her parents while they signed, sure of what they were doing. Deku, well, Eri, now you are legally Eri Midoriya. The girl hugged both of them while shedding tears. Deku collapsed on a chair, tired but happy. Deku, tomorrow I will take these documents to be sealed and given the legality that is missing now. What is missing? Uraraka, we already have the date, place of the mass and time. I'm also already looking at the dress with the girls. Deku, Aoyama recommended me a place for the party. Tomorrow I will see him before coming home with him, and you know he wants to take care of the decorations. Also, Sato told me he wants to take care of the desserts and the cake. Uraraka, then you just need to see the place of the party, the food, and that would be everything, I think. Eri, Mom, they also need to choose witnesses and godparents, as well as look at more clothing issues and invitations. Both parents turned to see the white-haired girl who had her cell phone in her hand. Deku, and how do you know that? Eri, I read it here showing her phone. Uraraka, that's right, Izuku, we didn't think about godparents and witnesses. Deku, too bad Kaken and Ida from me. Uraraka, Eminem then Tsuyu and Nijire. Deku, now we'll see the invitations. And as if by magic things improved enormously, the two heroes had regretted not including their daughter in their planning. With the girl everything was much better and faster. Fortunately Eri was a genius. If something happened to them, not to the white-haired girl, so a year passed. The boys, already relaxed, took their time so that everything was great, although it was more Uraraka's idea, who knew that her Izuku was still surprised by how quickly things happened, and now if 23 years old they could use their plan. The dress was bought, the suit too, they already had the reservation and the place of the reception. The invitations were sent. Obviously those who did not know anything about this were surprised to see an elegant letter arrive. Aizawa himself was incredulous but smiled happily. The farewells also took place. There was a great contrast from one to the other. Jiro kept his word and took them to a place that she knew. A place that made a slight contrast with the violet-haired girl. Because Mina and Gakure, they thought of a rough place full of sweaty guys and bands with loud music. The girls' surprise was great. When they arrived they were greeted by a good selection of music, although some were noisy, but the volume was not very high. Also the people who were there were not as they thought. There were women and men alike, but the one at the bar was a girl who seemed to know Jiro, because as soon as she saw her enter she indicated where her seat was that she had reserved for the occasion. They all went there, and immediately gave Jiro her drink of excellence. They asked the others, and as for orders they were very varied. Soon they were brought food and they all began to eat happily. Although on the other side with the boys, this was the other side of the coin. The place that Mineta had gotten was just what Deku had asked him to avoid. It wasn't a brothel but a bar that the dwarf seemed to know. Some girls passed by them but didn't do anything, although they did avoid poor Mineta, who gave up trying anything. They all started drinking and eating with all the joy in the world. The plan was to get Deku drunk. If he did something embarrassing the others would follow him, but nothing. The plan failed because Deku didn't look dizzy at all. His friends, on the other hand, fell into the trap. Even the rude Bakugo, who after a while was more than just dizzy. It was a miracle that he could speak well, although yes, they all remained faithful to their partner, who, although he was not present, showed that the love between them was serious. Bakugo, damn, this is fun. You bastards, hurry up and get married. We have to repeat this. Deku, ha ha ha, calm down, old man. You'll kill yourself if you continue like this. Mineta, damn Midoriya, why are you the only one still sane? Todoroki, hey idiot, I'm not either, and if you're wondering, it's because I simply don't like to drink. Deku. And it's because my quirk makes my metabolism accelerate. I metabolize substances faster than they can affect me. That's why I eat a lot, but well, alcohol is not a problem for me. Bakugo. That's true, damn nerd. Stupid quirk. Deku. Ha ha ha, shut up already. Bakugo. No! Before that, I want to say a few words. Listen, idiots, pay attention. Today, at this idiot's farewell, I want to make a toast to my friend, my rival, my brother, the damn crybaby nerd who showed us that he has the balls to be the greatest hero of us all despite having a stupid face. Haha, toast to Izuku Midoriya. All for Izuku Midoriya. Deku. And I want to make one for the biggest idiot who has ever stepped foot in UA, and I don't know how he managed to graduate. Ha ha ha. For the Muslim from Class A who has even been put on a leash. Ha ha ha. For Katsuki Bakugo. All for Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo. Remind me to kill you tomorrow, idiot. Deku. Ha ha ha, of course, man. Both farewells were different but with the same objective, to have a good time, and so it was, both the girls and the boys who had to run away after Sato threw Mineta out the window, but this was only the preamble to the happiest day that Izuku and Ochako would have. Finally the day arrived. Everything looked spectacular. There was an hour left, but that didn't stop some people from arriving, being Uraraka's parents, Izuku's mother, Bakugo with Kami, Todoroki and Yayorozu, Ida with Mei among some of the boys' friends. Everything was ready. Uraraka was getting ready, but only something, or rather someone, was missing. Izuku Midoriya, to be exact. The boy had gotten up running and went in the direction of Hatsum, who before leaving gave Deku a new suit. It was a prototype, but it was made with nanotechnology. It could turn into any type of garment. The boy turned it into his suit and left for the church, but an accident on the train caused Izuku to get into an alley while he opened his jacket. The shirt went from white to green. A few minutes passed and the hero Deku came on the scene. The boy got on the train and started taking everyone out of the cars. Almight had a record of 100 people. But Deku was different. He wasn't Almight. He had to be better. My goal is to save 1,000 people. My name is Mirio Togata and I am the hero La Million. Deku, thinking, I won't be like Mirio or All Might. I am the hero Deku. The reporters were expectant. The hero Deku, without saying anything, got into the burning train. The heroes who were just arriving did not know how to react. But quickly as he entered, Deku began to get all the people out. As soon as he got them out, he gently put them on the ground and then went back in. It was not long when the hero came out for the last time. Backdraft made a circle of water while fighting to put out the fire in help of the firefighters. The people gathered around impressed, watching how the hero got the last people out. No deaths were recorded, only damage to the structure and some injuries. People began to scream with excitement seeing the green-haired man who opened the mask of his mouth and smiled while raising his hand, making the peace sign, and put his hand on his waist. His cape waved majestically while the sun shone brightly. Deku, I'm here! The boy shouted this loudly, a shout that ensured victory, that left no doubt. People watched him with joy. The boy got off the structure and gave a little jump as he said, Deku, backdraft, make an Aga dome. This is going to get hot. The hero did as requested. Deku got down, and as he was about to hit the structure, he tensed his fist while shouting, Deku, Hellstorm Smash! The downward blow generated a draft that entered the train. The air pressure broke windows as it spread throughout the train, extinguishing the flames until some were expelled by the pressure, instantly extinguished by the water. The boy landed while some drops fell on his face. Doing all that had not taken him long. The hour he had to arrive was not even half over yet. The boy saw the clock that formed on his wrist. Deku, I still have time. Bakugo, through the masked communicator, where are you, damn nerd? I didn't come early just so you could start being so damn late. Mei, Izuku, you're late and I already saw your act. The suit is a prototype, don't forget. Ida, what a disgrace for you if you don't arrive on time. Midoriya. Todoroki, Izuku, you're running out of time, you have to get there now. Deku, I have time but my friends don't have patience, I need to get there. Take a bath and be at the church on time. I know, it's something that doesn't take up much of my time, but here it goes. One for all, Unchained. The green-haired man jumped. His Unchained mode was stronger, so a jump with him was something impossible to see. Deku arrived home in a matter of seconds. he took a shower as quickly as he could and left the house only to find a thief running with a lady's purse. Deku, damn okay, I have time smash. With a jump and a kick he managed to intercept the thief and ran away before people recognized him. He jumped a few times on the rooftops until he reached the church where he found Todoroki outside waiting for his friend. Deku, is it very early in the morning? Todoroki, you were almost late. Deku, how am I? Handsome? Todoroki, don't evade what I told you. Deku, Shoto would never be late. This is the most important day. Todoroki, wait, you still have the protector. Deku, what? The bicolor approached and removed the protector that Deku had hanging around his neck. Todoroki, if you want to ruin your image then take this off. Deku, give me that. The green-haired man took the protector and put it on his shoulder. It immediately dissolved and joined the suit, thus forming the tie. Todoroki, okay, that does scare me. What is it? Deku, do you like nanotechnology? A little gift from Todoroki, it's time, come in. Deku, okay, breathe, everything will be okay. The green-haired boy opened the doors. He could see all his friends gathered there, from his old class and some from Class B, Mei, Shinso, even some professional heroes were there, the Todoroki family, Fat Gum, Bubble Girl, Ryuko, Nijire, Mirio, Tamaki, Aizawa, Midnight, Present Mike. All the people with whom Deku lived throughout his career were there, obviously in the front row his mother, his daughter and his in-laws. The freckled boy stood in his rightful place at the altar waiting for his bride who was soon to arrive in a beautiful dress. Both were finally at the altar listening to the words. Uraraka, I saw what you did on the news, I thought you wouldn't make it. Deku, you know how I am, I like to make my entrances dramatic. Uraraka, do you think this will affect our lives as heroes? Deku, affect her? Mine is better since you're by my side and I think this will only make everything better. Uraraka, I love you Izuku Midoriya. Deku, and I to you Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka, I'm now Ochako Midoriya, darling. Deku, hee that's true. Father, Izuku Midoriya accept Ochako as your wife? Deku, I accept. Father, and you Ochako Uraraka, do you accept Izuku Midoriya as your husband? Uraraka, I accept. Father, then by the power invested in me and before the professional heroes who are with us, I pronounce you husband and wife, you may kiss the bride. The green-haired man took his now wife and kissed her with love, even carrying her a little. Uraraka, that was amazing, shedding some tears. I'm so happy. Izuku, what will happen now? Deku, I have no idea, but being superheroes, what bad can happen? Smiling. The boys turned to the people who were applauding. Inko cried. Her son was now a man. The oldest green-haired girl could not help but think about her late husband. Inko, Hasashi, I hope you're as proud of him as I am. Mina started taking pictures so fast that no one noticed, but they were all amazing. Somehow the Pinkette managed to always get a good picture. The couple left the church, both happy. Deku accidentally bumped into someone for which he apologized. Apparently the stranger also came with his partner. The man was tall, 1.80 more or less. With a somewhat dark complexion, long black hair, he wore glasses, his face had signs of a freshly cut beard. He didn't look very muscular, but something about him seemed very familiar to Izuku. Deku, I'm so sorry, sir, I didn't mean to bump into you. He's not small at all, congratulations by the way. Deku, what do you say? You just got married, right? Deku, oh yes, thank you very much. Ha, how good. Well boy, I have to go and I think you do too. Nice to see you again, hero Deku. The green-haired man was surprised. How did this person know his name? Deku, hey wait, who are you? You are the example to follow for many people, boy, and you are also a great person. Remember, the past does not define us. We do. Live for yourself. Work for yourself and you will be the luckiest on earth. You are a hero, you have always been. It was a pleasure to meet you. The stranger advanced further with his partner. Deku was more confused than before. Uraraka, Izuku, do you know him? By the way, always remember, kid, a battle is not a place to sleep. Deku, it's you! My friends call me Yesh. It was a pleasure, Izuku. The danger continued advancing. Deku remembered it. It was the same guy who fought by his side on graduation day. The boy just smiled and shook his head and then continued walking so they could get to the party. Everyone was already eating. The now Midoriya family walked between the tables greeting their friends. Mirio hugged the green-haired boy tightly, congratulating him. Bakugo just shook his hand. Nijire almost suffocated the poor brunette with her hug. The other girls congratulated her, making the brunette blush. Mina, you were very lucky, Ochako. I bet Midori is a piston in bed. The brunette only turned redder as she moved her hands, begging the girl to be quiet. The boys with Deku played jokes on each other, congratulated Deku and made bets to see who would be the next to get married. The no longer so little Kota and Eri talked near the stage where Jiro asked permission to play for a while. The music made the nerves of both camouflage themselves because that way they didn't talk much, although they both had a common goal, to be heroes like their parents, and in the case of Kota their hero, the brunette tasted her cake with delight. It was a delicacy. The now spouses repeatedly thanked Sato for helping them and Aoyama. The boy did an excellent job of decorating. Without a doubt what they were planning turned out much better than they had thought. Ochako leaned on her husband's shoulder. They both had gone out to the small viewpoint that the place had while they looked at the completely starry sky because it was already night. At that moment a shooting star passed. The girl, he was amazed at that, making a tender face in front of the green-haired man's eyes. Uraraka, aren't you going to order something? Deku, what? Uraraka, a shooting star passed by. Don't you want to make a wish? Deku, looking his girlfriend in the eyes, no, why, after all, do I have what I've always wanted now that you're with me? Both heroes looked into each other's eyes for a few minutes and then gave each other a short kiss full of love. The couple returned to the party and enjoyed it until it ended. Everyone slowly left the room. Now at home the Midoriya family was wearing civilian clothes, everyone totally happy, but then Deku noticed something strange on the table. Deku, what is this? Uraraka, what is that, love? Deku, there's a gift on the table. The two women approached and saw that there was indeed a gift. On top of it there was a letter. Son, you've come a long way. I don't expect you to follow in my footsteps or your father's. The truth is, you've always made your own path. Son, you've always surprised me and you'll continue to do so. I know it's not a family tradition, but I think we can do it. I hope you like it. With love, your mother. P.S. Congratulations to both of you. The two were excited. Deku opened the box and found a new photo album. It had the number 1 perfectly marked in a golden color. They both opened it, and the first thing they saw was a small note. The first of many. The next page showed a photo. The photo of them at the altar, their first photo as a married couple. Deku, well, now we have an album to fill. Uraraka, what do you think if we reveal the photos we have saved? Deku, that's an excellent idea. And so began the married life of a hero couple, Ochako and Izuku Midoriya, the strongest hero couple of all, the couple that showed that you can make mistakes, that you can fall once or even more times, but what will always matter is the way you get up. Because it takes courage to fight villains, but it takes more to never give up. Chapter 55, Deku Kendo Alternate Ending. First bearer, well Izuku, what more can I say that they haven't already? You really are someone admirable, you made all this worth it, you put an end to a task that I was beginning to believe was impossible. I can't do anything else but thank you, truly, for all your effort. Deku, thank you for helping me, what I did would not have been possible without you. Nana, well, enough tears, it's time for you to come back. Izuku, recover and fight as well as you've always done, understood? Deku, understood. First carrier, good luck, boy. The freckled man nodded as he disappeared. Nana, this place feels warmer, ha ha ha. First bearer, I said it, he's the best of us. In the outside world. Slowly Deku began to open his eyes. A few seconds passed and his brain gave a charge of energy. His body bounced as if it had received a charge of adrenaline. The boy got up while letting out a small scream. The machines connected to him began to sound their alarms. The boy pulled out all the cables ready to get out of wherever he was, even if he had to break the window and jump through it, but when he could see better he realized he was in a hospital bed, so he relaxed, but at that moment his door was suddenly opened. The boy became alarmed and tried to put himself on guard, but he couldn't. He was knocked down immediately. All he saw was orange hair, and when he blinked he was already on the ground. Kendo, you're an idiot. Deku, a good morning would be better. Kendo, idiot rabbit, do you know how long I've been here? Deku, judging by your strength I would say that some time has passed. Ouch, you have already recovered. Kendo, silly, you've been here a long time, too long to be honest. Deku, yeah, I'm sorry beautiful, it's just that well, you know, or at least you saw what happened. Kendo, you saved everyone, stopped a helicopter with your bare hands, pushed your friends away and almost got killed. Did I miss something? Deku, hey, sorry, you don't have to behave like that. Kendo, no? And how do you expect me to behave? You saved me, you defeated almost all the villains, you defeated Shigaraki, but in return you almost died. Izuku, I thought you were dead. Do you know how many times I came to talk to you, thinking you wouldn't open your eyes? The orange-haired girl began to shed tears as she took out all her anger. She was upset with the green-haired boy. She was sad and also happy but also worried. Deku immediately noticed that and hugged her. Deku, I know, and I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention, it's just that only I could stop that thing. Kendo, having power is not the same. Deku, I was obligated, and it was the right thing to do. I didn't want to show off, it's a burden, a task I had to fulfill and I already did it. Kendo, Izuku, I love you. I learned to love you with all my heart, with your virtues and defects, you have no idea how I felt. Deku, hugging her, and I won't leave your side anymore, it's a promise. Kendo, Izuku, I'm not stupid. I know what happened with Uraraka. I don't want to force you to stay with me because I know it's not right. If you love her, go with her. I'm mature enough to accept it. Deku, hey, eyes up, never look down, okay? I can't deny that I do, she's someone very important to me and maybe I still can't tell you that I love you too, don't get me wrong, I like you a lot, that's why I want to be by your side, so you know that you'll never be alone again, that I'll always protect you, Itsuka Kendo. Would you let me be by your side longer? Kendo, Izuku, are you serious? Deku, I suck at lying. The orange-haired girl hugged her green-haired boy with love. Soon more and more nurses arrived worried about the green-haired boy's condition, but seeing him standing and with the girl they understood that it was all a false alarm, but they still told him to go back to bed. Izuku wanted to complain. He felt very well, but a blow to the head from his girlfriend made him listen. The girl put him to bed. Soon the green-haired boy called Director Nizu, Detective Naomasa, but his mother also arrived. The green-haired boy explained what happened during their fight as well as the discovery of Dr. Tsubasa's betrayal. Days passed and the doctor was arrested. A few days later, Director Nizu along with Aizawa visited him, telling him what would happen to the school. A few days later, Deku was also discharged, who wasted no time and trained with more effort. He was joined by his mother and his girlfriend. The boy also became a coach of several children, but with the help of the orange-haired fighter this training became faster. Tetsu wanted to talk to the girl again, taking advantage of the fact that she was finally out of the hospital, but being constantly with her boyfriend did not let her. Deku also met his girlfriend's parents. A pleasant meeting where there was no discomfort. Deku behaved as he knew how and managed to gain the approval of both, also the fact that he is the so-called people's champion, as well as the boy who saved his daughter's life influenced him a lot. Soon a dinner was held where both families met. The older Midoriya got along very well with Itsuka's mother because they both had things in common. Finally, they both returned to the academy, but Itsuka saw some nervousness on the part of the green-haired boy, so she took his hand. Kendo, is something wrong? Deku, can I just come up and say, hey, I'm back, please don't kill me and look normal? Kendo, Izuku, everything will be okay. Deku, they didn't throw acid on my back in your classroom. Kendo, well, yes, but I'm here for you. If anything, we'll see each other during recess. We'll eat together today, right? Deku, that's true. I hope lunch rush doesn't get mad at me. That time in a coma affected my digestive system. Kendo, I remember how much you ate. Although your intake has decreased, your metabolism is surely normalizing. Deku, well, today we'll find out. Breathing okay, I don't feel ready, but here we go. Kendo, hey, the only thing to fear is fear itself. Deku, an acid burns, ice attacks, explosions, etc. Kendo, clown. Deku, I can keep going and you know it. Kendo, it's going to be late, hero. Go in and finish this, study, try hard. Deku, so that there is no shortage of bread? Kendo, you know what you're doing and no fighting, young man. Deku, tell them. The green-haired man received a serious look from his girlfriend. Deku, I'll do what I can. Kendo, Izuku. Deku, I'm serious. Kendo, Izuku Midoriya. Deku, it's okay, I won't fight with anyone, I promise. Okay, I'll try. Kendo, as a promise it is very bad but I will trust you. Deku gave a tender quick kiss to the orange-haired girl and they entered. Both deviated their way to their classroom. The boy entered his own when everyone was talking. Class A was surprised to see the freckled boy standing once more. Immediately came the hugs. Poor Deku was squeezed by everyone. But he was able to do something he thought was impossible. Deku, hello Uraraka. Uraraka, you're alive. Deku, that's what the doctor said, you may not believe him and I'm a ghost. The girl smiled but threw herself into the arms of the green-haired man who welcomed her with pleasure. Uraraka, I thought that. Deku, ha ha ha, you're not the first one to tell me that. Uraraka, hee hee, I'd better step aside. I don't want to provoke Kendo's anger. Deku, I know they became friends. Uraraka, did she tell you? Deku, he said you were going to visit me at the hospital. Uraraka, hee hee, Deku, sorry for what happened, it's my fault, I should have been more observant, I let myself be fooled and I was a fool. Deku, we all make mistakes but that doesn't make us bad, everything is fine. Uraraka, do you know why? Uraraka, why? Deku, because I'm here. The freckled boy gave the brunette a bright smile. She was a little sad but hid it very well. She still loved her special freckled boy, but she knew that he and Kendo were serious. She wouldn't be possessive, she would let him be happy, she would focus on being a heroine capable of living up to expectations. The days passed at UA, the exams and his graduation party went by without incident. Deku showed what he was made of by playing the guitar. His girlfriend applauded loudly along with Uraraka. There were no fights or anything like that. The graduation passed. And as the years went by, things looked good for the couple since Deku, being the head of Night Eye's company, changed many things for the better in society. The boy was a born warrior, even creating a training school for Quirkless in conjunction with Kendo. The girl joined Deku's agency, and as promised added green ears to his suit. Soon came the appointment of Deku as a symbol of peace. The boy, with the help of his girlfriend, managed to control his nerves, giving an incredible speech. For her part, Uraraka established herself as the strongest heroine of all, even creating a women's top where the brunette was at number 1. The Midoriya/Kendo family decided to get married in a civil ceremony and adopt Eri in the process. They also changed their place of residence to one bigger, where the green-haired and orange-haired man's vehicle was a motorcycle. When the boy woke up from the coma, he found his hair long, but influenced a little by his girlfriend, he cut it but leaving a beard that grew evenly. The boy did not look bad, on the contrary, in the eyes of his girlfriend it made him look more attractive. His innocent child's face was a thing of the past, giving way to a Deku aware of what he is. The orange-haired woman was also entrusted with the secret of One for All, and she understood it, even doing more rigorous training. The size of her house had a reason for being, and they had adapted a part of it as a large gym, resistant to both of their quirks. Now we can see the Midoriya family arrive, mother and father, on a motorcycle to the UA because it was the day of their girl's exam, whom Deku was carrying in his vehicle. Eri, I told them they didn't have to bring me. Deku, nonsense, you're not going to tell me you're ashamed of us, Eri. Eri, of course not, Dad, it's just that parents don't bring their children on the day of their exam. Kendo, what do you mean, no? They brought me, and we already told you. Eri, yes, Mom, you will be judges because the director charged you for the favor. Deku, what's wrong? You don't act like that, Eri. Eri, my parents brought me to school, that's a good reason. Kendo, we are your parents, young lady. But Izuku is right, you have something and it's not that we brought it. I know you love to come on the motorcycle. Eri, what if I don't stay? Deku, so that was it. Eri, my quirk isn't a physical attack like yours or yours. I don't even have a telekinetic one like Grandma. I'm not even her daughter. Deku, hey, that's not right. You're my daughter, Eri. Nothing will ever change that. Eri, then why don't you give me one for all? Don't you trust me? Deku, one for all is a great burden. You will have the power of 9 people, and although I do not doubt that you can contain it, I do not want to risk you. You saw well how I ended up after using it carelessly. Eri, but I'm just useless with my rewind. Kendo, hey, eyes up, we've practiced a lot, right? Your combat level is on par with your father's or mine. You don't need one for all to pass that exam. You're a warrior. You survived overhaul. You fought tirelessly for much of your life, and that's why you're here, daughter. I trust you. I am your mother after all. Also, your rewind is very powerful. We still don't know everything it can do, but never say it's useless. Also remember, you are younger than Izuku and I. You enter what we call singularity. You are stronger than us, but the only way to find out how much is to continue exploiting your limits. Deku, you remember Uncle Toshinori's words, right? Eri, the ones he told you? Deku, exactly. Eri, you'll never be alone. You'll travel far, but we won't abandon you. Eri, everything I have, what you have learned, your feelings, all that and more will pass to me. Deku, I will be your companion every day. You will make my strength yours. You will see my life through your eyes, and I will see yours through mine. This is my legacy. Eri, that's all I can give you. Deku, you know, daughter, you will be stronger than I ever imagined. You don't need one for all to prove it. You have nothing to prove to anyone. You and mother and I trust you. The little white-haired girl cried a little and hugged her parents. Kendo, we have to get in, daughter, and you too. Eri, why yes. Deku, no matter what happens, we will always love you, daughter, okay? Eri, yes, Dad. The girl's parents separated from the little girl. Eri, hey. No favoritism, okay? I'll pass with my own methods. Kendo, we know, daughter, now try hard. The white-haired girl nodded and went into the school. Deku, he grows so fast. Kendo, crybaby. Deku, but you love me like that, and don't act rude. I already saw your tears. They both smiled at each other and gave each other a short kiss, and then went into the teacher's lounge. The exam went by normally. Deku quickly looked at Eri's exam and saw that her answers were correct, surprising himself. The practical exam was not difficult. The girl even managed to defeat the 0 points using her cunning along with the help of Koda and Suyu's sister. The parents could not feel more proud of their little girl. Deku, she has natural talent. Kendo, normally I would say it's thanks to the training I gave him, but not this time. We work together, honey. Deku, of course, princess, just look at her. Being a hero is what my little one was born to do. Life was definitely going well for the couple of heroes who knew that separating could have been a mistake they would never make again. Chapter 56, Post-Credits Scene. These were the headlines of the most recent newspapers. Now in a bigger house, a certain green-haired boy wakes up from a pleasant dream hugging firmly a certain quite adorable brunette who, upon feeling this, only snuggles further into the arms of her green-haired girl. Deku just smiled and carefully breaks the hug to get up. Put on some pants and go downstairs. There was still no sunlight, but the boy had his schedule so rooted in it that it was impossible to sleep a little more. As he goes down the stairs, we can see various framed photos hanging on the walls. On their wedding day, a photo where they were both smiling and a happy Eri who was also smiling. Another photo of Eri in her high school uniform on graduation day. Both parents accompanied her, even though something strange was noticeable, and that is that Uraraka had a slightly bulging belly. A photo of the white-haired girl and her parents proudly wearing the new UA uniform was the last one that allowed us to see. The boy prepared a smoothie. Drank it quickly. Waking up, he went back up to his room, put on a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, his classic red tennis shoes, bandaged his hands and went out for a run, ran a few laps, trained a little and returned home where his girlfriend, totally disheveled and in a pink robe, was waiting for him. The boy immediately went up to her and hugged her from behind, starting to kiss her with love. Uraraka, you're all sweaty. Deku, ha ha ha, she was training, beautiful, giving her a kiss and the stinky ones? Uraraka, getting ready and very energetic. Deku, girls, come have breakfast or we'll be late. Eri, Here we go, Dad. Two girls quickly came down, a white-haired girl with her UA uniform ready. Eri was happy. She stayed in the academy dormitories during classes but spent the weekends with her parents and younger sister. Her little horn had also grown. It didn't hurt at all, and according to tests it meant that she was already controlling her quirk better. A few seconds later another girl came down, a little thin. Her hair was half straight brown, freckles and some highlights on her face, green eyes. Little Nana Midoriya was wearing her high school uniform. Deku, they're finally coming down, at least they're fixed now. Nana, you went out without my dad, that's not fair. Eri, that's true, how bad? Deku, I didn't want to wake you up, last night I heard you talking until late, girls. Uraraka, you guys have breakfast, we'll get ready and come over, okay? Nana, if you have any homework to do, will you do it? Nana, but if I finish it, can I watch something on TV? Deku, okay, but don't get too comfortable, we won't be long. Both parents went into their room, took a shower and got ready. When they came out they found their little daughter watching a documentary about heroes while Eri was writing on her phone. Uraraka, hee, I think the girl inherited your taste for heroes, dear. Nana, but my favorites will always be you. Deku, ha, yep, I think he inherited that from my love, let's have breakfast quickly, Ochako. The two heroes were having breakfast, happy for the family they had, but… Nana, Dad? Deku, what's up, little one? Nana, I talked to my sister about it, and could we go to the doctor right after school? I know what we talked about, Dad, but I'm starting to lose hope of ever having my quirk. That's right. Little Nana seemed to be quirkless. At 4 years old nothing appeared, but both parents trusted the little girl. They decided not to take her waiting for her to appear. They trained her like Eri, but her quirk did not appear. Both parents talked to their daughter, even confessing the fact that her father was quirkless. The girl was very encouraged, helped that at school they did not bully her, but now there was no other choice. If they wanted answers they would get them. Deku, okay daughter, don't worry. Once school is over we'll go, okay? Nana, yes. Uraraka, but no more tears, it's time to go to school. Eri, yes, this dad mom Koda invited me to lunch today and wanted to see if… Uraraka, of course daughter, just let me know when you arrive at the academy. Deku, and when you go out with him and also when you return. Eri, understood. Deku, okay, both of you get in the car, I'll get the keys and we'll go. Both, yes dad. The two girls took their things and left. Deku, hey Ochako, don't you think Koda and Eri are spending too much time together? Uraraka, haven't you noticed? Deku, what about? Uraraka, he love you are so adorable. Deku, but what did I miss? Or what happened? Uraraka, I'll explain it to you when you grow up, Deku. The brunette kissed her husband and went out to the car. The green-haired boy found his keys and got in to take everyone. The first was Nana, who said goodbye as always, but there was a small hint of sadness which Deku noticed, leaving him thoughtful. The boy thought about many things. He knew that giving him one for all would be very hasty. He didn't have the wound that Almight had, he wasn't even hurt, plus the threat of the new group of villains was present. Until now they hadn't done anything big, but he didn't want to risk it. Plus one for all was a great burden, and although he trusted his daughter he didn't think it was the time. Uraraka, Izuku, you're thinking about the girl, right? Deku, honey, you know what I went through, I don't want her to go through the same thing. Uraraka, but we can't do anything. Deku, yes we can, you know I can. Eri, Dad, are you thinking? Uraraka, honey, I know you feel powerless, but this new group of villains gives me a bad feeling, not as much as the League of Villains and All for One, but I think if someone like him had a quirk that powerful, I don't want to think what someone else would do. Deku, I know, but it's just that. Uraraka, let's trust our daughter. I trust because we trained her, because you and I taught her everything we know. Eri, me too. Uraraka, it's true, the whole family supports her. She's not alone, darling, and she never will be. We just have to let her know that we have faith in her, motivate her to keep going, that nothing is impossible. Deku, Ochako, you always know how to support me. Okay, let's support our daughter and your sister, okay? Both, yes. Deku, okay. Eri, here you download the UA. Eri, thanks, Dad. Thanks, Mom. I'll see you next weekend or sooner depending on the homework. Deku, good luck, daughter. Say hi to Mirio. Eri, yes. The girl got out of the car and went halfway into the school. Her parents waited for a while for her to get in. The girl turned around and said goodbye to her parents. Deku, ready, next stop Uravity Agency. Uraraka, hey Izuku, speaking of that new group, do you have anything on them? Deku, yes, quite actually, either they are not very smart or they are too confident. They are influenced by the League and Stain. There is a little trace of Redestro and his Liberation Army. They have strong quirks. Together it would not be a big problem to defeat them, but they move. They do not have a fixed base, or so they make us believe until now. Uraraka, if they have influence in the League of Villains, don't you think they also have the Nomus? Deku, I don't even know where the Nomus factories were. What Shigaraki told me is that he only went to the factories when they were ready, but all for one had many. Dr. Tsubasa gave him many test subjects. I'm afraid that the lair changes are actually searches through the laboratories. Uraraka, between the two of us we can do the job. Pass me the files and I'll help you. Deku, okay, but while you come down here, honey. The green-haired man approached and kissed his wife. Uraraka, and take care of yourself, Izuku. Help everyone, save the day. Deku, don't miss the bread? Uraraka, you do know. Deku, I love you. Uraraka, and I love you. The boy started, still thinking about his little Nana. The boy arrived at the agency and after greeting everyone he went into his office where he started to work. A few minutes later he went out with his hero suit to patrol. People adored him and respected him and he helped in everything he could. After a strange he arrived at the office again where he put on a formal suit to go for his daughter. Deku, Bubble, did you schedule the appointment with the doctor? Bubble girl, yes boss. Deku, thanks adjusting his tie. I'll be in the office for a while until I have to leave. Bubble, I'll send Ochako the files of the Masters of Evil. Bubble, yes boss. The green-haired boy sat down looking at the photos he had on his desk, the photo of his graduation that Eri had made a frame for, another of the Midoriya family with Eri wearing the UA uniform for the first time. The green-haired boy felt nostalgic about that photo. The girl had beaten the 0 points just like he did. Helping someone injured, but she didn't go alone. This time she had friends, Kota Izumi and Satsuki Ajui. The sister of his frog friend deactivated the cameras that the colossal robot had everywhere while the black-haired boy distracted the robot and attacked the visible weak points. Finally Eri rewound everything she could, what would be the robot's heels as well as the joints of the arms. In the end the three passed with a great kick. Obviously surpassing her father was not very difficult for the albino since she had destroyed as many robots as she could, and in her written exam she had done excellent. The green-haired boy smiled remembering this and saw the last photo, the extended family. In that photo appeared his mother and Ochako's parents. Obviously there was Eri who was standing in the middle of her parents next to her younger sister Nana Midoriya the day she entered high school. There were other photos but they were in the family album. Deku did not forget when he and Ochako asked Mirio and Nijire to be Eri's godparents, and some time later they asked Todoroki and Yaoyorozu the same. The boy shed a tear of happiness while he wanted to burst into tears out of guilt. He felt like the one who caused his daughter to be quirkless. The boy knew that they still did not know the diagnosis, but he still felt bad. His wife and daughter supported the minor in everything. Of course he did too. He did not want anyone else to suffer what he suffered, much less his daughter. The green-haired boy was deep in his thoughts when Bubble Eye knocked on the door asking for permission to enter. Deku, you know you can come in. Bubble. Bubble girl, thanks boss. Deku, what's going on? Bubble girl, that's true, boss has a call and I think it's something important. Deku, thank you picking up his phone. This is Izuku, how can I help you? Good afternoon, Mr. Midoriya. I am the principal of your daughter's high school. We need you to come, please. Deku, what's wrong? Director, this is your daughter, young Nana. Deku didn't need to hear any more. With a firm thank you he hung up the phone, put on his jacket and left his office. Bubble girl, boss, what happened? Deku, cancel the visit to the Dr. Bubble. They told me about Nana's school. Tell Ochako too, but tell her not to worry. I'll take care of it. Bubble girl, boss, remember that Eri and Kota will come to your internship. Today is your first day. Deku, I forgot, but thanks. Send me the alert on my phone. I'll arrive before they arrive, I hope. Bubble, I'll take care of it, boss. Military salute. The green-haired boy headed to school. He didn't know why they called him, but it didn't have to be good. In his mind, the images of the bullying he suffered repeated themselves nonstop. He wouldn't let his daughter suffer the same as him, no more. Deku, answering his phone. What's wrong, Ochako? Uraraka, Bubble called me to let me know what happened. Is everything okay? Deku, I don't know, but I'll find out right now. Uraraka, don't you need backup? I can leave Tsuyu in charge for a while. Deku, no, I'll take care of this. Besides, I already sent you the reports of the new league. Uraraka, don't be too harsh, darling. Deku, if they weren't with her. The green-haired boy hung up and using his hu he moved between the roofs of the houses until he reached the school, but when he arrived he found an old friend. Deku Kaken? Bakugo, Deku? What the hell are you doing here? Deku, they marked me. I think my daughter is in trouble. Bakugo, you too, brat? Deku, you're not going to tell me that you... Bakugo, history seems to repeat itself. I hope at least she does fight. Deku, and how are the children? Bakugo, well, it's just that Tashinori is I think I bring out my good character a little less, and Asuna is very energetic. She's like Kami. Deku, and have you already decided which academy you will go to? Bakugo, Tashinori wants to go to Shiketsu like his mother. Asuna chose Nana's Yue? Deku, Yue like us. They both arrived at the school grounds when they saw a man come out, short and fat. There were clear signs of aging. He was the director of their daughter's secondary school. Principal, I'm so glad you could come. It's an honor that the former star student and professional hero has put his daughter in my trust. And so it is, the teacher who in his younger years had taught both of them was now the director of a school. Bakugo, get to the point, shall we? I don't have much time. Director, well, first of all, come with me, Mr. Bakugo. Your daughter, little Asuna, is a great student, high grades, punctuality. She is a model child and has a great and powerful quirk, but I have to remind you that its use in the facilities is prohibited. Bakugo, growling, I remember. Principal, Sir Midoriya with some disdain, your daughter is a good student, but I have to tell you that she has to behave because being quirkless she is at a total disadvantage against the other students, and... Deku tensed his body as anger built up inside him. He remembered. When he entered UA his teacher was surprised and even seemed annoyed. It was no secret to anyone but the adult was somewhat unfriendly with the quirkless. He considered them weak, or as they were called at that time, little evolved. Seeing the progress he had in his academy even surpassing those of his student, Star Bakugo, the old man began to hold a certain resentment towards the freckled man. Now with his daughter in his school the hateful old man was taking revenge and Deku knew it, but... Bakugo, I didn't come to see a bootlicker. They called me because my daughter is in trouble, so let's talk about it, and make it quick. The director nodded and went into his office. The two old friends stayed outside for a while as Deku needed a moment to control himself. Bakugo, hey stupid, stop putting on that idiot face, will you? It bothers me. Deku, sigh, I'm sorry Kaken, it's just that. Bakugo, let's make a deal. You kill him, I'll bury him, okay? Deku, ha ha ha, deal. Bakugo, then go ahead, we don't have all day here. The two men walked more calmly. Bakugo's hair made many children recognize him immediately, but because of the face he had they did not bother him. As they passed through the hallway in front of the principal's office they found the two girls sitting. The little brunette had a look between astonished and scared as she looked at her hands. Asuna on the other hand was with her head down. She was a little shorter than Nana. She was thin, light eyes like her mother. She seemed to have hints of having the lips of the heroine of Illusions, but her hair was long in a way that mixed those of her father and mother, where the color was an ash blonde courtesy of Bakugo. She wore a red ribbon. The two girls looked up at the steps and felt a small chill as they saw their paternal figures approaching. Nana stood up and bowed in front of her father. The older one just stroked her hair. Deku, calm down daughter, I'll fix this calmly. In the same way, Asuna stood up and bowed. Bakugo, what did I tell you, brat? Asuna, Pa Dad, I'm sorry. Bakugo, never lower your head, Asuna. Calm down, I'll fix everything my way. Asuna, Dad, Bakugo, we'll talk later during training with your mother. The little girl knew what would happen to her. Her soul was about to leave her body when she felt the training that her father and mother would make her go through was close. Nana, Daddy, Deku, I'm not upset, daughter, or at least not with you. Nana, it's not that, I have to tell you something. Deku, Nana, calm down, I mean it. The adult didn't deny it. He was upset, but it wasn't with him, but with the principal for the way he spoke of his daughter. At that moment the girl's head teacher came out. He looked a little strange because he had some blackened marks on his body, signs of burns. Deku remembered them perfectly. He also looked exhausted but strangely also happy. Bakugo on the other hand saw the teacher, and when he saw the burn marks he turned to see his daughter with a marked vein on her forehead. The blonde just shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. Teacher, just the people I wanted to see, please come in. Deku, okay? Both men entered the large office. It was covered with photos of the director in his younger years with his students. There were some with Bakugo but none with Deku. Even in the group photo the green-haired man had been removed. The freckled man just snorted, annoyed and tired. Director, well, the reason why I summoned you, Mr. Bakugo, sorry for taking up so much of your valuable time being a hero, is because I mentioned you on the phone to talk about your daughters. Bakugo, you mentioned it. I don't have much time. Tell me what broke the brat and I'll pay you two at once. Director, no sir, your daughter is excellent. We can't say that about many children, looking at the green-haired boy out of the corner of his eye. Deku, so what are we here for? With a firm voice. Principal, both girls fought today during their class. Neither of the adults were surprised, which made the director a little strange, but he continued. Director, the teacher will explain to you in more depth. Teacher, thank you very much, Director. Well, as mentioned, both girls had a confrontation today during class. Bakugo, did they fight each other? Teacher, of course not, they are both best friends, hee. Deku, so? Teacher, well, before saying it I think it would be better if you see it with your own eyes. The man turned on a screen showing the girl's living room. Girl, I bet Shoto or Creati are more likely to be the best of the top than Lord Explosion. Asuna, no, Lord Explosion may have a strong character but that doesn't stop him from being a great hero. Girl 2, and who asked you? Asuna, I don't like people talking badly about him. Girl 3, really? And what will you do to stop it? Will you talk to Daddy? Asuna, you better apologize. Girl, or what? You're just useless. Nana, you heard her, you better apologize, don't mess with the hero and even less with her. Child, and who do you think you are? Nana, I'm just Nana Midoriya, someone who can't stand how a group of idiots make fun of others. Girl, how did you call us trash? Nana, what you heard, imagine how stupid you must be to not wash your ears properly. Girl, and what will you do to me? You're just an idiot without a quirk, Midoriya. Nana, what did you say? Asuna, don't mess with her, this is between you and me. Girl, you're just a Quirkless, there's nothing you can do to us. Girl 2, that's true, you better go cry with your parents, that is if they are not ashamed of having a useless idiot without a quirk as a daughter. Nana, that's not true. Child, leave her alone or she'll attack us with her quirk. Wait, she doesn't have one. Nana and I. The children were going to continue making fun of them, but a big blast of sand hit them. When they got up they saw how Asuna had both arms raised towards them with her hands open. She had released the attack. Asuna, I told you to leave her alone. Girl, you're done, you and that damn useless girl. The teacher paused the video. Bakugo was impressed. His daughter did not show that level of power in training. Deku on the other hand was sad. He suffered the impotence of seeing his daughter because just at the moment they stopped the video he saw how his daughter was crying. Teacher, as you can see the fight started there. Deku, who are the parents of those children, and why aren't they here? Teacher, Mr. Midoriya, please calm down. Deku, will he ask me to calm down? Principal, Mr. Midoriya, if you want to avoid this behavior, I recommend changing your daughter's school. I know many where she will be with people from her class mockingly. Deku, hitting the desk hard, say that damn word and I swear. Bakugo, calm down, will you? Teacher, before continuing to watch the video, I actually wanted to congratulate you, Mr. Midoriya. Deku, congratulate me? Why? Teacher, let's continue watching the video. The adult continued the video, which showed how the fight had started. Asuna was shooting those torrents of sand, but now when she closed her fists they exploded. Nana had remained standing crying, but it only cost her to see how someone hit her friend from behind so that she intervened, although some boys taking advantage of her lack of quirk held her without being able to move. Child, so you want to be a hero? You're just a useless person who's far below us. Nana, stop. Boy too, or what? Nana, I said that, stop it. A light red line began to form around the girl's eyes. Suddenly, without warning, everyone fell to the ground, except for the brunette, who had her fists clenched. Deku and Bakugo were impressed by this. Was this demonstration of power the girl's power? The teacher paused the video once again. Professor, yes, I had the same face as you. As you see, I was entering before this and I was also knocked down. I couldn't move. It was as if the gravity of the entire earth was on me. Deku, gravity? Thinking Ochako's quirk. Professor, yes, but that's not all. The video continued its course. Everyone tried to move without success. Some managed to use attacks, but they could not touch the girl. It was as if there was a force field. You could hear how the lamps moved with loud creaks, also how the windows trembled. You could even see some dust caused by the compaction of the foundations. Suddenly everything stopped. The students stood up and saw the brunette, but the girl who started it all, feeling ashamed of Nana, threw herself at her, but she did not expect that the brunette, in her attempt to scream, threw a large flame which hit her rival, who managed to cover herself with a chair but did not avoid flying until hitting the wall. Nana, for her part, knelt down exhausted, but seeing how everyone was preparing to go against her, she stood up, raised her hands, and to everyone's surprise, both the benches and some stones and some students began to levitate. Everyone was scared. The girl on her side, there was smoke coming out of her mouth and a lost look. A sign that she had gotten out of control, but a light red trickle of blood came out of her nose, and seconds later she fell to the floor and began to convulse. Asuna immediately ran towards her with her teacher. The eldest took out his radio and called the academy doctor, while Asuna helped her friend as much as she could. At that moment the recording stopped definitively. Bakugo was impressed. That explosion of power from his rival's daughter was simply monstrous. Deku, on the other hand, did not know how to feel. Inside him there was an explosion of emotions. Teacher, okay, now I think you understand why the burns are on my clothes, right? I was nearby when she... Deku, Professor, please excuse me. Nana Noel, we thought she was quirkless. Teacher, tell me something, Mr. Midoriya. Were you ashamed of your daughter being quirkless? Deku, what? Seriously? She's my daughter. With or without a quirk, she would never stop being my daughter. She's as important as all of us in this room. Having a quirk doesn't make her less. Professor, I'm sorry if my question seemed too rude. It was not my intention. If I have something to confess, is that I am quirkless. The fact that I was accepted in this school is that my performance as a teacher is the best. Deku, I didn't know, Professor. Teacher, it doesn't matter. As you said, not having a quirk is not a limitation. Now let me tell you, I am the girls' head teacher, therefore I know what their performance is and stuff. Looking at the principal here, she is Nana Midoriya, intelligent, excellent grades, perfect attendance, 100 performance, punctuality and homework is impeccable. Your daughter is a very talented girl. She is a great strategist. When we play dodgeball, she is the winner. She is very agile, and it can be seen that she has combat training, right? Deku, that's right. I trained some martial arts among other fighting styles. She wanted to be part of my training. Teacher, both girls are the best thing that has happened to the school. Director, coming out of shock but returning to official matters. Bakugo, what is the punishment? Director, normally it would be expulsion. As you can see, they fought wildly against their poor classmates. Deku, expulsion? My daughter just awakened her quirk, and you want to expel her? Plus, she defended someone else? Am I hearing correctly? Director, Mr. Midoriya, I respectfully ask you to calm down and return to your seat. Deku, don't bother me with respect, Professor. I could see that my daughter was being mocked various times. Is this just a case today, or has it been going on for a while? Teacher, I regret to say, Mr. Midoriya, that this is something you have been dragging on for a while. Deku, and this has been going on for a while? And why the hell am I just now finding out? Teacher, excuse me, honestly I thought you already knew, because every report has to be made to the principal and he is the one who gives the reports to the parents as well as summonses. Deku, Bakugo, have they called you because of Asuna's fights? Bakugo, yeah, whenever he gets into trouble. Deku, then why don't they call me? Is this my daughter we're talking about, damn it, just because I don't have a quirk the summons didn't arrive? Or is it because you thought it was funny or fair that they made fun of the Quirkless like they did to me? Director, I think you're taking this too personally. Deku, she's my daughter, damn it. You turned a blind eye to me. Whenever they insulted me, hit me or humiliated me, you never did anything. Okay, yes, I accept it, but if you want to do the same to my daughter, you are making a big mistake. Director, what you will do is raise a spoiled girl, and the Quirkless do not have the right to study in an academy like ours or any other unless it is one where only their kind study. Bakugo, you know something, when it comes to raising a spoiled child I have to say that was me, and yet there's his picture with me very proud while I push Deku aside, it's disgusting. The blonde fired an AP shot at the photo, destroying it. Deku, listen to this very well, I am Deku, the #1 hero, symbol of peace, graduate of the UA Hero Academy. I'm not saying this to sound arrogant, but being quirkless I managed to overcome my limits and get to where I am. Everyone can be a hero if they set their mind to it. No snob like you can deny them anything. At that moment the principal paled. That nervous, cowardly boy was the idol of many. The man became quite angry. He wasn't going to allow any Quirkless to threaten him. Director, are you threatening me? I'm someone influential in politics, and if I want I can. Deku, can it? Can it? Director, if I want, I can say his identity. Deku, I challenge you, what I said is not a threat, but if that's how you want things then remember my power, and I'm not talking about my influence, I'm talking about my quirk. I can take this down with just a simple movement. Bakugo, dude, believe me if you say his name, even I'll help him. Deku, go ahead, little man. Director, I'm fed up, your daughter doesn't have to be in this institution, I'm officially expelling her for being a useless attempt at a hero without a quirk. At that moment the green-haired boy and Bakugo smiled. But it wasn't just any smile, it was a smile that didn't bode well. Deku, thanks, that's all I wanted to hear. Bakugo, do you have it? Bakugo, ready? Director, what do you have? Deku, what's necessary, we're leaving. Bakugo, by the way, I'll take my daughter out of this school, so I'll take her. Both men left the office. The director just sat in his seat, completely scared. It was a lie that he was someone influential. In fact, he built his school based on things he preferred to hide. The teacher left the office while leaving a note. I officially resign. Attention, Shio Sayaka, Humanities and Law Detective, Government of Japan. That was all, and the director felt small. He could only see how there was a fist mark on the desk caused by the green-haired boy. There was also a burn hole. Those would be the memories that the children would leave. Both adults went out and saw their daughters, who were amazed by what they heard, but they also had tears and marks from having cried bitterly. Deku, what's wrong with you? Nana, sorry, Dad. It's my fault. Deku, it was wrong to fight, daughter, but you did it for the right cause, so it's 50% okay, or so I think, although we'll have to talk to your mother later. Asuna, I messed up, Dad, sorry, if I hadn't been stupid none of this would have happened. The blonde received a light blow to the head courtesy of her father. Bakugo, why did you have to look like me when you fight? Your mother will kill me. Listen, daughter, it was wrong to fight, you had your reasons, but it wasn't right. Listen, let me take care of shutting up people like them. You are my biggest fan and that makes me very happy, and if that never changes then what does it matter what others say? It's not for nothing that I'm in second place. Deku, under me pretending to cough. Bakugo, don't make me kill you in front of our daughters. Deku, well, now let's see what to do with you. I hope you can validate your subjects elsewhere. Bakugo, damn it's true, seriously Kami is going to kill me. Teacher, hey, can I talk to you? Bakugo, if you don't want to end up like your boss, you better stay away. Asuna, no dad, the teacher is good, he always motivated us and never made us feel less. Deku, that being the case, I guess I can give it a chance, speak. Teacher, well, first of all, thank you very much, and I'm a big fan of you. Bakugo, ugh, another nerd. Deku, ignore it, how can we help? Professor, besides being your daughter's teacher, I'm also a detective. I work for the Japanese government, and I was assigned to this school for some minor crimes, but as my investigation progressed, I realized they weren't minors. The list grew: bribery, impersonation, among other crimes. Eventually, I would give the order to close the school, but as I saw how some students were treated for being quirkless or having a weak one, I felt I should wait. Obviously, all students will be sent to other schools. In the special case of their aggressors, a meeting will be held with the parents, but that is separate. Deku, don't you think a meeting is a bit excessive? It was just our daughters. Teacher, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your daughters weren't the only ones. This little group also attacked other children from other years. Sigh, it'll be a long week, but don't worry. I'll find a school for your daughters, I promise. Diki, well, I guess that would be all. Thank you very much, Professor. The adults left school with their daughters. Deku, well, I guess we'll have to give you classes at home, at least until you come back, and don't lose too much rhythm. There's also the matter of your quirk. Nana, Daddy, Deku, we will have to investigate. From what I saw, it seems that you inherited zero gravity from your mother and the power to breathe fire from your grandfather, although at greater power, we have to improve it. Nana, but I haven't had the time that Asuna has had to adapt to my quirk. For example, I could fail the exam. Bakugo, he has your nervousness. Deku, shut up. Nana, eyes up, calm down. Your mother and I have always supported you. This will not be different. We will both train you and your sister too. You're right, other people are years ahead of you, but do you know what I did? Bakugo, cry and tremble in fear? Deku, exactly. Will you shut up, Muslin? I'm talking to my daughter. The chestnut only laughed a little at the joke. Deku, I didn't give up. In fact, I try harder than the others. I had to do it if I wanted to improve myself. If I gave up, everyone who said I was a loser would win, and I would never let that happen. So let's start planning a new training along with a study plan. When I discovered my quirk, I was only 10 months away from the UA exam. You have almost 2 years to make the 11 that you couldn't use your quirk. Worth it, okay? Nana, okay. Deku, that's my special girl. Now what do you think if we go for an order of takoyakis? According to Fat Gum, there was a stand where they sold them deliciously. Bakugo, as for you, young lady, I can't scold you. In fact, I can, but I wouldn't feel comfortable. Your mother is going to turn me into a puree. Why did you have to be as aggressive as me when fighting? Although I congratulate you, I haven't seen that technique you used before. Asuna, I practiced it alone. I discovered that I can mold the sand, make it into a fist for a punch, and then explode it like gunpowder. Bakugo, so that's what it does, and I thought it just itched and exploded. Well, we'll see how strong that technique is today. For now, let's go to the agency. I'm still during work hours. Deku, do you want to go get a drink when you're done? Deku, that would be nice. Wait, damn, I forgot. Bakugo, what? Deku, they're doing an internship at UA today. Did you forget? Bakugo, damn, it's true. Deku, this stupid meeting took up too much of my time. I'm sure your sister is already here. Suddenly a familiar voice appeared. Eri, I'm here. The white-haired girl fell in front of them on her feet and then put her hands on her waist, smiling. Deku had already seen his daughter in her hero costume, but it was still impressive. The costume had a red blouse, a golden belt with a red skirt. On the sleeves it had a golden line like the skirt. In honor of her parents, she wore a pink and a green bracelet. She had high golden boots and a white cape. Also, as a tribute to her hero, she had the distinctive number 999 on her chest in gold. A mask covered half of her face, leaving only her horn visible. Also, her hair was tied in a ponytail. Eri ready. Deku, what are you doing here, young lady? You had to get to the agency. Eri, I know, but I called Bubble Girl and she said you were here. I left Koda at the agency in case I didn't find you. Noticing her sister, did they let her out early? Deku, it's a little harder than that, but it's okay, there is actually something to celebrate. Eri, really? Deku, yes, go back to the agency and call your mother, we have a Q code on your sister. Eri, Q code? Really? Oh yes. Ha, Satsuki owes me money. Deku, Eri Midoriya, you didn't bet, right? Eri, no? See you in a bit. The white-haired girl bent down a little and took a big leap. The suit looked simple, but being personally designed by Mei Hatsum and Melissa Shield had great surprises. Melissa, for her part, had put the same system on the wristbands as Deku's full gauntlet, only this time the glove could replicate the force of the blows without harming the user. The boots had a gas reserve that propelled Eri, either kicking harder or running at great speeds, replicating Ida's quirk. This was obviously done by Mei. The suit was bulletproof, as was the cape. It was a full suit for the girl. Bakugo, then I won't need. Damn. Okay, come on Asuna, you'll stay in the office while I do the internships with the brats, okay? Asuna, why can't I help you, Dad? Bakugo, 1. You are not a UA student nor an aspiring hero, and 2. You don't even have a costume yet. The blonde just pouted. Deku, you surprise me, you look very calm for someone's father. Bakugo, well, I learned the hard way, but Kami told me there were other ways and I decided to listen to her. I won't repeat the witch's method. Deku, ha ha ha, I see, but well, I have to go kakin. Bakugo, I'll see you later, nerd. Deku, good luck today, old man. Asuna, goodbye, Uncle Izuku. Deku, hee bye Asuna, I don't understand that girl. She's energetic like her mother, but when she fights she has her father's attitude. She'll cause a lot of problems at UA. Nana, so what? Deku, the first thing we'll do is eat something and then we'll go to the agency, okay? Nana, yes. Deku, don't tell your sister, ha ha ha. So father and daughter walked. Their day passed normally. The brunette loved going to her father's agency. It was the only place where she felt accepted apart from her family. There were people of both types, Quirkless and heroes. She got along with everyone. Nobody treated her better for being the boss's daughter. She made it very clear. The girls saw how her sister and her friend trained together. The girl couldn't be more excited to enter the UA. Ending. The day it was time for family dinner, Deku told what happened at school, the video, his daughter's quirk, and his discussion with the director. Obviously, Ochako and Eri felt great annoyance by the way some students were treated. Ochako scolded her daughter a little, telling her that fighting was not good, but they understood. Also, as the teacher said, they closed the school and it didn't take long to arrest the director. The evidence obtained throughout the days was enough. It didn't take long to find a new school for the little girl Nana and Asuna. The white-haired girl saw the fruits of constantly training with her parents. Now the girl had a little control over her quirk. Maybe it was minimal, but she had it, and she knew her limits and swore not to break them unless it was training, because she remembered the anecdotes of her father. The days turned into months, and these became years. The girl understood her quirk better. She knew what she could do and what she couldn't. Her parents were as proud of her as she could be like her sister, and finally the day arrived. The exam to the UA. Deku and the rest of the X-Class A were the judges on that occasion. The children of all of them took their exam. As they promised, there was no favoritism, but the girls couldn't help but get excited when they saw their sons or daughters destroy the robots. Bakugo and Deku nodded, smiling, and released the 0 points, who much improved approached the students. For the first time the rescue program was activated, which was to simulate that someone had been accident and his life was at risk, this with the aim of seeing how the applicants would react. Some of them simply ran away because there was no point in destroying something so big that is worthless, but 3 students did not turn around. Nana Midoriya, Asuna, Bakugo, and Toshiro Todoroki. The boys launched themselves into the charge, defeating and destroying the colossal robot. Bakugo collected the money from a bet he made with Kirishima. Naturally, everyone passed. Soon Class A was once again filled with the surnames of their friends. Now we are in that old classroom. Nana and Asuna sitting one chair behind the front row. They had already met their home teacher, Shinso Hitoshi, who despite having tired eyesight spoke more animatedly than they would expect. Flashback. Shinso, well, I'll be your main teacher and whoever gives me problems, I'll hang them, understood? Everyone nodded, scared of what their teacher might do. Shinso, I'm glad to see that you are more rational than your parents. Now put on your uniform and see me in the yard. The purple-haired boy left and behind them the boys. It didn't take them long to put on their uniforms. They all came out ready. Shinso, this is more than a test, it's almost a tradition. We'll do a quirk comprehension test. You better not finish last. Grim smile. Everyone sweated cold without exception. Nana and Asuna were confident but could not avoid some fear. The tests began. Everyone wanted to give their best and they achieved it. Nana knew she was at a disadvantage in terms of ability and control, but she was also aware of her limit. She did all the tests using gravitational telekinesis, managing to pass all the tests with relative ease. Obviously some cost more than others, but that did not discourage her. Finally the throwing test arrived. Some did it very well, as was the case of Asuna, who used a sand pillar to propel the ball, and when it was high enough that she could support, she made it explode, throwing it even further. Finally it was the turn of the younger Midoriya, who took a deep breath and moved forward. Shinso, I understand that your quirk awakened recently. Try not to overdo it. If you end up hurt in a fight, you will only be a hindrance, and there will be no one to help you. That comment made the brunette angry, but she knew it was only motivating her. Now she totally decided. She took a deep breath, saving as much air as her quirk allowed her. Then she threw the ball, and when it was about to fall, she pushed it with her fire breath. Everyone was impressed by the amount that the girl could emanate, and also by the fact of having a double quirk. When the fire stopped, Nana made a gesture with her hand, and immediately the ball was surrounded by a green aura and shot out at full speed. The girl felt that the blood was about to come out, so she stopped her attack. A slight sting in her head was the reminder not to overdo it. Nana, yeah, you see, Professor? I can still move. Shinso, smiling, damn, you had to look so much like him. Flashback end. But now it was the heroes' class's turn. Everyone was waiting to see who their teacher could be until some strong footsteps caught their attention. Everyone was waiting to see who would be the pro hero who would pass through that door until. Deku, I'm already here, coming in like a normal person. Recreating the classic entrance of his predecessor, Deku pushed himself forward with energy. While everyone looked at him in amazement except for one brunette who, smiling but feeling a little embarrassed, lowered her head until she touched her desk. Nana, Dad? Asuna, Uncle Deku. Deku, ha ha ha, good morning guys, I hope you are ready because this is an academy that will make you really sweat, that will squeeze all your talents, it will make you reach the limit. Buck, yeah. That's exciting. A boy responded with emotion, with wine-colored hair combed back leaving only a few strands on his forehead. He had yellow eyes, his teeth were normal, but the fact of seeing his attitude and his horns revealed who his family was. Deku, I hope they don't die, ha ha ha. Nana, Deku-sensei, and what are we doing today? Deku, something you better start learning now, I call it hero practice. Nana, practice, smiling determinedly. Asuna, from hero, smiling grimly. Deku, thinking, if he looks like you Kaken, but before that you have to look good, it's time for you to wear your hero suit. The green-haired boy raised his fist with excitement as he pressed a button that brought out everyone's hero costumes. Nana, yes, finally, here begins my journey. I will become a great hero like my father. No, I will be much better than him. Flashback. We can see the girl in her room as she prepared to sleep. The girl knew she had to move to the dorms just like her parents and sister did. The girl felt happy until suddenly some negative thoughts made her tremble as she shed some tears. Deku entered her room knocking on the door, but seeing his daughter crying he entered quickly. Deku, hey, what's up? Nana, will I fail? Deku, what do you mean? Nana, you said that Aizawa almost labeled you as having no potential and was close to expelling you. What if that happens to me? Deku, sitting next to his daughter Nana Midoriya, you have the name of a great person. Like any person, she made mistakes, some bigger than others, and although I did not know her directly, I do know that she was someone strong. She was brave, capable of bearing great burdens, you know? She was All Might's teacher. Nana, really? Deku, oh yeah, so imagine how cool it was. Plus you also have my last name and significantly your mother's. We both told you, We never had it easy. We had a loving family, that's true, but you know that I was quirkless for part of my life. Even when I had one for all, it was hard for me to adapt to it. Nana, I know, but I don't want to fail. Deku, and you won't, you'll fail maybe, but everyone has done that, but those are the opportunities to be better, daughter. Nana, really? Deku, I don't have my scars as decoration, daughter, hee hee. The brunette smiled and hugged her dad. Deku, well then, time to sleep, this little head has to rest now. The green-haired man put his hand on his daughter's face and laid her down on the pillow. Deku, I love you 1,000. Nana, and I love you 3,000,000. Deku, smiling, wow, 3,000,000, that's crazy. The green-haired man turned off the light in the room and went down the stairs and found his wife. Deku, it's not a competition, but she loves me 3,000,000. Ochako, really? Deku, his love for you ranges from 600 to 900,000, hee hee. Flashback end. Ready, everyone was on the battlefield, each waiting for everything to begin. Nana couldn't be more excited. Her student life had just begun.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.